chakras. How is the Empress doing? In the space in front of the podium which had been cleared for the dignitaries and ministers to sit, the 4 envoys sat side by side while waiting for the ceremony to start. Casting a spell to mute the area around them, the man wearing the raven emblazoned coat spoke, addressing the scaled man beside him in a deep voice. The easygoing expression on the scaled man's face turned into one of anger as he heard this question. Beavis, if I weren't on a diplomatic mission, I would rip your intestines out right now. You know very well she is in the last years of her life, unlike your king who only ascended to the throne 10 years back, answered the man in a cold voice. With a humph, the man simply sneered before turning towards the other 2. What about you, Eldra? And you, Bose? What have your rulers told you to do? The first question was addressed to the elf who still had a disgruntled expression on her face. With a glance at the man who had just been called Beavis, she sneered before placing her eyes back on the podium. As for the giant for whom a special chair had been placed after clubbing together 4 others, a wide smile appeared on his face. Hearing his name called, Bose was told to say hi to new king. Bose happy to come out of training. Bose looking forward to stronger connection with new ally. Bose also delighted to see more happy people than sad like before. Hearing the weird sentences coming out of the giant's mouth, the 3 simply nodded as if it were a normal occurrence. Even the voice was a bit high-pitched. Suddenly, their conversation was interrupted due to the rumbling sound that was heard as if an earthquake was shaking the ground below them. Looking around, the 4 noticed that it was actually the people who had started leaping and shuffling around after seeing their king appear on the podium. It seemed as if he were wearing a dragon around his body, the crimson scales shining in the sun as if tearing through the gold of the robe to take its place. The rays hitting the head of the dragon on his shoulder especially made it look lifelike, as if it were lazily basking in the sun while looking around at all its subjects. All 4 envoys could feel the infectious atmosphere in the air even though all of the sound was blocked by the spell. The giant had already stood up and was jumping along with the people, with its 2 hands upraised in the air cheering for the king. A pure happiness could be seen on its face, as if it were just a child who was celebrating without really knowing the reason for the festivity. The jovial expression on the scaled man's face had returned, and he also stood up and clapped silently. As for Beavis and the elf who had been called Eldra, they remained sitting and simply gazed at the podium. Meanwhile, Daniel was trying hard to maintain his composure as he saw the sea of people in front of him roaring in waves as soon as he teleported onto the stage. Before, he had only indirectly addressed everyone using the panel trinkets. But now, with so many eyes locked onto his every movement, Daniel felt a tingling in his spine as if the instinct to run away was being born inside his mind. Was this stage fear? Gritting his teeth and squashing this feeling into non-existence, Daniel straightened his back. Activate etiquette suggestion module in the heads-up display. A ghostly figure appeared in front of him, raising its right hand and waving slowly while moving to the left. Mimicking the figure, Daniel proceeded to do the same action. This had been a module that Daniel bought just a few hours ago. Later deciding to cancel the appointment with the etiquette teacher, Daniel had chosen to go to the palace library and feed all the books about etiquette to the system. The palace library was at least half a size bigger than the academy's, making Daniel decide to come back later to completely store all of the information just like he had done before in the academy. Of course, this time, he did not have any time limit, thus he could go about it more peacefully. On touching around 300 books pertaining to etiquette, a new kind of notification had been heard in Daniel's mind. New tool, Etiquette Suggestion Module 1 available for purchase. Host has obtained enough information about the concept to facilitate tool creation. Cost, 500 EXP. System, what is tool creation? It wasn't there before, right? Affirmative. Tool creation is a part of the features unlocked with the system upgrade. Suggestion modules can now be created if host obtains sufficient information regarding the concept. The system upgrade was simply like a genie that wouldn't stop giving. Deciding to ponder on what else he could do with this feature later, Daniel hadn't hesitated to buy the tool. He had no intention whatsoever to give even the slightest chance for the arriving dignitaries to think low of him. Now, as Daniel controlled his body and moved while trying to mimic the suggestions, he finally had a chance to see the 4 envoys. Amid the boisterous jumping and cheering from even the ministers and dignitaries, the 2 who were still seated stood out like a sore thumb. The elf caught his attention first, making him look briefly into her eyes and wonder if it was really derision that he saw in them. More than the giant's size, it was its childlike expression which startled him. As for the scaled man, he had already seen one before during the negotiation with the Tricobra Society. The last grey-robed man's decision to keep sitting made Daniel speculate as to what exactly was the stance they wanted to show him by their actions. It was the custom that the Grand Court Mage would be the one to crown the king. Thus, Daniel had already demoted the previous Grand Court Mage to the Court Mage and promoted Keller. Keller wore official yellow robes, with his bald head shining in the sun while a wide smile was on his face. Beside him, the previous Grand Court Mage stood holding a red plush cushion. A round crown with 8 peaks glistening with 8 different shades of gems lay on the cushion. The peak in the front was the highest, while peaks half its size were all around the crown. The highest peak also had a huge red crystal the size of a thumb embedded in the front, meant to take the breath away of anyone who chanced to look on its grandiose structure. While the envoys looked on with solemn expressions, Keller magnified his voice using a spell and started speaking. "Do you, Dany Lanavron, vow to never betray the hopes vested in you by the people who chose you as their king?" These vows had been specifically made by Daniel to fit the occasion. "I do." The cheers grew even more deafening as Daniel's sharp voice sounded across the kingdom. "Do you vow to treat any citizen fairly, be they beggar or noble?" "I do, as king." "Do you vow to always work for the growth and prosperity of Lanthana while keeping the best interests of the kingdom in your mind?" "I do." "With the will of the people, you are henceforth crowned as the King of Lanthana. All hail the new King of Lanthana." "All hail King Daniel." Keller had already picked up the crown and walked to Daniel with a solemn stride. With the last word, the crown touched Daniel's hair, settling on top of his head comfortably. Just like the royal robes, it shrunk to fit him perfectly, as if it were made specifically to be worn by him. The cheering, which Daniel thought couldn't get any louder, grew into a roar that threatened to destroy everything in its path with just the sheer passion in its depths. As the 4 envoys saw this scene, Beavis and Eldra's faces grew stoic, seeing the support the people showed, which shocked even them. And so dawns a new age for the kingdom of Lanthana. With this support, it is possible that he might actually succeed in unlocking the spirit. Many plans will need to be moved forward. Although Beavis said these words almost as if musing to himself, his eyes flitted around observing the 3 others as he tried to notice any clues that they might give away due to his statement. Only Eldra's expression of ridicule deepened, while a small fire seemed to have been lit in the depths of her huge eyes. As per the king's orders, the coronation was followed by food and wine being distributed throughout the city. Thus, the citizens ate and drank merrily while the ministers and dignitaries were formally welcomed into the palace and shown rooms to stay in. With the coronation done, Daniel could officially use the throne room from the next day. Deciding to have an audience with the envoys then, he sent a message saying the same. Each envoy received the message in a different way. While Eldra and Beavis crushed the parchment which held the message and locked their doors, Bose and Scraz simply enjoyed the sumptuous delicacies that had been brought to their rooms. This was also Daniel's way to see the attitude the respective allies had for Lanthana. A delay of a day was, after all, nothing that could result in enmity forming. The ceremony had been quite taxing on everyone's nerves, thus Daniel had ordered Keller and the rest to take a day off and be prepared to dive into work from the next day. As for himself, he also retired to the king's chambers in order to make a decision regarding whether to buy the kingdom management tools or not. Yet, just as he was about to talk to the system, a knock sounded on his door. It was Faxiel. They hadn't had much time to talk since the night in the throne room, so Daniel simply thought that he was here to speak about something. But when Daniel asked his friend to enter and sit, Faxiel shook his head and said, "There's a noble who wants to meet you. I think you should hear what she has to say." Daniel was startled hearing this. A noble? Many of them had been constantly begging to speak with him ever since they had been placed on house arrest, yet Daniel had ordered the guards to only record their pleas and not respond. Faxial and Joshua, being the two leaders he trusted, had been granted access to the palace equivalent to the Nagrand court mage Kayla. Although Daniel still hadn't decided on their official positions, this was the least that he could do. Seeing the startled expression, Faxial simply said, "I was passing by and I heard her plea. It is quite logical, and I think you should hear it before making a decision on what to do about the nobles." Saying these words, Faxial pushed a piece of parchment into his hands before hastily leaving. Daniel knew that his friend had a weird temperament. Mostly reserved, he seldom spoke much except with him and a few others. Still, it wasn't the first time he had made a suggestion. What Daniel actually found weird was that just before leaving, Faxial had had an agonized look on his face as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. Yet, before Daniel could ask about it, he had already left. Deciding to track him down later and get an answer, Daniel opened the parchment to see a name scribbled on it. Gesturing to the guard nearby, he proceeded to order the noble brought to his chambers. A few minutes later, a knock sounded on the door signaling that the guard had arrived. "Send the noble in and close the door." After the guard heard the command, the door opened to let in a pretty lady dressed in a white dress. The door closed behind her, leaving her alone with Daniel, who had just stood up from his bed. As she raised her head, he saw that her eyes were sunken, as if she had been crying for a very long time. Her flowing golden hair was a mess, with the formerly immaculate braid now ruined. Even her face was pale, but it did little to hide her gentle beauty. With almond-shaped brown eyes, a cleft nose and generous lips, she was one of the most beautiful girls Daniel had seen since coming to this world. Although Daniel had had little experience in interacting with the other sex in both of his lives, he had still been taught the proper way to behave by both the women who had graced his childhoods. Indeed, when his mother talked about finding a bride, he simply blushed because he had never considered having romantic intentions any time soon, at least before reaching his goals. It was the same right now. Although he admired the girl's beauty and thought she looked pretty, he wasn't the type to patronize and favor someone just based on their gender or looks, nor decide to pursue and elicit someone into a relationship just because he could. Both the kind old lady in the orphanage and Maria had at least taken care to raise him with proper morals, which he adhered to currently during every step of his way. Thus, when the girl he had summoned said the words "My lord, I have a humble request," and started undressing in front of him, Daniel was badly shocked and for a second, he had no idea what to do. Thankfully, he regained his senses just before the girl was about to pull the white gown down and expose her whole body after removing the clasps that held the dress to her shoulders. Quickly teleporting forward, Daniel took the thin arms of the girl into his and stopped her from letting the dress fall. His heartbeat accelerating due to the suddenness of the situation, he first made sure to hold her hands tight. Tears started to leak from her eyes as Eloise, as the girl was called, started crying, seeing that even this plan had failed. "First, forget about doing whatever it is you were going to do. I am sorry if I hurt you, but I will be releasing your hands now. I want you to wear your dress properly and tell me your plea, understand?" He spoke as if he were talking to a child who needed everything to be explained clearly. Hearing him, Eloise nodded and tied the clasps before massaging her hands which had been freed. It would do no good to continue her previous plan, especially after she had been ordered explicitly not to do so. Thus, she had no other choice but to resort to her final option, a desperate plea. Falling to her knees, Eloise knelt in front of Daniel, who was still keeping an eye on her to make sure she wouldn't continue her previous actions. Sighing with relief and stepping back, Daniel said, "Get up and speak your piece. You only have the opportunity to talk because Faxial spoke on your behalf." Nodding hurriedly, the woman got up and collected herself before beginning to speak. "Your Majesty, I am Eloise Lanthanor, daughter of the late Richard Lanthanor. I was there in the room when you killed my father and were acknowledged by the people as their king. I know of the horrendous acts that he, my brothers and my cousins engaged in. All I ask is that you hear the pleas of us few, who have always tried to adhere to the morals taught by our mothers in the little time we had with them before we were made to part. Although some have done horrible things in the time they were drunk with power, they also changed their ways later and have repented their actions. I beseech you to hear us out, My lord, I trust you know the reason why Lanthana has not had a queen for the last few decades. As Daniel heard these words, he tried hard to control his expression in order to not let the shock appear on his face. Although he had read about it briefly, Daniel had never focused on the deeper aspects pertaining to the royal family. In fact, if he were being honest with himself, he had even seen all that nobles as being two-dimensionally evil, simply because of the overwhelming amount of rotten ones he had seen. Realizing that this was definitely a gargantuan oversight, Daniel wondered why Keller hadn't brought it up before. Summoning him immediately through the Oathstone, Daniel prepared to ask for the reason. Asking the girl to wait, Daniel sat back down on his bed with a pondering expression on his face. A couple of minutes later, the Grand Court Mage entered. Yet, before he greeted Daniel, who was sitting on the bed, a shocked expression appeared on his face as he saw Eloise standing while hugging herself pitifully. "Eloise, how are you here? I was just going to present your case to the king tomorrow. Is anything wrong?" Hearing the honest surprise in Keller's words, Daniel relaxed, seeing that he hadn't thought wrong about Keller. Both the other options of Keller either not knowing about this or Keller choosing not to tell him about the matter would mean that he was not the kind man who cared about people like Laravel, who stood on the side of good. Thus, Daniel was relieved to find out that this was not the case. Although he had heard and read a few things, he had thrown them into the back of his mind due to the urgent nature of everything else he had to do. Now, after motioning the both to sit, he finally started to delve deeper into the facts he had overlooked regarding the royal family. "My lord, I was going to bring this matter to your attention after all the pressing issues were dealt with. More than me, I think Eloise is the one who is better qualified to explain the situation." Daniel simply nodded, signaling her to go ahead. Clearing her throat, Eloise first thought for a bit before beginning to speak. "Thank you, Your Majesty. You must have heard of the king who betrayed his brother and took control of the kingdom, building the wall separating the inner and outer cities and thereby beginning years of unfair treatment. What is hidden is that at the same time, that king also changed the customs of the royal family. Until that point, Lanthana had a queen who, although didn't have official power, was quite influential and loved by the people. At one point, her popularity even rivaled that of the king himself. Fearing an eventual uprising, in a swift stroke, the queen along with all of the royal concubines were confined to a specific wing of the palace. Only the king could access this wing, except for a few servants who delivered food and took care of maintenance. Since then, this custom has been followed even though the other kings had a chance to change it. After being born, all the nobles in the direct line of the king could only spend up to 5 years with their mothers before being parted forcefully. What would follow is a time of training, after which they would be sent to either official positions or assigned specific goals to reach in case they had the talent. Although there had been a clear start, her voice started to break as she went along. It was as if she was trying hard not to be swept away by the waves of sadness that seemed to be battering into her. Daniel could understand her plight. It was truly a cruel practice to separate children from their mothers at just the ripe age of 5, just when they were developing their mental faculties. Back on Earth, incidents like these were even known to cause long-term psychological problems. Having been an orphan himself in his past life, Daniel knew clearly the pain from not having anyone to call mother. Thus, when he saw her expression filled with sorrow, he couldn't help but feel anger rising in him. "My king, I just have 2 humble requests. First, please let us who have not gone down the route of abusing our power to state our case to you. Second, please abolish this cruel practice. I know my second request is sudden, but even now, I miss my mother and I wish I could see her again. Please consider, my lord." So this was the case, thought Daniel after he finished hearing all the facts of the case. He had heard of the custom of having concubines to prolong the royal line, but this was taking it to another level. What sense did it make to part children from mothers? The time was already late, and he also realized that he had a mistake in summoning the girl to his room at such an hour. Deciding to be more tactful in the future, Daniel said, "I understand. I will be passing the decision regarding both matters tomorrow. Both of you can take your leave now." Although Eloise looked like she wanted to say more, a look from Keller silenced her. Nodding, both of them left the chambers, leaving Daniel alone again. He had already made his decision, and he would simply have to announce it the next day. But before this day ended, he had one more task to do. A few minutes later, he walked out of the chambers and headed for the passage leading to the academy. Taking the route he had traversed before, Daniel reached the secret library which held the Empire Spirit. Putting the Oath Stone in the groove and asking the system to communicate with the Empire Spirit, Daniel asked, "Can you tell me if I have reached closer to the general satisfaction level that you specified?" This had been his intention in not buying the Kingdom Management tool. The reason this idea came was that the keyword regarding the Kingdom Management reward section had been milestones. Instead of a relative increase, milestones meant that there were set certain levels which had to be reached. Thus, he had asked the system if he would lose any possible rewards if he did not buy the tool before events like the ceremony occurred. It turned out that his suspicion had been correct. Even if he bought the tool a year later after managing to increase the satisfaction by a level, he would still be able to obtain the rewards. Daniel's hope had been to start accumulating EXP as soon as possible for the next upgrade. With the trend so far, with another upgrade, the system's complexity would increase to that of a legendary champion mage. This was a realm that could crush a kingdom such as Lanthana with only a small degree of effort. If the system reached that level of complexity, he would be able to develop spells that could actually fight against a warrior mage even with his low power level. After all, how the developed spells worked was that although they could only be cast by mages a full realm above him, his limited energy level meant that they could only cause deadly harm to those at most a couple of levels above him. For instance, the Fire Needle would definitely be able to kill an exalted human mage even though he was only a 4th grade eminent human mage. If he used the needle against an actual warrior mage, they would be able to simply dodge or use a counterattack unless he managed to land a surprise attack. Coming back the matter regarding the tools, even before, he had had the option to buy tools which used faction points and EXP to monitor faction members' loyalty. But he had circumvented the need for this tool by setting the rule of using magical oaths which had the same general effect. Thus, he had been able to save up EXP. Haha, good try, young king. But if it were that simple, someone would have succeeded long ago. Just removing the negativity in people's hearts and making them relatively happy using food and drink does not improve the general satisfaction level. That's all I can say. Now run along. I do hope you continue your efforts, though, unlike others who gave up after giving only a pitiful few attempts. Hearing the Empire Spirit's response, Daniel confirmed that his plan of circumvention wouldn't work. Now, it was clear that the best thing to do was to have a tool which could accurately assess the level so that he could have a clear idea regarding how much effect each of his plans would have, while also striving to reach milestones to earn more EXP. Even though Daniel himself knew it had been a long shot to try what he just did, he simply did not want to let go of an alternative without at least testing it first. Hence, without hesitation, he removed his hands from the podium and said, "Buy the Kingdom Management tools, and show me the current satisfaction level." Purchase made and tool deployed. Thank you for shopping with the system. Remaining EXP, 0. Data collection in progress. Time required to output statistics, 1 hour. Present area of effect, radius of 100 kilometers around host. Please upgrade the tool to increase area of effect and unlock new metrics for assessment. 100 kilometers. That was almost half the kingdom. In fact, it was also the area most densely populated. As the distance towards the border neared, there were generally lesser and lesser people living with larger barren areas dominating the area. Although seeing the big fat 0 hurt a bit, Daniel was happy that he now had the godly method to assess just exactly how satisfied his subjects were. With this measurement, it would be much easier to make future decisions. Returning to his chambers, Daniel started planning his next steps. First and foremost, the meeting with the envoys would have to be handled. At least, this was only an initial meeting, so his intention was to probe the situation and see what they had to say. Currently, he had no intention to make drastic changes without assessing everything first. Another pressing issue was training. He would have to structure his day to add training to his schedule. In fact, Seeing the Ker gems had made him wish that he could also use them to grow in power faster. Ker gems were simply a higher grade of energy storage. After understanding this, he had been reminded of the treasure that was still sitting in the village with security formations all around it, the natural energized training chamber. The best thing would be to use the chamber to somehow produce energy that could rival the one present in Ker gems. If he could do this, then Daniel knew he would soon be able to become the youngest warrior mage in the Lanthana Kingdom. After all, his goal had never been to depend on the army or anyone else to protect himself. His goal was to be able to always rely on himself, while also being a bastion which Lanthana could always look up towards. Remembering the description of the chamber, he knew that the key was to find a location with a high abundance of energy. Deciding to ask while the statistics were collected, Daniel almost stumbled in his steps when he heard the answer. Energy detection tool indicates that the area directly underneath the palace is the best place to store the natural energized training chamber if host wishes to condense energy to rival that of Ker gems. Tool also suggests that an ultra-high-grade energy source is located under the kingdom. The dam system had read his mind again, but at this moment, Daniel really didn't care. This was definitely something that needed to be investigated ASAP. With full control of the Dragon Heart formation, he simply asked the system to show him the way to the location where the signal for the energy was coming from. Activating the heads-up display, Daniel followed the arrows shown. After half an hour of wading down staircases and crossing moldy passageways filled with dust, Daniel finally appeared at a dead end. It was a stone passageway, hewn using an unknown method which made the shape almost perfectly square. In fact, due to keeping his eyes on the arrow, Daniel hadn't noticed that he had already crossed the passageways used underground for storage of food or prisoners. This one had no doors, and as he looked back, all he saw was darkness. He had already been using a ball of light to show the way, yet the light only extended to a certain distance before fading away. Hurriedly running back to see where he had come in from, Daniel realized that it was actually a secure steel-like door. System, who can access this door? He asked, puzzled seeing that it looked like it hadn't been moved in a long time. Replying to host, only the one in full control of the Dragon Heart formation can access this door. It was as he had thought. This was definitely a classified location which could only be accessed by the master of the palace. The door directly opened into the square cavern he was in. Walking back to the dead end, Daniel first tried using a fire needle to drill a hole or at least leave mark. It was of no use. The fire needle simply couldn't move forward, as if an unbreakable barrier was standing in its way. System informs host that the location ahead is where the ultra-high-end energy signal is coming from. It is also the location of the energy source for the Dragon Heart formation. As system indicated before, the original Dragon Heart formation was simplified in order to be able to be mastered by one at the warrior mage level. There is a chance that gaining mastery of this original formation might result in the formation in front of host being opened. This was actually a formation in front of him. Daniel walked forward and touched the wall. It just felt rough and coarse, as if someone had just placed this cube of rock in the cavern and blocked it. Host lacks the level required to sense the formation. With a wry smile, Daniel stepped back and asked the system, what is needed to master the full formation? He had intended to ask this back when he had entered the palace after Laravel's death, when the system had told him about the secondary formation placed on top of the original. Only, time had been short then. System upgrade required. Cost, 100,000 EXP. It was just as he expected. The dam system upgrade, a mysterious, unreachable ultra-high-grade energy source and an empire spirit which apparently held a treasure within it. These were both the biggest anomalies he had found since taking control of the palace. In fact, he even pondered over whether these two were related somehow. Yet, finding no clues, Daniel had to give up. Will it be effective to place the natural energized training chamber here to condense Ker gems? Asked Daniel, hoping that his dream plan would still work. Power was, after all, a major priority. Affirmative. Energy concentration higher than normal, but still very low when compared to the true source. To estimate time required for energy formation and effectiveness of using Ker gem energy for training, System requests host to absorb a gem in order to analyze data. Hearing this, Daniel was tempted to go the treasury right now. Yet, he stopped himself knowing that the time was quite late and that he had to meet the envoys early tomorrow. After all, before reaching the warrior level, no human-level fighters or mages could even think about reaching a state where they could lessen the need for body necessities such as food or sleep. Also, preparations would have to be made in order to move the chamber to the cavern. Space was kept locked around the palace in fear of someone simply teleporting in order to carry out assassinations. Thus, he had to find a way to safely move in the chamber without exposing its existence to anyone while also not being able to teleport it inside. Resolving to tackle these issues as soon as possible, Daniel decided to call it a day. Closing the door, he made his way to his room before promptly falling asleep to dreams of roaring dragons and trapped princesses. Early in the morning on the next day, there was a slight atmosphere of tension prevalent across the palace. Servants and guards hustled and bustled, going about their work with a vigor that had been absent before during the reign of their now deceased king. After all, today was the official royal court to be held by the newly crowned king. The throne room was spick and span, already being cleaned multiple times by the attentive palace manager. He was a thin man with white hair and drooping eyebrows, yet he walked around with a jump in his step. With a sharp eye, he commanded the servants as if they were his army which had embarked on the conquest of all the dirt and dust in the throne room. It was impossible to use magic to achieve a thorough cleansing such as this, because no mage in the kingdom had such fine particle over elementary particles in order to do a job comparable to the palace managers. The court was scheduled to begin at 9 a.m., yet ministers and dignitaries started trickling in an hour before, chatting among themselves, wondering what the new king's plans would be for the kingdom. As for the envoys, the gentle-looking giant walked into the throne room a half-hour before the session was scheduled to start. Grinning lopsidedly at everyone who didn't have a choice but to glue their eyes to him, he let out a happy laugh before following the servants who had been ordered to lead him to his specially designed chair. Scrag walked in soon after, quickly walking to his seat beside Bose before placing his eyes on the empty throne. The dragons on the throne seemed to appeal to him in some way, and he appeared to be leaning forward slowly as he got lost in the details sculpted by the master who had made the lifelike figures. Beavis walked in soon after, looking at the dignitaries with a sneer on his face before finding his seat and sitting down. Not surprisingly, it was the derisive Eldra who arrived last. As per the orders Daniel had given beforehand, the throne room was arranged in a manner similar to before. Some of the seats meant for dignitaries were empty, due to all the nobles currently being locked away on the orders of the king. Altogether, there were 100 normal seats on both sides of the broad central passage that led from the doors to the throne. Meant for the government dignitaries, they only had minimal cushions and decorations. In front of these were 30 seats which stood out, gilded with gold and precious gems. These were meant for the 20 ministers of the kingdom and any foreign dignitaries who attended the royal court. Beavis and Eldra were seated beside each other on the left of the throne, whereas Bose and Scrag were on the right. With everyone assembled, the final seconds ticked away while the buzz in the room slowly receded. Only the envoys simply looked around or stared at the throne, unlike the time they had spent during the coronation ceremony. Finally, at the exact moment the clock struck 9 a.m., the throne room doors opened while a gong sounded inside, making everyone stand up. This time, even the two who hadn't stood during the ceremony before grudgingly took to their feet. Daniel walked in with a measured pace, taking care to follow the instructions given by the kingdom. Not too fast and not too slow, he kept his arms behind his back while he turned his head around slowly while walking to the throne. Among the ministers, he only nodded and smiled at Elenef's father, while maintaining a neutral expression towards everyone else including the envoys. Behind him followed 4 people, as if part of his retinue. They were Faxul, Joshua, Elenef and Keller. Already used to the ways of the court, Keller was most relaxed, striding along without a happy smile on his face. Elenef had had a few etiquette classes forced onto him by his father, thus even he managed to do well and walk with dignity. As for the other two, This was their first time in such a formal setting. Although they were nervous, they walked forward with stiff bodies and expressions. As Daniel walked up the steps of the throne, Keller and Elenev placed themselves on the right of the throne, below the steps, while Faxiel and Joshua were on the left. All hailed the king of Lanthina. Hail. As per custom, Keller spoke the first phrase as soon as Daniel reached the top of the steps. Except for the 4 envoys, everyone else in the room responded to the call with a passion that was seldom seen in the throne room in recent years. Gesturing everyone to take their seats, Daniel finally sat down on the throne and prepared to begin the first royal court of his life. Typically, royal courts were held to address issues facing the kingdom and to discuss plans to be implemented for the general welfare of the people. But now, due to the presence of the envoys, these matters were set aside at least until the 4 left the court. After all, it wasn't appropriate to have representatives of foreign nations listening in on discussions pertaining to matters such as those. As the right-hand man of the king, it was the duty of the Grand Court Mage to conduct the proceedings. Thus, as soon as everyone was seated, he started to speak again. The Kingdom of Lanthina welcomes the presence of the 4 allied forces in this royal court. You may now address the king in any order you choose. In any kingdom, the ruler was the highest authority who had to be respected, especially in a location like the throne room. Thus, it was the custom for visiting dignitaries to speak first and say their piece. Before the 4 could even look at each other, Bose stood up from his seat, making a loud thump resound across the throne room due to him setting his enormous feet on the ground. From his pocket, he took out a blade which looked like a knife in his hands. In fact, it was a sword that any human-sized being could use. Raising the sword in the air with both hands, he said, "On Lady Arafel's command, Bose presents King Daniel with this neophyte warrior enchanted sword. One of only 20 produced this year. Bose has forged this sword personally and can assure King that Bose did a great job. Bose knows this, because Bose hurt himself when testing the lightning blade warrior mage spell enchanted within." As Daniel's eyes fixated on the gleaming sword, he remembered what he had heard about this gentle-looking giant's kingdom. Called the Kingdom of Arafel, it was named after an ancient personage who was believed to have led the race of the giants onto this continent. This was the only information known about their origins, other than the fact that every ruler of the kingdom had to take the name of the lady they worshipped as their founding mother. Theirs was a small kingdom, roughly half the size of Lanthina, yet their military power rivaled that of the other 5 nations. In fact, these 6 nations were almost equal in power, making it so that a power equilibrium existed between them. Of the 10 forces, 5 were represented in this very room. Excluding Axla, which was similar in level to these 5, the other 4 were on the outer parts of the continent, intent on competing amongst themselves. It was only one of those forces which backed Axla, which had initiated the need for the alliance of these 5 forces in the first place if they did not want to conquered by this powerful force which sought to unify the smaller kingdoms under itself. The consolation was that the other 3 powerful factions weren't interested in these inner forces like the one behind Axla was. Thus, according to what Daniel could see, Angaria was now in a very delicate balance. In summary, of the 10 forces, 6 were smaller and on a lower power level when compared to the other 4 which were on a different plane altogether in terms of power. Of the 4, 1 wanted to annex all the smaller ones and thus supported Axla in this attempt. To defend against this, the other 5 of the 6 smaller forces had allied together. It seemed that the bigger force couldn't spare enough resources to facilitate an overwhelming power advantage over the alliance. Thus it was set on the path of whittling down and finding chinks to take advantage of and achieve their goals. Because it was an alliance formed more out of necessity, the 5 forces had varying degrees of relationship with each other. As evidenced by Bose's humble message and the precious gift, it was quite clear that there was a great relationship between Lanthina and the Kingdom of Arafel. Gesturing at Keller to receive the gift, Daniel waited while the Grand Court Mage strode forward, took the sword in his hands and presented it to Daniel while kneeling. Using the grip to hold it, Daniel marveled at the exquisite workmanship. It was a straight sword, with a V-shaped crossguard and a 2-sided blade which seemed to shine faintly with a hue of jade. On the blade, The words King of Lanthana were emblazoned in a grandiose font, seeming to be made for practical usage in a battlefield. There were no overt decorations except a red stone which looked a lot like a Kerr gem embedded in the pommel. Unmastered combat trinket detected. Would host like to bind the trinket? The system sounded in his head, alerting him that this was indeed a warrior-level trinket. Unlike human-level trinkets which could be picked up and used by anyone, these advanced ones had to be bound only after which their enchantments could be activated. Only warrior-level mages or fighters could do so, thus Daniel refrained from ordering the system to carry on with the binding. I have long heard of the kingdom of Arafel's skill in producing combat trinkets. Although Eldina is known as the trinket hub of Angaria specializing in all kinds of trinkets, it is Arafel that one goes to when one is in need of a high-tier weapon capable of bringing their power out to full effect. I thank Lady Arafel for the generous gift, and I hope that the relationship between our two kingdoms stays as strong as it has been in the past many decades. Some ministers who had been worried that the king would botch up the court due to his inexperience relaxed when they heard his measured reply. In fact, some even started whispering, amazed at the Daniel's perfect display of elegance and grace, as if he had trained in the ways of a leader since childhood. Hearing these words, a disgruntled expression appeared on Eldra's face, but a glint shone in her eyes as if she were planning something. Even the blades that were her earlobes quivered, as if in excitement for whatever was coming. Clapping his hand with an expression of elation on his face, the giant replied, Bose is happy to hear the king's gracious words. Lady Arafel has told Bose that she also only wishes to prolong our relationship and that any negotiations can be done later. Bose thanks King Daniel for being a great ally. Seeing Daniel smile and nod in response, the giant sat down animatedly with the same joy still on his face. Yet, as soon as he sat down, a cold voice sounded across the throne room, startling those who had been feeling happy seeing the smooth proceedings. The Queen has instructed me to inform Lanthana that the prices of all trinkets imported from Eldina will be increased by 20% until such a time that the creator of the honey trap solution apologizes to the Queen personally for entering the market which was proclaimed to be monopolized by the Kingdom of the Elves. Outrageous. The gall, Your Majesty. They are simply taking it too far this time. Daniel fought hard to control the expression on his face as he saw the sudden outbursts from the ministers who had gotten to their feet with faces reddened with anger, protesting against the statement made by the elf Eldra who was now standing. In fact, even he had been quite startled by the eld's sudden statement. Eldra had a lazy smile on her face, while she gazed at the ministers with an expression akin to that of one looking at barking dogs. Not to mention the fact that this was a breach of protocol, Daniel realized that this was probably a common occurrence from the Psychella let out. Seeing this sight, "State your protests one by one," said Daniel calmly, prompting Kella to cast a mute spell which made the fuming ministers calm down. While Eldra still stood with her hands behind her back, a short man with a bulging midsection stood up from his seat, still huffing with anger. "Your Majesty, this is not the first time Eldina has stated such ridiculous conditions. A few decades back, a noble tried to set up a barrier manufacturing unit in the kingdom. Using the same excuse of an arbitrary monopoly, Eldina had the unit shut down. They just want to take advantage of the fact that they supply most of the trinkets used by our people, which Lanthana cannot run without." Daniel felt a headache coming on as he heard the minister's words. The smooth atmosphere in the royal court had already devolved into one of chaos with the elf's words. As if she had achieved some goal she had in her mind, Eldra's smile only widened seeing the crease in Daniel's forehead. "What will you do now, upstart king?" she mused, feeling elated that she had done what she meant to do. Place the king in a tough spot even though he was not experienced with making decisions tactfully while keeping the needs of the kingdom in mind. Seeing the unrest descend onto the throne room again with the elf's statement, Daniel had to focus in order to not grit his teeth and expose his emotions to the envoys who had their eyes on him. Inside, he felt indignant. These damn elves had almost definitely caused the problem with the mosquitoes in the first place, and had already benefited greatly for the decades in which they were the sole major supplier of barriers to prevent the problem. It seemed they had gotten used to the riches flowing in, making them use the excuse of the monopoly to force smaller businesses to shut down. After all, Eldina was the primary supplier of trinkets which many kingdoms used to sustain their economy. Daniel considered his options. Of course, due to his emotions, the option that stood out to him most was to cut off the supply completely and look for alternatives. Yet, he knew that this was not plausible at all. Hundreds of thousands of citizens throughout the capital would have their lives come to a standstill. After all, these were essential trinkets such as strengthened hammers, cloth stitching apparatuses, land tillers, seed sowers, water transporters and many more. Seeing these, Daniel had been reminded of machines back on Earth. Here, using the trinkets, farmers could grow crops in vast areas, making the cost of the product low. With the sudden loss of support from trinkets, the pitiful amount of crops a farmer would make using completely manual means would not even earn him enough food to eat. It was akin to the case of a farmer on Earth who grew crops on multiple acres of land using machines such as tractors. If he suddenly had to do everything manually, his life might just be destroyed. The second option was accepting the hike and looking for alternatives. This also wouldn't work, because the treasury would be emptied before such a time that the need for the import would cease to exist. Thus, Daniel needed a way to keep the current costs while avoiding a meeting. Eldina had a bona fide warrior mage, thus it would be suicide to accept the meeting at his level. At this moment, Daniel made the decision to start his first trail for increasing citizen satisfaction. The day before, the stats shown by the system had been quite shocking. Kingdom management statistics: satisfaction level, 14%. Dissatisfaction level, 43%. These numbers had been nothing like what he had imagined. He had seen the happy smiles on the people, which were definitely not fake. Then why was the satisfaction level so low and the dissatisfaction level so high? Satisfaction level is a compound measurement of factors such as personal safety, occupation and income stability, opportunity for improvement, opportunities for next generation, among other things. In other words, it is a metric of the citizens' satisfaction in living in the kingdom. Dissatisfaction level reflects the distrust and hate present in citizens towards their rulers. Each and every thought which curses or complains about the ruling party, be it small or big, contributes towards dissatisfaction level. System informs host that there was a steady drop in dissatisfaction level since the time of the tool's purchase. Yet, this decrease is gradually slowing in pace. This is indicative of a trend of decrease to a stable level due to some momentous event. Of course, that event had been the demise of the previous king, and the promise of justice. Thus, Daniel had asked Keller in the morning what the main expense of any bread earner was. His response had been the cost of importing materials such as trinkets to enable them to even do their work. Any nation had to rely on itself for the major part if it wanted to grow in a stable way. Thus, Daniel decided to find a way to lessen Lanthina's dependence on Eldina for trinkets. After all, with the schematic development tool present in the system, he just might have a way to do this effectively. Seeing the clarity shine in Daniel's eyes, Eldra's smile froze as a bad feeling sprung up in her heart. Making a cutting motion in the air, Daniel signaled Keller to silence the room before he opened his mouth while looking straight into Eldra's large eyes. Elf of Eldina, let me ask you a question. Have the experts in your kingdom analyzed the honey trap solution? If so, what are the skills required in order to make a spell that can produce the solution? Of course, with our naturally high aptitude in magic, we elves are master in the analysis of all magic-related products. A person who can develop such a spell must be at least at the level of an exalted warrior mage in his skills of energy manipulation and insect biology. Even using the opportunity to brag a bit about the race, Eldra answered confidently, although the gnawing feeling inside slowly grew in intensity. She knew she was missing something, but she just could not figure out what. Daniel felt happy inwardly as he saw the elf answer as he expected. According to the system's answer to the query he made just moments ago, these were indeed two skills which were needed in order for someone to develop a spell to produce the honey trap solution. Of course, The time and the exact amount of skill needed was something else entirely. Very good. Now ask your queen this. If such a person focused on analyzing the mosquitoes and finding a way in order to make them stronger in order to be able to bypass the barriers made by your kingdom, what would you have to do to maintain your monopoly and sustain your exports? This was his crazy idea for a threat. But what was even crazier was the response from the system that this was indeed possible. Although the effect on the ecosystem would be incalculably disastrous, this response actually solidified his plan, making him become completely confident that victory was within his grasp. Meanwhile, most of the attendees in the room did not have a great understanding about advanced magical concepts, thus they could only puzzle over the question the king had asked. Yet, Eldra felt as if someone had dropped a mountain over her head, making a storm of fearful thoughts swivel in her mind. Many dignitaries and ministers had had their eyes on the arrogant elf with discontented expressions on their faces, but these expressions changed into sudden smiles seeing the abrupt change in the haughty envoy's face. Her eyes stared into space as she thought of the consequences of what Daniel said. If the mosquitoes somehow grew strong enough to bypass their barriers, then Eldina would have to start producing stronger ones after scrapping all the barriers already produced for export or in usage by various kingdoms in the continent. This would mean a massive loss, especially with the fact that Eldina often produced shipments of barriers months in advance. There was no way to upgrade these trinkets, so all the investment sunk into them would be potentially lost. This was only the first bomb. Eldra almost staggered where she stood while she heard Daniel speak again. Now consider the honey trap solution. If such an evolution of mosquitoes did occur, would the product need to change? No. The solution will simply be exhausted at a faster pace. Her words trailed off into silence as she found herself almost subconsciously answering the question. This was because all she could do right now was see the gargantuan hole which her kingdom would fall into if what the king was saying came true. Oh, God forbid that man doesn't feel offended for being summoned and angrily decides to do this instead. I think you better ask your queen if she still wants to meet him and hike the price if he doesn't show up. As if being given a breath of fresh air when drowning, Eldra hurriedly snapped to attention from the abyss of shock and fear she had fallen into. Closing her eyes, the blades on her earlobes started shining with a faint glow while she seemed to start communicating with someone. For the watching ministers and dignitaries, this was definitely one of the most satisfying shows they had ever seen in their lives. They had all felt anger and resentment at the elf's arrogant voice and rage-inducing sneer while she stated her demands. Now, seeing her so startled and afraid, they all smiled widely while feeling as if someone had just fed them a full meal after making them starve for years. Oh, and one last thing. Also ask your queen what the man may find if he, say, focused on investigating the origin of the whole problem in the first place. If there was some proof that someone instigated the whole thing, wouldn't the whole continent turn against the culprit for dabbling in the ecosystem while looking for monetary profits? I wouldn't wish that even on my sworn enemies. Actually, I pity those who might find themselves in such a situation. Shaking his head, the king of Lanthana let out a mock sigh while an expression of sarcastic worry appeared on his face. The elf's closed eyes snapped open as she heard Daniel speak again. This time, outright terror appeared on her face, making her close them again tight and hasten the conversation she was having. This was the last push. After a few moments in which the others in the room tried hard not to cheer and shout with glee seeing the complete 180 in behavior, Eldra opened her eyes and hurriedly started backing away while saying, "King Daniel, it was all a misunderstanding. As of this moment, we have nothing against the inventive person who made the solution. In fact, we would love to collaborate with him if possible, and we send him our warmest regards. As for the hike, Lanthana is an old ally, and we have decided to decrease the cost on all exports by 10% in honor of your ascension as king. We only trust that, God forbid, the man isn't instigated into doing something that might be disastrous for both parties. I apologize. But I must take my leave now. Something urgent has come up in my kingdom. All of these words were said by the elf as she scurried backward in the central passageway. By the time the last word exited her mouth, she was out of the doors which had been opened on Daniel's command to the system. For a few seconds, the throne room was silent, still in awe at the incredible sight they had just seen. An elf of Eldina who only stated demands in Lanthana had now been made to practically run away with just a few words. Many even rubbed their eyes, wondering if they had really seen true. Yet, the envoy's chair was empty and the doors were opened. As they realized one by one that it wasn't a dream, the throne room erupted into chaos again, with voices and shouts echoing around just like before. Only this time, the chaos was born from joy, elation, and ecstasy, while a triumphant smile spread across Daniel's face as he relaxed the fists he had closed tight without even realizing it himself. It had been a gamble, but everything had worked out. Daniel had just been hoping that there wouldn't be a hike, but the news about the 10% decrease in cost was a welcome boon. In fact, all of what Daniel had said were mere speculations, but their potential impact was so high that Eldina had no choice but to take them seriously. After all, when matters such as a whole continent ganging up on a single kingdom were involved, it was best to be cautious. As for any potential consequences, Daniel couldn't care less unless they arrived too soon. All he needed was some time to shift the dependence on Eldina, during which there also shouldn't be an extra strain on the finances of the kingdom. Thus, he smiled wide, seeing that he had accomplished this with flying colors. Of course, the sight of the arrogant elf being made to run away, especially after her overbearing actions, was a delight to see. Even Daniel himself was a little shocked regarding how well everything had gone. Achievement: Negotiator 1 obtained. 1000 EXP awarded. Negotiator 1, by using your quick wit and creativity, you have managed to get your kingdom out of a potentially disastrous situation. Congratulations on embarking on the path of a master negotiator. Please accomplish more successful negotiations to unlock higher tiers of this award. Total EXP, 1000. As always, the system was there to congratulate and reward him on accomplishing something significant. In the throne room, except for Beavis, everyone else were conversing happily because the satisfaction they felt at this moment even made them forget where they were. Allowing it to go on for a few more seconds, Daniel nodded at Keller to resume the proceedings of the royal court. With the same mute spell, everyone resumed their seats, albeit with grins still on their faces. Of the envoys, Bose had been clapping and smiling along with the others. From his pure happiness, it couldn't even be deduced whether his was a childlike imitation of the atmosphere or whether he truly got some happiness from the elf's actions. That was not the case with Scrag. A smile that almost split his face in half had spread across his face on seeing Eldra leave. In his eyes, Daniel had seen a similar joy of seeing a common enemy defeated and made to surrender. Finally, Beavers had had a slightly shocked expression hearing Daniel's words and seeing Eldra's reaction. But after that, he had mostly maintained a neutral expression except for smiling faintly on seeing the raucousness in the room. Now, with the throne room silent again, Beavers stood up to speak. From his coat, he took out a blackbird with shining feathers. Although it looked like a raven, it had a resplendent look which made everyone in the room focus on the sight of this silent bird. There seemed to be intelligence in its eyes, while it looked around examining the new place it had been brought to. In the corner of his eye, Daniel noticed that Faxule, who was standing with his back to him, was shaking as if controlling something. Although it couldn't be observed much from the front, Daniel could clearly see that his friend was very agitated about something, judging from his back which was quivering, as if he was resisting the urge to leap forward. Seeing this, Daniel gazed at Beavers pensively, wondering what this man or his kingdom had done in order to elicit such a reaction from his closest friend. Alas, this was the royal court, and he would have to make his queries later. On the command of the Black Raven King, Lord Tenebril, I present this eminent human tier guardian beast to King Daniel. With the blessings of our legendary protector, the Holy Black Raven, he hopes that it can be of assistance to you in the glorious reign that will surely bring much happiness and wealth to the people of Lanthana. In his other hand, a silver cage appeared which he gestured towards with the hand that the raven was perched on. Taking a leap, the raven entered the cage and kept looking around, while Beavis closed the door of the cage and handed it to Kayla. As Daniel took the cage in his hands and gazed at the raven, it looked into his eyes, seeing that someone new was holding the cage. It cocked its head, almost as if it were trying to figure out if it had seen him before. Daniel had heard about guardian beasts. They were a fighter's or mage's best companion, but the difficulty inherent in breeding them made it so that they were priced very high. Besides, the Black Raven Kingdom was the only one which could successfully breed a guardian beast which could be bound with blood. This art was the most precious secret of the kingdom, and they guarded it with their life, able to understand the intentions of their masters without even needing words to be spoken. A good guardian beast could possibly double the power of a fighter. As for mages, the best use of guardian beasts was to protect them and counter the weakness of their body. With the exceptional practicality of guardian beasts, Daniel had been puzzled as to why the Black Raven Kingdom still hadn't grown more powerful than the others, especially given their true monopoly over the product. The reason was, at least according to what everyone else in the continent knew, eminent human deer beasts were the strongest that could be bred. Thus, this severely decreased their value. Even then, they cost double that of what the best combat trinkets did for that level. Setting aside the cage, Daniel motioned for Beavis to continue. He remembered this envoy's stance during the coronation, and now wondered whether the show with the elf had changed whatever orders he had had. Indeed, Beavis had relayed the happenings in the court to his kingdom and had been tasked with new commands. Your Majesty, Lord Tenable requests a meeting with you at the earliest to discuss a pressing matter. He is prepared to come to the border which our kingdoms share as soon as you give the confirmation. He also asked me to say that this concerns the Big Four. Beavis had originally been told to ask the new king to make a visit himself. After all, Daniel was just 16 years old, giving others a feeling of vulnerability. Yet, his tact in dealing with Eldiana had made the other kingdoms change their view on him, at least for now. Thus, the arrogant demand had changed into this humble request. The Big Four were the four superpowers in the continent who mostly kept to themselves. Daniel was puzzled regarding what could be so urgent, but he did not want to make any hasty decisions. All right. You will have my answer by the morrow, he said, making Beavis bow and sit back down. Lastly, Scraggs stood up. Your Majesty, the Hidden Kill sect sends its regards and congratulations on account of your ascension to the throne. As you must know, our sect is the only one which specializes in training assassins. For the first time in history, our sect has decided to extend an invitation towards your kingdom to send 100 fighters and 100 mages who will be taught the art of assassination by our best masters. A hush came over the throne room as this proclamation was made. The Hidden Kill sect indeed specialized in training the one person who could strike fear into any person across the continent, an assassin. Their motto was to finish a contract once it was accepted, no matter what. In fact, they had risen to fame when they successfully carried out an assassination of a king. This was really, as Scraggs said, an unprecedented offer. The sect had the most stringent conditions when it came to selecting potential candidates. But now, it would allow a whopping 200 members of Lanthana's army to learn their secret arts. No one could even ascertain how valuable such a gift was, unlike the other gifts which had a certain monetary value. Thus, the throne room waited for whatever shocking request the sect would place that would make sense for it to offer something that hadn't been seen in the known history of Angaria. Scraggs did not keep them waiting. In a decisive voice, he spelled out the request of the Hidden Kill sect. In return, the Hidden Kill sect requests the aid of the personage who enabled your Majesty to master the legendary Dragon Heart formation in very little time. Daniel's heart suddenly tightened as he heard the request. Although his expression was the same, a storm of emotions was swirling in his mind right now. The information about the time and level required for one to master the Dragon Heart formation which protected the royal palace of Lanthana was quite well known. Yet, in the eyes of the enemies and even the ministers themselves, Daniel had somehow managed to circumvent this and take full control of the palace. Many guessed that it was definitely because of a figure that stood behind him. Although some suggested that it might be because of an item, Those who were informed about the world of trinkets scoffed at these notions. Such items, which enabled one to immediately master a formation without needing to be at a specific power level, were unheard of in the continent of Angaria. The closest trinkets to these were the ones like what the Withering Leaf sect had left behind, those which hastened the speed of comprehending a formation in order to master it. In fact, this in itself was a very limited use case. Trinkets such as these only worked on unmastered formations. A unique situation like the one Lanthana had found itself in was very rare, where an unmastered formation left an important location ripe for takeover by hostile forces. Due to all these reasons combined, most, if not all, suspected that there was someone behind Daniel who enabled him to take control of the formation and secure his place on the throne. This could easily be accomplished by a formation master enabled with close access to the root of a formation with a communication trinket, exactly like what Daniel had done. After all, formation masters were those who spent decades studying and understanding different formations, thereby increasing their skill in them. Yet, this also required a very high-level master in order to have such a high speed of comprehension. Of course, the people who discussed these matters were only in the higher echelons of the kingdom. All the commoners knew or cared about was that there was now someone on the throne who cared about them. Daniel's plan had been to let the rumors stay unanswered. With time, they would either fade away due to lack of proof or be forgotten due to the reason that no such figure would come in front of the general public. Although it wasn't a very good solution, it was the only one he had. After all, this was not the only occurrence where a master supposedly expelled from the Big Four took interest in an individual and helped them to reach a certain position in exchange for some benefits. Daniel had already been told by the system about such cases in the past, which was the reason he even decided on the plan to storm the palace and the Dragon Heart in the first place. In cases like these, the Big Four were known to turn a blind eye unless their own interests were affected. Thus, this was also what gave Eldine the gall to demand an audience. This, and the fact that the personage was definitely below the level of a champion, which was evidenced by the logic that such a person could simply break down the formation directly with a fist. Hence, it was not surprising that Scrag knew of the master behind him. What was troubling was that he needed the aid of this non-existent master. Daniel was the master, and there would be no way he could leave the kingdom and go to their sect on their request, especially at such a crucial time when so many things needed to be handled. There was one way, but Daniel was too far from the level required to even think about using that method. He was only even considering this because he knew the value of what the sect offered. 100 fighter assassins and 100 major assassins. Any kingdom would be willing to pay any price required for such an offer. Strategically, a single well-trained fighter or major assassin would equal 100 regular individuals on their level. This was simply a modest estimate, but it was true that this was the figure quoted by the sect when they gave the price for their contracts. In fact, Daniel wished there was a way to go himself. The system would definitely be able to develop many precious techniques from the experience. Seeing the king ponder on the matter with an expression of consternation, sweat started to form on the back of the scaled man's neck. We have already offered the most important thing we can, he thought, frustrated at the silence that stretched in the room. Gritting his teeth, Scrag proceeded to speak the words he had been ordered to in case the request did not garner a positive answer. Your Majesty, we assure you that we mean no harm to the personage. We even do not require his presence right now. In around 1 year's time, on the auspicious occasion of the 100-year blood moon, we request his aid in mastering the Basilisk Heart formation which lies underneath our sect. As you must know, this is a peculiar formation whose root is only exposed for a specific hour of time every 100 years. The Basilisk Heart of the Hidden Kill sect holds the founding treasures of our sect inside. As payment, the personage can ask for any one item out of these, regardless of whether it is an ancient trinket or the ancient assassination arts of our sect. Scrag felt his heart almost breaking in two as he stated these terms. The matter of the Basilisk Heart formation was indeed something which plagued the leaders of the sect in the past few centuries of the sect's existence. Aside from asking help from the Big Four who would demand a much higher payment, They had tried everything else. Now, with no other option, the sect had decided to give up one item. Yet, Scrag felt heartbroken over even this because these were the items given to the sect by their forefathers in order to be used when the sect grew powerful enough to access the heart, or when they faced a sect-ending calamity. The conditions during the time of founding had been different, and the sect had wallowed in its present power for centuries with no means to compete with stronger forces. Thus, it was their hope to master the formation, extract the items and try to grow stronger in the continent of Angaria. As Daniel saw the expression on Scrag's face as if he were giving up something he cherished very deeply, he realized that the items were definitely very precious. Yet, he wasn't someone who would risk everything without a reason. But, the point of the matter was that he had a year's time. In a year, he would be able to use the method he had considered before but rejected due to his low power level. All right. Give me a day's time to present you with an answer. Relieved that it hadn't been a straight no, Scrag sat back down and tried to control his emotions. Since the matter of speaking with all of the envoys was done, it was time for Daniel to dismiss them and get to the matters pertaining to the kingdom. Envoys, I thank you for gracing Lanthana with the messages and gifts from your respective forces. You will receive my answers by noon tomorrow. Knowing that they were dismissed, the 3 remaining envoys stood up and bowed again with a respect that was definitely greater than what had existed at the time the royal court began. As they walked out, the doors closed behind them. Besides understanding the general attitude each ally had for the kingdom, Daniel also felt that he matured a bit after undergoing the pressure that came from Eldina's stance. He now knew that being a king meant being able to use his words just as effectively as he could use his fist, or in some cases, his majrut. The decisions regarding both of the requests could be made by tomorrow, but it was now time to address the promise he had made to the citizens who cheered his name until their throats became sore. It was time to announce the decision he had made regarding the fates of the nobility of the kingdom of Lanthana. Delia had been having a blast for the past few days. First, her mother had brought her to this incredibly large city in which there were so many things to see. Having grown up in a small village, all the sights seemed extraordinary to her. The best thing was the food. Back in her village, she could only eat meat a few times a year due to the cost. Here, she and her mother had incredibly tasty dishes each day. And the candy. Candy of all colors, flavors and textures. Right now, her favorite thing to do was go with her mother around the city while also munching on all the candy she could wish for. In fact, she had already decided that she herself would open a large candy store and give free candy to all the little kids like her who couldn't afford them. Of course, one other thing she loved about the kingdom was the man who appeared in the air. He had some kind of bird around his shoulder, which looked cute, making Dahlia want to pinch its cheeks. Why she loved this man was that when he said something, her mother had smiled the brightest she had ever seen in her life. Today, her mother had taken her to a building which had many men in green uniforms standing around it. Helena smiled slightly seeing her daughter's inquisitive gaze at the constables. In just the past few days, she had noticed that her daughter, who had actually become quite introverted, was opening up more and more and behaving like a normal girl her age. Instead of before when the two looked like they hadn't eaten in weeks, the mother and daughter were now hale and hearty from all the full meals they had had. A gold coin was after all a lot of money, so there was still quite some silver left even though all of Dahlia's desires were fulfilled. Now, she had been notified to come to this building in order to state her testimony again in the presence of others. No information had been given regarding who else would be there. Hence she was quite startled when she saw that this was actually a huge building which could hold hundreds inside. It also seemed to be recently renovated, with temporary banners showing directions and designating rooms. A female constable was seated at a table, while around 20 commoners has made a line in front of her. Joining the line, Helena waited patiently while keeping a tight hold on her daughter. Soon enough, it was her turn. Name and given place of residence? The constable asked, holding in her hand a small piece of parchment. Helena, Baubury Village. Courtroom 26, go left in the hallway up the stairs, said the constable, pointing towards a set of stairs after giving a brief smile to the cute Delia. Nodding and thanking her, Helena walked up the staircase and reached a large room that was labeled with the number she had been told. As she entered, she froze at the entrance while an expression of rage and fury appeared on her face. Even though Dahlia tugged at her hand, she couldn't move an inch. Her eyes were transfixed on the gaunt face of the man who had greeted her nightmares almost every day since her loving husband had passed away. "You!" she screamed, making everyone in the room turn around while she took off at a run towards the man who was only now turning around to see the woman who had the air of one who wanted to rip him into pieces. "Restrain her!" As a voice sounded across the hall, Helena felt a strong wind blowing against her, making her slow her pace. The brunt of the force hit her body, while the ones behind only felt a moderate breeze. With the wind buffeting her face, Helena finally came back to her senses. Stopping herself, she almost lost her balance and fell backward. A strong hand supported her back, letting her stand firmly on her 2 feet. Hearing Dahlia crying behind her at the door, Helena quickly ran back and took her daughter into her hands. The mage who cast the wind spell using the trinket provided by the palace went back to his spot, seeing that the woman was fine. "Please take a seat. The court will hear you shortly." The voice came from a bearded man in white robes who sat at the end of the room. Hurriedly nodding, she made her way to the row of chairs which were currently unoccupied. Sitting down, she started looking around the room while trying not to lose control again, seeing the man who was responsible for her family's condition. It was divided into 4 sections. In the center towards the end of the room, the bearded man sat in front of a table which held numerous parchments like the one the constable outside had been holding. In front of this man and placed at a right angle to him, 2 more tables were there. There were no chairs behind these 2. The one on the right held a woman with sunken cheeks looking like she hadn't slept in weeks. Although her clothes were still tidy due to the enchantments placed on them, they did nothing to detract the audience from the hopelessness apparent on her face while she kept her head angled downwards. Behind the other table, a burly man whose face was twisted in memory of something precious that had been taken away stood with his eyes glaring at the woman in front of him. Both the man and the woman had 2 people standing behind them who held some kind of metal rod in their hands. The last section comprised of the row of chairs in which she and Dahlia were sitting. Continue. "Yes, my lord. As I was saying, this noble had my wife killed because I refused to enter her retinue of guards due to some rumors I had heard. She later tried to kill me too, but I managed to escape to the countryside and live under a different identity. All these years, all I could do was nurse my hatred and wait for the day when I could get my hands around my throat and..." Stopping himself, the man huffed in anger, still glaring at the woman. His fists were tightened beside him, as if he was holding back the urge to pounce forward. "Is this true?" the bearded man asked, making the woman look up. For a few moments, a silence ensued in the courtroom. "Why yes." Almost as if she had no choice but to answer, the woman croaked out the words before looking back down in defeat. "All right, mage, release him from his oath." Because Lady Arabella has already exceeded the counts of infractions set for punishment via imprisonment, she will be executed 1 week later in front of the inner city gates. As for you, by order of the king, you are eligible to obtain a pension from the government for the next 50 years, and you can also use a special reference when applying for any job. You may leave now. Each word seemed to crush the will of the woman while burning away the agony apparent on the man's face. Towards the end, the woman fell forward, wishing that this was just a dream. Hearing the judgment, the man seemed to have gone into a trance. Tears started flowing from his eyes while he looked up and muttered, "Lizzie, I've done it. The witch who separated us will die soon. Now, it is time for me to join you and our unborn baby." "Stop him!" Seeing him take out a hidden knife from his sleeve, the bearded official screamed, making the men standing right behind leap forward and restrain his hands. The king ensured that the justice you asked for was delivered to you in full. Don't you have an obligation to repay him by contributing to the kingdom that he loves and cares for? How can you face your child and wife if you choose not to? The official continued speaking in an agitated tone, making the burly man stop struggling and kneel on the ground. After a few seconds of sobbing, he said, You are right. I just wanted to see them again. but I must repay the king for everything he has done for me and the people of Lanthina. Henceforth, my life is his to command." As if he had made a decision, his expression morphed into one of determination. Yet, everyone still heard the last thing he muttered. "Lizzie, I'll see you soon." As his voice faded away into silence, the official sighed with relief and smiled briefly, gesturing the men who had restrained him to take him away. Helena was quite shocked seeing everything that had happened. Yet, she understood the desire of the man to kill himself and be reunited with his family. In fact, even she would have wished the same if it weren't for her lovely daughter, who was the last thing her husband left behind for her in his world. Taking his seat again, the official said, "Miss Helena, you may walk forward and state your case now." With chest puffed out, Helena walked towards the table while keeping her eyes fixed again on the man who had destroyed her life. Meanwhile, Daniel knocked on the door of his dear friend Faxial's room. It was finally time to find out just what was plaguing the one who had been with him almost since the start of his journey in this world. Daniel waited for a few moments, but there was no answer from the door. He wondered if his friend was sleeping, but it was only 9 p.m. in the night. After the envoys had left the throne room the day before, the whole day had been taken up by the discussions pertaining to the salient details of the system by which nobles would be punished. Because of the now deceased king's decision, almost all of the nobility had been summoned to the palace and ordered to stay inside during the days following up to the events which led Daniel to take the throne. This had indirectly helped out Daniel, because he had then only needed to use the formation to trap them all. If that hadn't been the case, many would have escaped seeing Richard die at Daniel's hands. In fact, many merchants and influential figures in the kingdom who had been in cahoots with the nobility had already started to leave the kingdom. Although many were intercepted and apprehended due to the quick orders from the commanders, some had still managed to get away. After all, it was impossible to lock the space around the capital, let alone the whole kingdom. The only method was to use the teleportation detection formation and deploy crack teams to stop those trying to get away. The ones who had managed to get away were those with high amounts of wealth who managed to plan beforehand and have multiple mages waiting in shifts to teleport them out. The assets of these individuals and the nobility had subsequently been seized, giving a considerable boost to the kingdom's treasury. After the court had been dismissed, Daniel had had to stay behind for a little bit in order to decide the exact amount of pension that would be given out. The royal court was only convened to decide on the general direction of the kingdom. Specific details like these always required more meetings with the concerned officials. All in all, being king was no piece of cake. Yet, Daniel had finished everything fast and rushed here as soon as he could. Now that he thought about it, for some reason, he feared that he would be too late if he dallied even a little bit. Hoping that this feeling wasn't correct, Daniel raised his hand to knock again but stopped when he heard the sound of the door unlocking. Faxial, who opened the door with the same reserved expression, nodded at him and went back inside. Although Daniel had been about to say a greeting, the words had stopped in his throat because he had seen something in his friend's eyes which frankly scared him a little. In fact, Daniel couldn't even deduce exactly what that emotion was. What had scared him was the intensity, making him wonder how Faxial was even functioning normally without giving in to whatever the cause of the emotions was. He walked inside silently, taking a seat on the single sofa in front of the bed on which Faxial was sitting. His friend sat ramrod straight on the bed, looking into the distance while Daniel gazed at his expression, trying to figure out just what that emotion had been. Giving up after a few moments, Daniel opened his mouth to ask just what was bothering Faxial. Before he could say a word, Faxial threw a small object at him, prompting him to stop and catch. It was a small black raven half the size of his fist, much like the one Beavers had gifted him earlier in the day. Even though it was that small, the details etched into it made him wonder just what kind of skill was required to be able to forge such a lifelike object. A drop of blood was already on the raven, making it glow with a red hue and heat up, making Daniel move it farther away from his face. A panel that measured 20 inches diagonally appeared in front of him, startling him due to the unexpectedness of its appearance. Panel trinkets usually had certain telling characteristics. They all needed an indentation of some sort, which was the point from which the panel was cast into the air. For instance, the ones Daniel had painstakingly developed and forged in the 3 years before the struggle for the throne looked like grey cylinders with a hole on the top end. Not having the time to carefully forge each one into something that looked appealing, he had gone for quantity over quality. This trinket had no such characteristics. In fact, if someone picked it up, they wouldn't even know that it was a trinket. Even he himself, as a mage, couldn't detect the regular elementary fluctuations that could be felt by anyone with a mage root when they held a trinket in their hands. This was something really shocking, as he had never heard of a method to mask a trinket as a regular object. Marveling at the skill required to make such an object, Daniel focused on the image that had appeared. A large man with a long mane of black hair looked at Daniel through the panel with an expression of panic on his face. His features looked similar to those of Faxiul's, with the same high wide forehead and narrow face. Boom, 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 boom. This was the first sound he heard before the man started speaking. Son, I don't have much time to explain. All you need to know is that the blood of the Black Raven flows through you. I was unable to stop my father from being murdered by the subsidiary family who wants to take over the kingdom, but I can at least save the last true line of the Black Ravens. I am sorry, but I had no choice but to damage your body in order to lower your potential. Your caretakers will explain the rest, and it is your choice whether to forget your ancestry and live a normal life or to find a way to take back what is rightfully yours. If you choose the latter, remember this one line: only the true line of the Black Raven can command the God Beast. Knows that your family loves you, and we will always support you even if we are no longer in this world, no matter what you decide to do. Goodbye, son. The last thing the panel showed was the sorrowful smile on the man's face, before the image faded away into nothingness. Daniel was dumbstruck hearing all the things the man had just said. Although the message had been short, the impact of the words and the passion with which they had been uttered resounded in Daniel's mind. For a few seconds, all he could do was sit with his jaw hanging, trying to make sense of what was happening. If what he heard was true, then his friend was a scion of the direct line of the Black Raven Kingdom. Daniel was reminded of all the times Faxiul had been reticent even when the occasion called for joy. He had always wondered about the reason behind this attitude, but never asked because it was something that could only be heard, not inquired about. Now, he finally knew the reason for the silence of his closest friend throughout the journey they had made together. 10 years ago, a young king ascended the throne of the Black Raven Kingdom after the former king was defeated and killed in the duel that took place between them. That king had a wife, a son and a grandson. According to reports, all of them were killed by assassins. Beavis was one of those who supported the coup. Faxiul finally spoke, breaking the silence in the room. As always, his tone was neutral, as if he was simply reporting news about something unrelated to him. Yet, Daniel could sense the self-control apparent in his friend, which let him cage all the emotions he felt deep in his mind. Now, Daniel finally figured out just what he had seen when Faxiul had opened the door. It was frustration. Frustration from being too weak to seek revenge for his family. Frustration from only being able to stand and watch as the man who helped kill his family spoke in front of him. Above all, it was the frustration and desperation from being, in his view, completely useless and worthless. Daniel had no idea what to say. In fact, he knew that no matter what he said at this moment, it would do nothing to aid his friend's pain. Faxiul definitely hadn't told him this secret now because Daniel had come to ask. Indeed, the determined words that rang across the room confirmed Daniel's thoughts. I want to get trained in the Hidden Kill sect. Yes, this was the reason. The Hidden Kill sect was a force which boasted its feat of beheading a king. This was exactly what Faxiul wanted to do. He had very few memories of his parents. All he remembered were two men with smiles on their faces who always took care of him. Their blurry shapes and the secure feeling that came when being held by them were the only things that came to mind when Faxiul thought of the word family. The caretakers were good people, loyal to his father and grandfather. Yet how much ever he asked, they refused to tell him the stories about his childhood, saying that they were forbidden from doing so. With no memory of his mother, Faxial could only assume that she had passed away due to some mishap. For most of his life, he had become used to being alone. Yet, that had all changed when he met Daniel. On that day in the training hall, when Daniel extended his hand, Faxial had seen something in his eyes which reminded him of something from his childhood. In fact, to this day, he still had no idea what it was. Yet, their friendship had blossomed into one where they could trust each other with their lives. His time with Robert and Maria went a long way in assuaging the grief he had always felt due to losing his parents. But today, when Faxial saw the man who had chased him all those years ago when he was getting away from the Black Raven Kingdom, he felt his blood boiling while he resisted the urge to pounce forward. The blood of the Black Raven flowed through him, and it called for revenge, setting alight his heart in a fire of fury. Yet, he was indeed useless. In the academy, he had followed his instincts and chosen the path of a vanguard, one who trained as both a fighter and a mage. His instructors had told him that this was a waste, especially with his potential, but Faxial trusted his instincts. Now, he was only a second-grade human fighter and second-grade human mage. The others who hadn't chosen this path had already proceeded to the third, but he was still stuck at the second. True, he would most probably be able to defeat them in many scenarios due to the added advantages of a vanguard. Yet, he was still an ant before the mighty foe he had to face. This was why he wanted to go to the Hidden Kill sect and learn their techniques. You want to become an assassin and kill the king of the Black Raven Kingdom who killed your family? Daniel asked after thinking for a bit. Yes. Oh? With your talent, how many years would it take to reach the level where you can assassinate a king? Faxial looked into Daniel's eyes to see that there was no condescension on his friend's face. It was simply a direct question. But he had no answer. Someone with his potential simply took too much time to advance in level. He didn't even know what level was required to threaten the king, thus he stayed silent. Look, Faxial, I know that you probably want to go to the Hidden Kill sect out of desperation. But will you hear me out before that? Nodding, Faxial looked at his friend who had risen up from a common stature to be the king of Lanthina. Yet, what could he give him that was more valuable than the opportunity to become an assassin who was the bane of rulers across the continent? Daniel saw this questioning look in Faxial's eyes. Taking a piece of parchment out of an inner pocket, he handed it to his friend saying, "Study this, and make your own decision regarding whether you want to leave and train as an assassin or stay by my side." Daniel walked towards the door after handing over the parchment. Before he left, he turned around one last time to see the strong back of his steadfast comrade. The decision was in his hands now. Closing the door, Daniel made his way back to the king's chambers. Crashing onto the bed, he fell asleep instantly with the gnawing worry that he still hadn't found time to train his body and Majrut. It had already been many days since the last training session, and Daniel was even starting to feel sluggish. Deciding to tackle it tomorrow, he fell asleep and snored through a dreamless night. The palace gates had once been a solemn location, with the wide avenue almost always empty. Thus, when one of the guards who was posted around the clock to monitor intruders saw a ragtag group of individuals strutting through the central passageway with their eyes fixed on the palace, he immediately alerted the higher-ups that some stragglers were approaching. They walked as if they owned the place, taking in all the sights while chatting animatedly amongst themselves. People of all ages could be seen, with the youngest being a man who didn't look a day over 25 and the oldest being a woman with white hair. Aran, the commander of the elite forces, happened to be on call at the palace when the alert was sent up the ranks. Hearing that a group of unidentifiable people were making their way through the central passageway, his interest was piqued. Being someone who always loved things that were out of the ordinary, he decided to check out the situation himself. Yet, as soon as he came to the gate, he was shocked to see the guard who had reported the incident shaking in his boots while surrounded by 10 other guards who were glaring at him. "You dare report my master as someone unidentifiable? Who do you think you are?" "Master helped us train to get into the army. I couldn't pay him anything, but he still let me train on credit." "Just because your merchant father could afford to send you to a training hall, You think you can besmirch our master's reputation? Kneel and apologize right now. The guard in the middle could only cower while his fellow guards made these statements in an angry voice. If they weren't on duty, they looked like they wouldn't mind beating him up to make him apologize. Seeing the commander walk towards the gates, the guard's face lit up as if he had seen a ray of sunshine. "Commander, please help. I was only doing my duty and these guards want to beat me up." Like a child crying to his father, the guard shouted at the top of his lungs, hoping that the commander would get him out of this precarious situation. Yet, his jaw dropped as Commander Aran, known to lead the elite forces of Lanthana while only being answerable to the king, silently made his way towards a bearded, bulky man wearing only a waistcoat on his upper body who stood in front of the group. With an expression of absolute respect, the commander bowed deep before getting back up and saying, "Master, you should have let us know you were coming. We would have made the necessary preparations for a grand welcome." "Did this guard offend you?" "Say the word, and I can dig up even the smallest mistakes he did and use them to demote him to the position of a kitchen helper." A kitchen helper? As the guard imagined himself cleaning dishes and helping the cooks cut vegetables and meat all day, he shuddered, cursing at his bad luck in being the first to notice the group. Yet, he regained his confidence remembering the new king of Lanthana who promised fair treatment for all. Even if the commander has a link with this man, there surely must be nothing with the king, thought the guard, gleefully imagining the plight of these people when they would see the ruler stand on his side, because there was definitely no chance that this man had a link with both the commander and the king. Before the bulky man responded to the commander, a commotion was heard from further inside the palace. The palace was built in such a way that there was a large lawn between the main doors of the palace and the gates. Right now, a group of people were making their way over. The guard's eyes lit up as he saw that among these people was the man who had appeared across the kingdom and been proclaimed as king. Without thinking, the guard screamed out again, "My king, please save this subject of yours from this injustice." "I was merely doing my duty." Startled, the rest of the guards including the commander turned around to see that the king had indeed just exited the palace followed by a few guards and the new Grand Court mage. As per the custom, they all kneeled on one foot, lowering their heads. Only, the guard who had just beseeched the king to save him had a wide smile on his face, looking forward to gloating at the ones around him when the king punished them. Yet, when he stood up after a second, his jaw dropped to the ground seeing the image in front of him. The man whom the commander had addressed as master had bowed on seeing the king approaching him, but he had been caught by his shoulders and raised up by the figure who the guard thought would be his savior. What? This man was called master by the commander, and now even the king seems close to him? Could it be that he is the king's master too? As the thought of the punishment that would come from insulting the king's own master went through the guard's mind, he almost wet his pants from the terror that assaulted his whole body. Meanwhile, Daniel had a wide smile on his face, raising his former master up and almost hugging him, before controlling himself realizing that he was in the public. As the king, he had to retain a modicum of authority by not showing displays of affection where everyone could see. Thus, he removed his hands from his master's powerful shoulders and said, "Master Felix, it's about time. I was going to invite you to the palace anyway." Indeed, this was the same man who had taken him into the Fists of Justice training hall way back when he was still a nobody on the streets of Lanthana. As a friend of his father's, this man had often graced their home. Although he had never personally trained him, Daniel still thought of him as the first master he had accepted in his life. The main reason was his character. From all the stories Daniel had heard about Felix from both his father and Elenef, he knew that this was a man who resonated with his own principles. In fact, Daniel had considered asking for his help in case he didn't come up with the indirect plan to take control of the throne. Yet, because there hadn't been a need, Daniel had simply proceeded while taking care not to leak anything even to his parents. Indeed, the events had been just as shocking for Felix as much as they had been for Robert and Maria. 1 second, he had been on high alert near the palace gates, ready to attack and protect the people in case something went awry. Next, he saw the brat he had accepted into the hall all those years ago appear on the panels and suddenly become king. In fact, He had been disbelieving of it all until he saw Daniel personally appear on the Dragon Claw to negotiate with the other three forces. Being a high-level fighter, his improved eyesight had allowed him to clearly see that this was indeed the scrawny kid from all those years ago who had won the trainee competition, beating someone who had a higher potential than him. Now, seeing the man that the kid had grown into, he felt a pride similar to that of a father seeing his son become someone successful. "Your ma." Daniel raised his hand, cutting off the words Felix had been about to say. "Follow me." After smiling at Vida and Mother Frida who were also in the crowd, Daniel led them into the palace. As for the guard who was almost wetting his pants, Daniel only glanced at Aran and shook his head, signaling to let him go. The man had indeed been doing his duty, and even Daniel had become shocked after seeing how much influence his heavily built master had. The palace of Lanthana had 8 large meeting rooms, with each big enough to accommodate 50 people inside easily, with luxurious chairs meant to seat guests while they waited for an audience with the king. The rooms were also stocked with expensive wine and food. Although Daniel didn't know many of the people in this group because of spending very little time in the training hall, he had still seen them many times during the hell training. "Your ma." Daniel cut him off again, making Felix get an awkward expression on his face. "Make yourselves at home. I need to have a chat with the master, but we will soon be back." With puzzled expressions, the others looked at Felix, as if in their eyes, he had even more authority than the king himself. He simply nodded at the group, making them relax and either sit down or reach for the wine and food on the bar counter in the corner of the room. Daniel chuckled seeing this sight. From all the nights Felix and Robert had passed out on the sofa from getting too drunk, he knew of their love for good wine. It seemed that the members of the training hall also shared this interest. Walking out and closing the door behind him, Daniel started striding towards a different, smaller meeting room meant for fewer people. This one could only fit 10 people inside, although it looked similar to the other, with golden upholstery, multiple plush sofas and the same bar counter at the end. Closing the door behind him, Daniel was finally able to speak with no one else around. Keller had insisted that the king should always be accompanied by a team of elite guards, especially when he went outside. Thus, he had obliged, resulting in the 25-guard retinue that followed him when he moved. "Master, your position is akin to my father's in my heart. For that reason, I ask you to not call me by any honorifics. In personal settings, you can even call me brat like you always used to back home." During the time when his parents had had to shift to the countryside for safety, Felix had been one of the only people who still visited them with the help of a space mage of the training hall. Daniel had of course not hidden the information of his parents' whereabouts from his father's closest friend. And just like his father, Felix had only trusted Daniel and not asked his reasons for relocating the family. He was not one to put on airs. Thus, he had explicitly told his parents and closest friends to not change the way they called him. The same applied to his master too. Seeing the firmness in his former student's eyes, Felix knew that it was a lost cause. He was not someone to dither and dally even after Daniel had specifically stated the status he had in his heart. This warmed his heart, making him smile and chuckle before saying, "Ha ha. All right Daniel. Even I can't bring myself to call the brat who set his hair on fire while practicing magic your majesty. I'll get straight to the point. You know that the training hall exists to stand on the side of the people and do whatever we can to help those who can't help themselves. Now, with you on the throne, we have a long list of crimes which we had no option but to bury in our minds when the previous king ruled Lanthana. Also, many of the instructors want to join the military now, seeing that the king is now someone they can agree with. They are all quite talented, and the only reason they chose to not join the military before was that they thought they could better serve the people by pledging themselves to the training hall." Felix puffed up his chest while speaking about the instructors, which was indicative of the pride he had in being their master. Seeing this, a glint passed in Daniel's eyes. "So, we came here today to give you that list and also pledge our formal allegiance to the throne." Seeing that glint, Felix stopped what he was saying, remembering that he had seen this same expression before when he had asked what Daniel was planning when his parents had had to relocate. True enough, What Daniel said next made Felix freeze his expression into one of disbelief and shock. "What would you say if I told you I can increase both the body potential of your fighters and the comprehension of your mages?" That evening, both Beavers and Scrag received messages from the king that their requests had been accepted. Both of them had different reactions, with the former getting an indecipherable small smile on his face and the latter sighing with relief, hoping that his sect would finally be able to access the treasures their ancestors had left behind. Leaving a communication trinket in the palace, all three remaining envoys departed the kingdom. Even Eldre had made sure to leave one, as each trinket had to be bound by blood, making it so that no imposter could access the communication channel. Early the next morning, numerous people gathered at a clearing on the grounds of the palace. The location itself was beautiful, with perfectly mowed lush green grass and carefully pruned round bushes. Yet, each and every member who gathered at the location had a crazy desperation and yearning in their eyes. Almost 500 people had already gathered, with almost all of them being teens. Yet, they all made way when they saw a group coming over. As they laid their eyes on the faces of those who were approaching, many broke into wide smiles, laughing with joy while they ran forward. These had been the people who had trained them, when many saw them as dirt due to not having any money. With the arrival of the group, the whole atmosphere turned exuberant. But a few minutes later, a hush came over the place, almost as if someone had cast a mute spell. 4 people were approaching from the direction of the palace, and seeing them, the same yearning from before reappeared in the eyes of all those present. These 4 were Daniel, Keller, Faxial and Felix. Reaching the clearing, Daniel first confirmed that there was no one surveilling this place using the system. Then, after everyone kneeled due to King's presence, he nodded at Keller to cast the isolation spell. An opaque barrier suddenly came into existence across the whole clearing, blocking anyone from viewing the place. As soon as the barrier was up, Daniel started speaking. "I have already sent you all the introduction of the training technique. What do you think?" An old man from the group which had come later was the first to speak. "My king, how could it be possible? Increasing the potential of our bodies and comprehension of our majoroots regardless of age. Can such a heavenly technique truly exist?" The rest started whispering as soon as the old man spoke, puzzling over the same even though they had already had multiple discussions about the topic. "My lord, will we turn into horrendous beasts if we train in the technique?" This was from a particularly timid kid who closed his mouth as soon as he uttered the statement. It was just that his mother had told stories about those in the nobility morphing into terrifying creatures when their training went wrong. Daniel chuckled when he heard this, as he was reminded of the conversation he had had with the system a few days back. "System, show me my present status." This question was not one he asked often, as for some reason, he loved seeing massive jumps in level progression whenever he did check the statistics. Host status updating. Please stand by. Host status. Host fighter level, human 419%. Host mage level, human 419%. Host body potential, A+. Host comprehension level, gold. Host condition, nominal. Just like almost every time he saw the status, a wide smile had spread across his face seeing that he had reached the peak in both body potential and comprehension level. In the recent history of the Lanthaner Kingdom, there was definitely no one like him who was this talented in both paths and also did not waste the talent in either path, cultivating both equally. The only disconcerting fact was that the numbers in the brackets, which were the progressions towards the next level, hadn't budged since the time he had entered the palace. He wished he could earn level progression from missions like before, but the system had told him that like the loan system, this was also only a small reward for those in the early levels from the backup energy left behind in the system. System, is there no way a technique can be developed to increase the potential and comprehension of others? He had asked this question multiple times before and given up because the system's answer had always been no, even when he had bought the tool which could create techniques. But, The answer the system gave had made him widen his eyes and berate himself for forgetting something so important. Affirmative. Lesser body potential/comprehension development techniques can now be developed by the system due to collecting the data about the technique used by the royalty of the Lanthina Kingdom. The technique can be used without the system's presence. Would host like to develop the techniques? He had actually forgotten to ask after collecting the data about all the secret techniques from the secret library. It seemed that along with the spell which crippled his father, the technique which the nobility used to improve their bodies and majoroots had also been present in the library. Daniel decided that he really had to find a way to increase the suggestion level of the system, as similar to now, it had only told him about the crippling technique when he had asked. Of course, Daniel had also been to blame, but at that time, he had had too many things on his mind. Realizing this, he also resolved to always take some time to list all the things he needed to do so that he wouldn't miss important things like these in the future. Yes, develop them. How effective are they? And what about the side effects? He still remembered how Laravel's body had changed after the king removed the limiter, stopping the side effects from appearing in a body which had trained in the royal technique. Please input parameters. Side effects can be removed. Marveling again at the incredible abilities of the system, Daniel thought for a bit and inputted the parameters, following which he was asked to wait for a day for the techniques to develop. When asked about the specific speed by which one's potential or comprehension would grow on using the technique, he got this answer: body potential development speed for host. For going from bottom-most body potential below low-grade potential to next level, F, it would require 10 days. This number stays the same for every major level egg. 10 days from no talent to F, 10 days from F to F, 10 days from F to F+, and doubles for the next major level egg. 20 days from F plus talent to E, 20 days from E to E, 20 days from E to E, and so on. Comprehension development speed for host, for going from bottom-most level, violet to the next level, indigo, it takes 10 days. This number doubles for every level thereafter. Lesser development techniques will have 10% the speed of host's development techniques due to the absence of the system. Indeed, the reason for his technique having such formidable prowess was the system. It allowed him to fine-tune the application of the energy with such a precision that no human could match. Even with the reduced speed, this was still a heaven-defying technique, especially when one considered that such techniques were only talked about as rumors in the kingdom of Lanthina. Thus, he had asked the system to make an introduction page which detailed the effects and speed before copying this page onto a parchment. This had been the same parchment which he gave to Faxiel. The common measurement of body potential was low, mid and high, corresponding to the levels F to E+, D to C+, and B to A+ respectively. So according to the information given, Faxiel would be able to reach the mid-grade body potential from low-grade in at most 3.5 years, depending on his exact level. Coming back to the present, Daniel noticed Faxiel beside him also waiting for the answer. Although his friend had repeatedly asked, Daniel had only answered that all would be answered in this meeting with the Domination Corps and all the instructors who had come from the Fists of Justice Training Hall. Everyone, I know you must all be wondering about the information in the parchment. First, let me tell you that there are no side effects like turning into monsters. The techniques will only increase your mage comprehension or body potential in roughly the speed that has been specified in the parchment. But I must bring to your attention one thing: if you wish to obtain the technique, you must swear an oath to unwaveringly follow my orders whatsoever they may be. The Domination Corps have already sworn this oath when they chose to enter. Now, it is your turn to decide, instructors of the training hall. As for the members of the Domination Corps, you have the option to leave now after handing over everything given to you and swearing the oath that you will never speak to anyone of all the matters you have been privy to. Think, and make your choices. Oaths were eternal, until such a time that the one who the oath had been given to chose to release the oath and set the oath taker free. In other words, time limits could not be set on oaths. Thus, Daniel had decided to give this chance to everyone to choose the course of their lives. He had no intention to force anyone. Seeing the expressions of almost everyone in the field enter into ones of deep thought, he decided to wait for their response while ruminating about his plan for the offer from the Hidden Kill sect. For the training, there was no special requirement of age or power level. Only talent was required, but with the techniques he would give out, this wouldn't be much of a problem. After all, if he could choose between a high-talent assassin who wasn't completely loyal to him and a mid-talent assassin who had sworn to follow his every order, he would choose the latter without a heartbeat. Loyalty was a fickle thing. Daniel had already realized this both when he saw Laravel betray the king and the eldest prince betray his father. Thus, the only way to ensure loyalty was the oath. It was also not practical to expect talented soldiers to swear such binding oaths. Most of the elites in the army were only bound by simple oaths, and they had the power to leave whenever they chose after their minimum consignment period was up. Their main objective of staying in the army was to gain experience and use the resources given to grow as strong as possible. After that, the world was their oyster. Hence, Daniel's plan was to handpick 100 soldiers with the highest possible talent in the army who were willing to swear the oath, along with 100 of the best seeds in the Domination Corps. The aim was to send a total of 100 mages and 100 fighters, as each type of assassin had different uses and applications, all of which were vital. "I am sorry, my king, but I cannot bring myself to swear such a binding oath. I love to be free, and even this technique cannot change that yearning of mine." The one who spoke out and pulled Daniel away from his thoughts was a woman who seemed to be 30 years old. Although he didn't know her name, he knew that she was one of the best fire magic instructors in the training hall. Felix had already warned Daniel about this happening. In his own words, the training hall was a place which called for those who wanted a safe haven that they could call home while also not binding them in any way, allowing them to be as free as they wanted. Such individuals would find it very hard to swear the oath. And just as he said, at least half of the instructors nodded as they heard the woman speak. Half of them. These were all individuals who had reached at least the eminent human realm as fighters or mages. If they trained using the technique Daniel gave, reaching the exalted human realm would be a given, whereas even the warrior realm wouldn't be a pipe dream. You must have understood that if you swear the oath and train in the technique, it is possible to reach the warrior realm and double your lifespan before you die. Does this not appeal to you? He couldn't help but ask, as the curiosity had been becoming unbearable. Their warrior realm, at that level, one would be showered with gifts almost anywhere in the continent. With a longer lifespan, they could even set out to explore the beautiful sights of Angaria or even try to enter the Big Four, who had the strongest techniques in the whole continent. Wealth, fame and power. They could all be theirs, and all they had to do was trust Daniel. "My lord, can we speak privately?" Hearing this, Daniel was a little puzzled, but he acquiesced to the request. After moving a little distance away from the clearing, he nodded to Keller to cast the mute spell. As the surrounding sounds all faded away to be replaced by an absolute silence, the woman in front of him gave him a smile. She wore a loose, white shirt over brown pants, reminding Daniel of the tomboyish girls back on Earth. Now that he observed closely, he noticed that she was actually muscular, while her face was tanned. Her frizzy red hair fell to her shoulders, while she rubbed her long nose before starting to speak. "I am called Volma, Your Majesty. I only had a simple question, but I did not want to state it in front of all those hopeful teens. Can you guarantee that I will be alive in 10 years' time if I do swear the oath to you and accept the technique?" Daniel was actually dumbstruck as he heard the question. Indeed, it was a simple one, but he had no answer. His objective in building the Domination Corps was to create a force which would answer only to him. They might be deployed for anything, from covert operations to military excursions, where death would always be a possibility. Thus, could he guarantee that she would be alive 10 years later? No, he definitely couldn't. No matter how well things turned out, death might be inevitable. He had seen the reality of this when the vice-sect master of the Withering Leaf sect had casually allowed the attacks from the king and the court mages to hit the nobility behind him. In fact, he He still remembered that shocking sight of burnt and disfigured bodies to this day. This was not a peaceful world, and especially with the existence of magic, anything was possible. You cannot, my king. As people who have seen the world, we know that this is obvious. But do those teens know the same? Maybe some know of it subconsciously, but their reasons at the time for swearing the oath must have clouded their judgment. Eleanor told me how the Corps was formed. If there had been no smoldering hate, would they make the same decision? Daniel could not speak a word. Indeed, he had never put himself in their shoes. When they swore the oath, the injustices they had suffered had been forefront on their minds. But now, those matters no longer existed. At this moment, Daniel cursed himself for not realizing this and telling everyone clearly what was at stake. It was his duty to lay everything out, and he had neglected it. Of course, he still had the option to not do so and let them make the choice. But he was not that kind of a person. He wished for all those who followed him to do so on their own free will, rather than be beguiled. Thus, although the option entered his mind, he discarded it instantly. Now that he knew about it, Daniel did not wish to dally. "Give me a moment," he said, before striding back to his previous position. Volma said nothing, opting to look at Daniel as he walked away. A smile was on one side of her face, while she looked forward to seeing what the young king would do. "Everyone, I need to tell you one more thing. The Domination Corps will be my personal army, who will carry out specialized operations for the good of the kingdom and Angaria as a whole. There will be a risk of death, and I cannot guarantee that things will not go wrong. In other words, you may die. I know that you gave your oaths before because your minds were filled with the hate and anguish from the suffering you endured due to the nobles. Now, there is no such thing weighing on you. You are free to choose your own path. The only thing I can promise is that I will always value you as my brothers and sisters in arms, and I will never be as callous with you as the previous king was with the army. That is all I can say." As Daniel stopped speaking, another hush came over the clearing. He had been as blunt as possible, because just as Volma said, they needed to know the truth. He also did not utter empty words, because he could guarantee nothing else. This time, there was not a single person who did not get expressions of deep consternation on their faces as they contemplated their options. Daniel felt as if some weight had lifted from his own mind. Thinking a bit, he realized that it had been guilt which had formed when he heard Volma's words. Guilt from not doing his duty and informing his potential followers of everything involved. Thinking that he still had a lot to learn, he committed this to his heart and mind before walking back to Volma. Only, the words she said as he arrived startled him, making him look back and glare at Felix. "I apologize in advance, my king, so please don't be angry. You have passed the test decided by the master of the training hall to find out for ourselves about your character. If you hadn't, the inner core of the hall would have left except for those who might be drawn to your technique, and our secret techniques would be just as their name suggests, secret. But now that you have, the full forces and resources of the Fists of Justice Training Hall are now available to you, ready to listen to your every order." When Felix saw Daniel glaring at him, he chuckled, knowing that the gig was up. In response, he merely shrugged. Daniel first calmed himself down. Although being tested like this left a bad taste in his mouth, he could understand the reason. After all, if they swore the oath and later realized that Daniel wasn't who they thought him to be, it would be too late for regrets. As for the teens of the World Domination Corps, many of them were still considering their options, including even those who had first joined him. Although death was quite prevalent in this world, it wasn't at a state where they absolutely needed to grow stronger in order to live. With the present conditions, it was possible that one would be able to live a happy life in the sanctity of a kingdom by staying out of harm's way. Realizing that this was too big a decision to be taken right away, Daniel walked back to the clearing and said, "Take your time. Even if you have decided now, think on it again and tell me your decision 3 days from now." Dismissed. Turning around, he started walking back to the palace with the other 3 following. Although some in the Domination Corps such as Joshua had already made their decisions and had been about to state them, they stopped themselves on hearing Daniel's words. On reaching the same small meeting room in which he had talked to Felix before, Daniel first shut the door before saying, "Old man, Well done. I never saw the test coming. It's still disconcerting to be played around with, though. Sitting down, he motioned the others to do as well before waiting for the master's answer. With all the time they had spent together, this wasn't the first time Daniel had called the crafty crony in front of him an old man. Ha ha, kid, I had no choice. This is in line with what the founder of the training hall placed as the condition for the hall to completely swear allegiance to any force, a test of moral character. But I do admit, the idea was mine, and your expression when Volma told you about it was priceless. A startled king is truly a sight to behold. No longer holding himself back, Felix burst out laughing. In fact, he was very happy from the way Daniel had conducted himself, and proud because his observations about the king weren't wrong. Keller also chuckled, as if he had been in on the matter. On the other hand, Daniel and Faxiul were both bewildered when they saw the look the two old men exchanged. There was a connection even between these two? My king, pardon me for not telling you about it sooner. I have known Felix for a long time, especially because of his efforts in helping the downtrodden. In fact, he was also one of those I charged with finding someone who could lead Lanthana to a new age. I still tease him that you passed right under his nose, while I managed to notice your brilliance. An expression of realization came on both of their faces as they heard this. Indeed, Keller had always secretly worked towards his goal of changing the ruling party of Lanthana. Thus, it should be no surprise that he was acquainted with Felix, who had the same ideals. Anyway, I need to get back to the instructors. We are all ready to swear the oath, after which we need to go back to the hall for a little bit of time to take care of some pending matters. You should also come over when you can to peruse the secret techniques left behind by our founder. In fact, many of them are so high level that we cannot comprehend them ourselves, just like the hidden kill move. As for the talk about freedom, all the instructors who followed me to the palace are already those who have chosen to dedicate their lives to the welfare of the people. Their actions in the clearing had just been an act. Nodding with chagrin, Daniel told Keller, give him a copy of the oath. I will take the oaths into the Oathstone a few hours from now. After Keller handed over a parchment which Daniel had asked him to prepare beforehand, Felix left with a spring in his steps. It seemed that the old man was the happiest he had been in years. Keller, this is the technique for mages. Practice it well, and aim to break through to the warrior realm. You have already sworn an oath to the Oathstone, and Richard's oath is in no way less stringent than mine. Again, thank you for supporting me. As Keller saw the square piece of parchment gleaming in Daniel's palm, he reached forward and took it with shaking hands. With the technique in his hand, the warrior realm was in reach. Although he had been one of the first to receive the introduction, it had seemed like something too fantastic to exist. Only now, when he held it in his hands, did he finally believe it. If he reached the warrior realm, he would have even more time to serve the people he loved so much. As tears came into his eyes, Daniel asked, I know you were initially taken in by the previous court mage because he saw your talent. But what makes you feel so happy to be able to rise in power? This was a personal question, but Daniel found that he was becoming more and more interested in the motivation that drove people forward. In fact, he wondered at this moment whether the curiosity had arisen in order for him to find his own. Regardless, this new type of curiosity gnawed at him each time he witnessed a sight like this. Guilt, my king. Guilt from all the times I saw the many horrible things happening to people in the kingdom while my hands were tied. I still remember each and every one of their faces, especially Jonah's. His stands out because we were quite close, yet I could do nothing to help him. With more power, I wish to assuage this guilt in me by serving the people as much as I can before my life comes to an end. Daniel nodded as he realized that his supposition had been correct. He had seen the signs of guilt in Keller's eyes, but he had just wanted to make sure. All right, train well, and you will have 100 more years to do whatever you wish. Oh yes. What happened to the search for my master anyway? Daniel had already asked Keller before to locate his master who had helped him out quite a bit in his journey. No results yet, my lord. The last time he was seen was when you were proclaimed king. After that, he seems to have vanished. Sighing, Daniel waved his arm to let Keller know that he was dismissed. Finally, it was just him and Faxiul in the room. Faxiul, You have a choice now. Do you still wish to leave to the hidden kill sect? If so, I cannot give you the technique, as the risk of it being noticed by the instructors over there is too high. With our present situation, this needs to be kept a secret. I will stay. 3 simple words, but they had in them a determination that Daniel had never heard from his friend before. No more needed to be said. After handing over a parchment with both the fighter and mage techniques, Daniel dismissed him too and sat in the chair, looking into the distance. What was his motivation? Of course, he was motivated to serve the kingdom and do the best he could for its people, but was that all? Before, his main motivation had been to get revenge for his family's condition. That had already been accomplished, with the king dying and the noble responsible for having his father thrown out of the army scheduled to be executed tomorrow, with all the others who had crossed the limits set for a non-lethal punishment. At this moment, he found himself recalling the events back at the library when his name had been shouted out loud for bringing justice to all those cheated by the cruel duo. He had felt the same when his name rang across the kingdom, proclaiming him as king. Without knowing it himself, Daniel realized that a thirst had been born in him. This thirst was only quenched when he saw people happy and satisfied with what they had, instead of living their lives buried beneath mountains of misery and suffering. He did not even need to be credited for his efforts. For Daniel, it was enough that the end result came to be, regardless of who was responsible. For now, this thirst had been temporarily quenched due to him killing the previous king and giving an avenue where all the injustices so far could be addressed. But would this thirst arise again? He did not know himself. Only time would tell. Getting up, Daniel walked to one of the many energized training chambers in the palace and finally started to train again after what felt like forever. Daniel had long gotten used to the itch that accompanied the deployment of the development techniques by the system. Reveling in the feeling of growing stronger, he lost track of time. Only, he felt that it ended all too soon. After all, he only had a few hours before he had to go to sleep. Looking forward to the time when he wouldn't have to sleep, Daniel crashed onto his bed. His dreams had lately been becoming more and more weird. This time, he dreamed about an ancient castle with green wyverns flying about in the air. As he could find no rhyme or reason in the images, he simply discarded them fine now as the result of a tired mind. In front of the inner city gates in the capital of Lanthina, a large wooden stage had been erected overnight. Similar to Earth, the most common type of execution was death by suffocation similar to hanging. According to Kayla, this was the method chosen because the struggle for air which every criminal went through before dying served to assuage the grief of those watching, giving them time to maybe let go of all the hatred in their hearts. The only difference was that instead of a rope, either the court mage or the grand court mage cast the spell to remove the air elementary particles and suffocate the criminals. Although Keller abhorred such suffering, he knew that it was necessary. Yet, that morning, the previous Grand Court Mage had approached him and asked whether he could be the executioner. Although he did not give any reasons, Keller passed on the message to the king. As it was a formal event, Daniel's retinue was the same as when he had entered the throne room, along with a squad of elite soldiers. Looking back in the hallway before exiting the palace, Daniel noticed the previous Grand Court Mage standing respectfully and waiting for an answer. Whenever he saw this man, all he was reminded about was the previous king. Hence, he had so far ignored his existence for the most part, resolving to make a decision about him later. Yet, the man had approached him himself. Although Daniel was a bit skeptical about the man's loyalty, he still agreed to the request. After all, he was oath-bound. Keller turned back and nodded, making the man come forward and join the retinue. With everything taken care of, the king finally set off for the execution stage. Although the Domination Corps had still not chosen what they would do, they still followed the orders to set up panels across the capital like before. Helena and Dahlia were in one such marketplace. Fearing that she would lose her daughter in the crowd if she chose to go the inner city gates, Helena had chosen to watch the execution on the panel. Indeed, it turned out that the man who had been responsible for her husband's death had actually killed many others, making it so that he was marked for execution along with 128 other nobles. considering the fact that the whole of the nobility only consisted of 177 individuals not counting the women locked away in the palace. This was quite a high number. Even among the rest, many had been sentenced to life imprisonment. In fact, those like Eloise who had kind hearts and strived to do good were very few. Only 16 such people had been marked for an official pardon after the execution was over. Throngs of people had already gathered in front of the stage. The king's retinue made it over first. Daniel's retinue now also consisted of soldiers from the major elites. With 5 of these majors working together, the whole retinue rose into the air and stood just like the individuals from the 3 hostile forces had done so before. As the people who had gathered saw their beloved king rise into the air, they first bowed before screaming his name again at the top of their lungs. All hail King Daniel! He was, after all, the reason why such a momentous occasion could even take place. Amid the screams, people started appearing on the stage one by one. The man who had once been the right hand of the king was teleporting each onto the stage and immobilizing them using metal shackles which he conjured out of the air. Finally, all 129 stood on the stage, while the atmosphere in the area got more and more tense. Although a barrier had been erected around the whole stage, Daniel doubted whether it would be able to withstand the impact of thousands of people bearing onto it. Indeed, almost each and everyone in the crowd had red eyes seeing those on the stage. They had already controlled their anger once when reporting the crimes in the courtroom. Yet, faced with a situation again when the people who ruined and trampled their lives were in front of them, many couldn't control their emotions. Snarling with rage, they tried to get to the invisible barrier and break through, as if they wanted to do the deed themselves. Mothers, daughters, sons, wives, fathers, so many relations had become mere memories due to the people standing on the stage. The minimum number of counts for murder to warrant execution had been set at 10. Yet, many of these crossed that limit many times over. They were truly scum who enjoyed the suffering of others. In fact, when Daniel had checked the records, he had been shocked to find out that it had been the eldest prince who had the most number of crimes. It seemed that every time he came to visit the kingdom from the sect, disasters would occur. So far, his death count had already crossed 1,000. 1,000 people. Daniel had almost gone mad seeing this number. He had even considered giving him a life of torture, but felt that a public execution was best to erase this dark period of Lanthanor's past and move on to a bright future. Even many of the others who had resulted in the deaths of hundreds of people had been inspired by the eldest prince. They treated commoners like ants, just waiting to be squashed at their whim. Seeing the frenzy in the crowd growing, Daniel gave the signal to begin the execution. The order was set so that those with the lowest counts would go first. Seeing the list, the previous Grand Court mage grabbed a woman's hand and dragged her to the forefront of the stage. Seeing this, the crowd only grew more unruly. It was only when they saw the woman's body start shaking with fear as she approached the front that they finally calmed down, knowing that they were finally going to witness what they had been waiting for years. As the mage pointed his hand at the woman whose hands and legs were bound by shackles, she started convulsing on the stage, struggling because the air she could breathe was slowly becoming lesser and lesser. She had already lost control of her body, yet she still stood straight due to another spell cast by the mage. It was as if some massive pressure was on her chest, threatening to crush her into pieces while she did all she could to get away. Slowly, she found herself getting sleepy as she entered a groggy state. The sensations coming from her body were disappearing one by one, while everything she had done so far played through her mind. Throughout her life, she had been pampered and given everything she wanted. Her every wish had always been fulfilled. Due to the attitudes of those around her, even she started seeing other people as insignificant things which only existed for her amusement. Besides, their antics had been amusing to watch. Breaking apart families watching as they cried with loss and misery, laughing as they begged while clutching at her dress for mercy only to be kicked away and beaten to death. These were all things she had taken pleasure in. She understood that she was now in the same helpless situation. At this moment, she was specifically reminded of a little girl who had drowned in a lake because she had dared to laugh. When the woman tripped and fell by mistake, she had watched as the girl struggled in the clear water, fighting for air while trying to reach the surface. She was now in her place. If she had grown up different, she didn't know if she would still have chosen to do all those horrific things. Yet, such thoughts were pointless now. The crimes had been committed, and now the price needed to be paid. Giving in to the sleep, she drifted away into the peaceful embrace of death while many in the crowd collapsed to the ground, finally seeing the demon that had destroyed their lives be brought to justice. Daniel gazed into the eyes of each noble who was brought to the front of the stage and killed. Each expression, each thought, each emotion was clear to him. Each time all the swirling emotions were replaced by the peacefulness of death, he felt drained. He was the one responsible for each of these deaths, and he made himself watch each one. Even though each of these people had resulted in so many deaths that many would say they deserved such an end, Daniel knew that it was not all their fault either. True, they had made the choices that led them to this position. But as for the choices which led to the creation of the environment they grew up in, the people responsible for that could not be punished by him. Alas, justice needed to be given out. The people needed to have the demons in their hearts vanquished. As the process continued and more commoners collapsed to the ground, Daniel started wondering whether he was the demon in the eyes of the nobles. After all, he had come and destroyed their lives, now killing them like livestock while he watched standing in the air. While his thoughts drifted, he suddenly felt his skin prickling, as if sensing a danger that was approaching. Crack! An abrupt cracking sound rang across the central passageway which held the stage and the crowds of people. It happened in the blink of an eye, with Daniel not even having the time to respond. A man holding a sharp, golden lance appeared on the stage. As Daniel realized that the sound had been that of the barrier breaking, he was initially horrified. The barrier protecting the stage had actually been the best in the palace, capable of initiating a space lock and also defending against the full power of at least 100 exalted human mages or fighters. To crack it like the man had just done, a piercing attack of at least the strength of a warrior was required. Considering that there were no warrior mages or fighters in all of Lanthana right now, this was quite shocking. Yet, Daniel's eyes widened even further as he realized who the man on the stage was. The same open shirt was visible to all. Yet there were no bottles of wine to be seen. The eyes, which were usually unfocused due to being inebriated, now shone with a frenzy the likes of which Daniel had never seen before. It was his master, Jonah Castle. This man, whose whereabouts had been unknown since Daniel took the throne, was now standing on the stage where the eyes of almost everyone in the kingdom of Lanthana were watching. After looking into Daniel's eyes briefly, Jonah swiftly ran towards the end of the row. Time was short, as the commanders and the elite soldiers were already casting spells to stop him. At the end was the eldest prince, who had committed the most crimes. The man Jonah was looking for stood 3 positions away. Only the previous Grand Court mage who was nearby moved to stop him, but before he could even cast a single spell, Jonah waved his hand, blowing him away in an instant. With his elementary sight, Daniel could see that the strike was simply an air blade, which was a spell designed to knock out foes non-lethally. Yet, it had broken through the protection of the trinket the previous Grand Court mage carried with ease. Similar to before, his master's spell somehow pulled the particles around the ones he controlled with his mage root to multiply the power of the strike. Yet, what he noticed was that this time, the multiplication effect was even more magnified, almost as if some sort of threshold had been broken through by his master. Yet, as Daniel would later realize, Jonah was also wheezing uncontrollably, as if he was overexerting himself to the limit. The previous Grand Court mage crumpled to the ground, unmoving, while Jonah proceeded towards his goal. Just as he caught the shoulder of the noble he had come for and was about to teleport away, a majestic dragon claw came into existence near him. Yet, it was already too late. The space lock came into existence a second after the teleportation was successful, and Jonah even had the time to give one last look at Daniel before leaving. No one noticed the expression of hesitation in the king's eyes while he saw his master leaving in this way. Because Jonah had been preoccupied with his own goal, he did not notice that one other figure had snuck onto the stage when the barrier broke, dispelling the space lock in the area. Instead of Jonah, who had had no choice but to break in and then move to his target, This man directly teleported beside his own target, the eldest prince. But unlike with the king's master, this man's surrounding area was space-locked with the dragon claw before he could leave with his target. He cursed as he wondered whether he had just been unlucky or whether the king had for some reason prioritized his own capture over the others. Realizing that the reason was moot, his expression morphed into one of pain as he thought about the loss his sect was about to bear. Without hesitation, the man closed his fist around a trinket that looked like a glass crane. As it shattered, the dragon claw distorted for an instant due to the awesome power of the strike it released. Boom! Daniel witnessed for the first time how powerful the strike of a champion was. After the man shattered the trinket, the shining beak of a crane had come into existence in front of him. It attacked the center of the closing dragon claw, making a visible shockwave spread across the plaza which pushed everyone back. His heart thundering in his chest, Daniel had to cast a spell himself in order to not fall back. Many of the people in the plaza had already fallen down and were now trying to run back, afraid that more destruction would follow. Thankfully, almost all of the force had been endured by the claw, which had distorted before starting to solidify again. Yet, that instant of distortion had been enough for the duo of the man and the eldest prince to get away. Along with them, the beak also vanished, almost as if it had never been there in the first place. A pin-drop silence greeted the whole area, while everyone tried to regain their bearings. Two men had successfully infiltrated the heart of the capital of Lanthina and managed to steal away two of the most notorious nobles who had been responsible for hundreds, if not thousands of deaths. Stunned, everyone could only gaze up into the air where Daniel was standing. Same as them, Daniel was also momentarily dazed due to the events that had occurred. While the other nobles on the stage looked on in envy at the location where their relatives had just escaped from, the king of Lanthina was trying to get rid of the blankness which was present in his brain to address the masses below and do his duty in allaying their fears. Yet, there was no one to allay his own. Resisting the urge to hit his own head in order to snap out, Daniel somehow managed to bring his wit together and open his mouth. This was a crucial time, and the words he would say now would impact the impression the people would have of him. People of Lanthina, enemies have managed to infiltrate our midst and leave with those who have done grave crimes against all of us. As your king, I promise that death shall chase those who have had the gall to try to escape the rightful punishment they deserve. For now, we shall continue with the execution. Elites, take your position around the stage. Grand Court Mage, please take care of the court mage and replace him if need be. In times of distress, it was a calm voice that was the most valuable. Thus, as Daniel's words resounded across the plaza, the fear that had been born in the hearts of the people abated, replaced by the certainty that their king would protect them. Sighing with relief seeing that his words had had effect, Daniel nodded at Keller to proceed. Regardless of what had happened, the rest had to be executed. His goal was that although a large part of the people who had gathered wouldn't witness the justice they yearned for today, they would still be able to go to their beds knowing that the king they had chosen would definitely make sure that those who had escaped would reach the same end as those on the stage. The rest of the execution was more subdued, with Keller taking the previous Grand Court Mage's place. The latter had had to be moved to the infirmary while word had reached Daniel that his condition was stable. While looking at the proceedings, Daniel tried to order the questions floating in his head. Why had Jonah not asked him directly if he wanted to take possession of a prisoner? Of course, Daniel had no idea if he would agree. In fact, he would have leaned more towards rejecting him due to the sheer amount of infractions that Noble had committed. Who had lent him the trinket which enabled him to break the barrier? Daniel knew for a fact that with his master's power, it would be impossible to break through the barrier like he had done. The penetration had definitely been facilitated by the golden lance he had been holding in his hands. What had been the reason behind his increased power and why had he been wheezing so much throughout the event? As for the reason why he had been able to teleport out, that was Daniel's fault. That man had after all been the master who helped him a lot on his journey. For this reason, he had been quite startled seeing his actions and had thus hesitated a bit before ordering the system to deploy the dragon claw. That gap had been enough for him to leave. More than anything, it was the look he had given Daniel before proceeding towards his target. If he wasn't wrong, that look contained an unwillingness, as if he regretted what he was doing, but had no other choice. This hadn't been the case with the other man. Due to the abruptness of Jonah's attack, there had been enough of a gap between the breaking of the barrier and the teleportation of the man for Daniel to deploy the claw and try to stop the man from taking away the prince. He shuddered as he remembered what had happened next. Was this the power of those one-time trinkets he had confiscated from the attacking parties before? The power had just been a bit too astonishing. Now, Daniel understood why a champion-level powerhouse could directly level a kingdom such as his with just a little effort. The Cranebeak's attack had just been one strike on that power level. Who was this man and what force did he come from to be able to use such a valuable trinket to take away the eldest prince? What was so valuable about the prince in the first place to warrant such an effort? So many questions, yet all he had were suspicions. The execution finally came to a close. Yet the atmosphere of joy that was supposed to be there was absent. Although many were happy, a portion of the populace still had morose expressions on their faces. Before he left, Daniel gazed at all these people and etched them into his memory, choosing to say one last thing. My people, justice delayed is not justice denied. Trust in me, and you will not regret it. With these words, the people in the plaza knelt as one, resulting in a magnificent sight of a sea of bent backs. This was enough for Daniel to know that his efforts had been successful. Nodding to himself as if coming to a decision, Daniel flicked his finger to set alight the tinder that had been placed below the stage. The corpses of the nobles were placed standing in the middle of the stage by Kayla, with their heads hanging low. As the flames roared into life and started consuming the bodies, the people stood up and watched, not saying a single word. This was the last sight he saw before going back to the palace. The fire which devoured the stage seemed to mimic that present in those watching. At this moment, Lanthina stood as one, watching the fire burn away the miserable history of the once great kingdom. And at this moment, they believed in the promise their king had made. Getting back to the palace, Daniel collapsed into a chair in a large meeting room. System, show me the kingdom statistics. Kingdom management statistics. Satisfaction level, 17%. Dissatisfaction level, 35%. Indeed, there hadn't been as much of a decrease in the dissatisfaction level as he had hoped. Things would definitely have been different if events hadn't turned out in the way they had, mused Daniel while he gestured the commanders and the others in his retinue to take a seat. Commanders, how did this happen? He asked, opting to first listen to the opinions of the two whom he respected after hearing so much about. The past few days had been very hectic, what with all the decisions that had been pending regarding various matters. Thus, he felt that he had neglected the wealth of experience that the two individuals had. In fact, he had heard that the third was actually the most senior, but he always chose to stay at the border for some personal reason. Cassandra and Aran shared a look between the two of them. When Daniel asked them the question, "My king, we have already alerted the border to immediately notify us if there are any attempts to teleport outside. All scheduled departures have also been stopped." The fire demon was the first to speak after flicking her red hair over her shoulders. Her eyes also had a smoldering fury inside, and she seemed to be controlling her emotions in order to speak evenly with the king. "Your Majesty, it is most possible that these individuals were in the capital since before the oath was sworn with the three forces. Either they belong to a force other than these three, or it is possible that there was some way to circumvent the oath that was sworn." Just as Daniel was about to respond, a knock sounded on the door. Puzzled, he ordered a guard to open the door to see that it was Felix. Entering, he first looked at the soldiers in the room before glancing towards Daniel. Understanding what he meant, Daniel dismissed the elites, leaving only Faxule, Cassandra, Aran, Keller and Felix in the room. "Daniel, this parchment was left in my room this morning with a note indicating that it was for you. You had already reached the execution before I chanced upon it." Taking the parchment into his hand, Daniel realized that it was the type which needed to be bound. Breaking the tip of his finger with his nail, he let a drop of blood fall on the parchment. As the others in the room watched on, his eyes widened with surprise as he heard the voice of his master and now traitor of the Lanthina kingdom, Jonah Castle, speak in his mind. "Daniel, by the time you receive this message, I will have long left the kingdom of Lanthina. and maybe even the continent of Angaria. You know that I am oath-bound to the church. All I can tell you is that an oath made in hate now dictates my own life. As your master, let this be my last advice to you: beware oaths, whether you are taking them or giving them yourself. This is farewell, my disciple. Although I didn't teach you much personally, know that I always has my eye on you and ensured that you always stayed safe while being able to carry out your plans well. I must say that I feel proud to be the master of a 16-year-old self-made king. If you want answers, and if you think you are strong enough to demand them, go to the place in Angaria where the rock pierces the basilisk's eye, and call for the white-robed augur. Goodbye. As the last word lingered in Daniel's ears, he could not help but think back to all the time he had spent with Jonah Castle. Indeed, the bond they shared was more of an unspoken one. His master took care of him from the shadows, making sure that his actions wouldn't be noticed by those who would have brought a swift end to him and his plans. In other words, Daniel could have long failed if it weren't for the existence of this drunkard of a master. Yet, the man had betrayed him and ruined his plan for the kingdom. Although Daniel understood that it was probably because of the oath, the knowledge did nothing to lessen the sting he felt from seeing someone he called his own master act like so. In fact, he subconsciously knew that this was possible from the day he had found out about the existence of the link between Jonah and the church. It was just that. Seeing it confirmed like so hurt, more than he cared to admit. Daniel was always the type to try to place himself in the other party's boots in order to figure out their intentions. He knew what had happened to Jonah. If his own loved ones had been brutally killed, what would he have done if he had the same power? With that much pain, he realized that he would have chosen to torture the culprit for an eternity. Although he reached logical conclusions like these to explain his master's actions, the stinging pain still did not go away. Am I so emotionally invested in all those around me? He asked himself this, but he had no concrete answer. Alas, this was no time to confront his emotions or wonder about doubts like these. The damage has been done, and he now needed to decide what to do next. Just as he was about to list in his mind all the options he had, Cassandra's impatient voice sounded across the room, breaking Daniel out of his thoughts. "Your Majesty, did he say anything about the Big Four?" she asked, hope apparent in her eyes. Why do you ask that? Being a mage, you must have seen the way the elementary particles resonated with his spell, my lord. Such spell techniques are only talked of in legends, and it is known that the Big Four are supposed to be in possession of such techniques which have similar effects. These techniques are only taught to their elites, and are partly the reason that they can keep their position in Angaria for so long. While Daniel heard Cassandra's explanation, he noticed that the anger from before had left her eyes and been replaced by a look of yearning. Beside Cassandra, he saw Aran looking at her with a worried face. It seemed that this wasn't the first time she had gone on a rant like this. "Aran, go on," said Daniel, startling the man and making him consciously adjusted his casual green shirt and black pants. After doing so, he said, "Please pardon Cassandra, my lord. It is just that it is her wish to obtain such techniques since as long as she can remember. She even joined the army thinking that there were secret techniques like that in the military which she could use in case she got strong enough. Yet, there was no such thing even though she rose to the rank of a commander, and this made her lay eyes on the Big Four who were rumored to be in possession of them." Meanwhile, Cassandra had cooled down and sat back on her seat. Before, lost in the passion in her words, she had been moving more and more forward until the sofa barely touched her underside. As she heard Aran speak, Cassandra smiled apologetically at the king, knowing that she had spoken out of turn. Yet, Daniel didn't mind because this had allowed him to get more information about the Big Four. Recalling what his master had said in the parchment, Daniel asked, "Is the Church of Rectitude a part of the Big Four?" This time, it was Aran who answered the question. "No, my lord. The church is a relatively new force, and it is rumored that they came to Angaria via the Endless Sea from an unknown place. Whoever follows them are bound by the strictest of oaths, making it so that very little information is available outside. Their practice to obtain followers is to proclaim that any injustice can be reported to them, and that they will take revenge for all those aggrieved when the reports reach a certain number. You must know of the destruction of the famous dwarves Rumpub a few years back, my lord, which was committed by the church. So far, they have only targeted the 6 smaller forces in the continent. For some reason, both the Big Four and the church stay away from each other. So this was the real origin of the church. Daniel realized that it was high time he gathered all the knowledge in the library along with the latest news, as it was getting really embarrassing when he did not know basic information about key topics. Adding it to the list of must-dos, which included finding more time for training, he slipped back into a contemplative state. What about the other party? Any clues about him? To his surprise, it was Keller who answered this question. I may know something about that matter, my lord. You must have seen the crane's beak, which appeared to attack the claw made by the dragon heart formation, resulting in a temporary distortion of the space lock which allowed them to escape. My master, the previous court mage of Lanthina, once told me that when one reached the champion level, he or she would take on specific names which corresponded to their fighting style. He also said that the threshold which needed to be crossed to get to the champion realm was one which corresponded more to comprehension. What one comprehended would form the basis of their fighting style, unlike the earlier realms where there are multiple spells and techniques that only require practice to use. Thus, the crane's beak is an indication that it was a one-time trinket made by the champion realm fighter known as the cantankerous crane. But even though this is a fact, it is unknown whether the man simply bought a trinket such as that or is supported by such a powerful figure. Wait. That attack had been by a fighter? In the room, both Faxial and Daniel were bewildered as the same question had come into their minds. The beak had been almost lifelike, using a complex interweaving of elementary particles, the level of which surpassed what Daniel could comprehend. Thus, he had automatically assumed that it was a spell cast by some champion-level mage. It seemed that he had been sorely mistaken. Seeing the shock on the 2 youngsters' faces, Keller said, My king, you must not be aware that in the later stages, fighters can also control the elementary particles around them to empower their attacks, but in a way different to that of mages. In the human level and the much of the warrior level, fighters have no option but to use the power of their body to attack the other party, either using thrown projectiles or close combat. All this changes when their body and mind reach a certain level at which they can begin interacting with the elementary particles. In fact, at the champion level, the long-range advantage that mages hold against fighters almost becomes non-existent. The shock in the youngsters' faces only increased in intensity as each word blew away the preconceived notions in their minds, resulting in them broadening their horizons after finally being exposed to more information regarding the legendary champions who practically ruled over the continent of Angaria. Although all the information was very fascinating, it, in fact, did nothing to give an indication about the background of the man who had infiltrated the stage. My king, disregarding that, the only way I can think of is a warrior-level spell stored in the palace library. But with no warrior mage in the whole of Lanthina, this is an option which cannot be pursued. Daniel's eyes widened as he heard Keller speak. There was no warrior mage in the kingdom, but he had a system which could develop spells with warrior-level complexity that could be cast even by someone at his level. Indeed, he had already bound all the nobles using the Oath Stone. In one way, oaths were like magical strings which tied the 2 people between which they existed. The only situation in which oath magic failed was when the oath-taker was forced to take the oath without their free will. As for the nobles, Daniel had given an option that they could either give the oath or be killed right away. In front of death, even a chance of life was very important. Thus, all of the nobles, including the eldest prince, had sworn the oath to speak the truth and do whatever he said. But now that he remembered the events that had occurred, Daniel realized that there had been an extra glint in the eldest prince's eyes as opposed to the others. Yet, he had discarded it at the time because he had thought that such an intervention was impossible. After all, champion-level one-time trinkets were so valuable that the hostile forces from before had had to seriously consider whether they wanted to use one, even though the other option was wasting years of resources and hard work. Yet, the infiltrator had used one to free the eldest prince. At this moment, What puzzled Daniel most was the reason he had chosen to do so. What was so valuable about this prince? He had to find the answer himself, and now, he had a way. "All right. You are all dismissed. We shall convene one day later to decide on the next course of action." The commanders, Keller and Faxial, all became a little dazed as they heard the sudden order of dismissal. Wasn't the king anguished about the matter just a few moments ago? And now, he wanted a day's break? Although they were puzzled, none of them voiced out an objection. Some, like Cassandra, thought that he might need time to take control of his emotions because it had been his own master who had betrayed him. Unlike the commanders who weren't very acquainted with the king, Keller and Faxial knew that Daniel was not the kind of a man to need to take time off at such a crucial junction in order to handle his emotions. They knew there was some other reason, but they did not ask out loud, knowing that the king would share whatever it was when required. This was the trust they had in Daniel. After everyone left the room, Daniel also departed to the library. The palace library was one of the most important locations in the whole of the Lanthiner kingdom. Along with information about the outside world, almost all of the secret techniques of the kingdom except a select few like the technique the nobility used to increase their potential were stored here. In all the time the kingdom had existed, there had never been a situation like now when there was no warrior mage or fighter in the kingdom. This was also the reason why Lanthiner stayed in the nobility's hands. It was because the full might of the formation, when mastered by a warrior-level individual, needed too much of a price to be paid in order to be broken. After reaching, Daniel first nodded at the guard's traditional salute before entering the library. The soldiers guarding the door had actually been quite shocked when they saw the king walk over. They had seen him in the panels before, thus they were able to recognize him at first sight. After bowing on one knee, they stood up and kept their backs ramrod straight, the very image of perfect soldiers, unlike before when they had been leaning on the pillars on the two sides of the massive wooden doors which were 30 feet high. The palace library was a humongous place, with a very high ceiling 70 feet in the air from which hung crystal chandeliers. Natural light suffused the area where the chairs and tables meant for readers were placed, giving a special feeling of comfort to whoever chose to peruse the knowledge gathered by the kingdom over the ages. The seating area itself had a capacity of over 500 people, making it so that it was the largest indoor place that Daniel had ever seen. Although a fifth of these had been occupied, he did not mind as there was a specific reading room just for the king. Sprawling over a single floor, the rest of the room contained gigantic bookcases which seemed to hold thousands of books each. By his estimate, each case was definitely over 30 feet in height. Opposite the public reading area, the areas set aside for the nobility and important ministers were located. These were closed circular alcoves attached to the wall, almost pearls adorning a beautiful work of art. Reaching one such alcove, Daniel used the system to open it before going inside. The doors to the alcoves were hidden quite intelligently, and they needed a verified noble to enter. Inside, he saw the familiar podium that was in both the town library and the academy library. On both sides of the podium were C-shaped sofas which looked quite comfortable. Alas, Daniel had no leisure time to take a book and comfortably settle on the sofa to read. Grasping the podium with both hands, Daniel first chose to feed the spell regarding the warrior-level oath located to the system. As soon as he did so, he ordered the system to make a version which he could use. Unlike the case of the fireball where he had used increased complexity to make more powerful variations, this was the exact opposite. Yet, the system did not disappoint, as in this case, only the complexity was high while the power needed was not very important. Lesser Oath Locator spell developed. If you would like to deploy the spell, please give the names of the individuals you would like to locate. As soon as he did so, the reply from the system initially made him smile, after which his expression morphed into one of frustration. Target 1, Eldest Prince located east of host. Please move closer to the target in order to obtain the exact location. Target 2, not found. Location cloaked. Indeed, his opponent was after all the master who seemed to have knowledge about most of the things under the sun. It seemed that he had already taken countermeasures, even though the possibility of the spell being cast had already been low. As for the first target, Daniel had no idea about what lay to the east of Lanthina. All he knew was that Eldina was to the west and the Hidden Kill sect was to the southeast. Information and knowledge. Whoever had said the famous quote "knowledge is power" had definitely not been wrong. In fact, Daniel realized that the reason he had been able to plan and execute everything satisfactorily before in order to obtain the throne was that he had made sure to gather as much information as possible. Yet, since ascending to the throne, he hadn't had the time to gather all relevant information and knowledge in order to think as tactfully as before. Thus, it almost felt as if he had been floundering through everything while just barely managing to stop himself from causing disasters. It was time to rectify the situation and go back to the Daniel who couldn't be taken advantage of even a tiny bit. Now that he had realized this, he decided to first devour everything here before proceeding to the Fists of Justice training hall to see just what the secret techniques were which had been left behind by their ancestor. After deciding on the plan, Daniel first proceeded to store all the ones present in the palace library. As a kingdom which had had numerous warrior mages and fighters over the years, there were quite a few spells and fighting techniques in the archives. Some were the hard work of individuals who had mastered their respective focus to such a level that a spell could be developed. Others had been obtained through trade with other kingdoms. While going through the spells, Daniel was reminded of the one he found in the secret library which he knew was the answer to his training problems, the clone spell. In fact, he had had it on his mind ever since Keller had said that it was only because of forming a clone that he had been able to meet Daniel on the brief occasions when the then Grand Court mage didn't have an eye on him. Yet, Daniel had been disappointed when he heard the reply given by the system when he asked if the spell could be simplified. Negative. Due to nature of the spell which requires a high amount of elementary particle control, the minimum level needed for a mage to cast the spell is 7th grade human mage, I.T., exalted human mage level. The clone spell worked by using advanced elementary particle control in order to make a replica of a human body. The body would have no power, and its movements would be dictated by the maker. In other words, the clone was a puppet. There was even a time limit for each body to exist, while the formation of each body took a huge amount of time which was proportional to the comprehension level of a mage. In this world, knowledge about the anatomy of the body was not as developed as on Earth. Yet, this didn't matter as the clone spell only created an outer shell which was vulnerable to almost any attack. In fact, according to Keller, it wasn't a very widely used spell due to the minimal benefits it gave. Also, the amount of time that was required to make a clone was too high while the time of existence was low. This limitation even carried over to the warrior realm. If a clone spell was cast by a peak exalted human mage, it would require 10 hours to create a clone which would last a single hour, assuming that the comprehension of the mage was red grade. Thus, Keller had said that the clone spell only became useful to those beyond the warrior level. All Daniel wanted was a way to train peacefully while also being able to rule the kingdom. Thus, it wouldn't matter if the clone had no protection. Alas, his level was too low. Thus, Daniel's initial plan in the courtroom had been to somehow get to the level required using the resources left behind by the king. After all, Cur gems increased the training speed, and Daniel was an individual with the legendary gold comprehension. But now, he wondered if he had made the right decision. With things as they stood, he didn't know how he would be able to find enough time to train at all. While pondering over the matter, Daniel quickly went through all the spells and fighting techniques contained in the library. As he did so, he was quite surprised to see many useful spells. Deciding to first record all of them before developing what he required, he immediately contacted Felix. Although the master of the Fists of Justice training hall was a bit surprised to see the king suddenly asking whether he could peruse the secret techniques of the hall, he still acquiesced. Soon, the same retinue of soldiers could be seen outside the hut inside the training hall grounds which Daniel had gone into all those years ago in order to be inducted into the organization. He knew that he only had a small breathing time which he had to use effectively if he wanted to take control of his position rather than letting events dictate his actions. Thus, he was in a hurry to exhaust all sources possible. Also, Daniel had already had the system analyze the fists of justice technique he had won in the trainee competition. Before, it had only been able to analyze the first two stages due to the limited resources it had at its disposal. But now, after the upgrade, this was no longer a problem. The fists of justice fighting technique was actually one that could be used all the way to the peak of the warrior realm. Although the results had been shocking, Daniel had had no time to reflect on the possibilities they presented or consider training in the technique due to all the events that had happened thereafter. Thus, he now looked forward to what other techniques the hall was hiding. After entering the hut, Felix first closed the door before walking to a bare wall. Pricking his finger, he proceeded to draw a symbol on the wall. This was exactly the same technique that Laravel had used in order to open the secret passageway leading into the palace. The symbol glowed and faded into the wall, while a clicking sound echoed across the circular room. Putting his hand again on the wall, Felix pushed to the side, making a hidden bookcase appear. There were at least 40 books in different colors neatly arranged. Seeing Felix take a seat after he was done, Daniel walked forward with an expression of excitement. The palace library had only had around 200 total techniques, counting both the ones for fighters and mages. Thus, 40 secret techniques was already quite a high number. As he reached the topmost book and opened it, an expression of shock appeared on his face. It was another warrior realm fighting technique. Thereafter, each book that he took into his hands made his eyes widen more and more, while Felix watched on wondering why the king was only opening a single page of each technique. Although each technique was more shocking than the one before, it was one maroon book which froze Daniel, making him gawk with surprise as he read the title over and over again while asking the system in his mind multiple times whether the answer to his query that it had just given was true. With glee, Daniel realized that he had indeed made the right decision to come and see just what the founding master of the training hall had left behind. Peak Warrior Realm Secret Fighting Technique, Fighter Replication Analyzed. Lesser Clone Technique can now be developed with limitations. Meanwhile, in the Black Raven Kingdom. Unlike in Lanthana, the throne room of the Black Raven Kingdom only had one seat. The throne. A majestic black raven with softly glowing feathers was the first thing anyone would see on entering the room. Although many often cowered thinking that the enormous beast was real, it was just a statue which was part of the throne. Standing 20 feet tall with its wings outstretched to a length of 50 feet. One whole side of the room was taken up by this statue. With its vivid eyes glaring at the door, it ensured that anyone who came for an audience with the king would know that the god-beast of the kingdom was always watching, ready to tear them apart in case they meant harm. A seat made of the same stone-like material was located between the legs of the raven. The man sitting in this seat had long sideburns while the middle of his face had a horizontal scar that ran along his cheeks and nose. His black eyes were fixed on Beavis, who was kneeling on the floor in front of him. Finally, after a few moments, the man's dissatisfied expression changed into one of expectation while he seemed to have made a decision. As he opened his mouth to speak, Beavis shuddered and tried not to collapse on the floor, almost as if the voice of the man was tunneling into his ears and causing unimaginable pain. "Daniel, King of Lanthana? Let's see if you are really worthy of being called one. Call for the meeting immediately." The next day, a commotion could be seen in the palace with many of the staff running around in panic. The king had just called for a sudden royal court. In fact, they had all been on edge for the past day because of the events that had happened during the execution. Typically, they had been used to the king taking out his anger on subordinates when disasters like these happened. In recent times, the one that stood out was when the dwarves' room had been destroyed by the Church of Rectitude. On that day, 4 servants and 3 bureaucrats had been put to the death by King Richard, who had been furious at his inability in taking revenge on the culprits. There had even been rumors that he had also invested in the pub and the fighting ring, which led to the kingdom suffering huge losses due to the sudden removal of such an important revenue source. The order to call for a court had only come in 2 hours before the appointed time. Thus, several ministers and bureaucrats could be seen arriving to the palace hurriedly in groups while whispering about just what the agenda of the royal court would be. Of course, many couldn't help but have sweat appear on their backs, still remembering the days when the previous king had terrorized the kingdom. The royal court began at 10 a.m. sharp, with the king entering with the same retinue as he had before, when he met the envoys. Yet, this time, there was a noticeable difference. The king's step had a slight spring in it, while his face also had a slight smile. In fact, some astute individuals even noticed that there was something different about him, but they couldn't figure out exactly what it was. After sitting on the throne, he first gestured everyone to take their seats before opening his mouth and beginning the court right away. You all have seen what happened during the execution that we set up in order to bring justice to the commoners. Alas, at the stage we are in, it is not plausible to look for revenge right now. Admittedly, May had already guessed this fact. The means that the two infiltrators had used had been a clear indication of the fact that they were not forces Lanthana could go up against right now. Yet, some had still been worried that the king might take a hot-headed decision to seek revenge as soon as possible. Thus, many sighed with relief when they saw the young king speak rationally. We need to focus on the welfare of the kingdom while keeping an eye out for any clues regarding the identities of those who have had the gall to ruin an official ceremony of Lanthana. Just as I have done before in the presence of the people, I promise that their blood shall flow and their hearts will be rent, making them regret the day they chose to go against this great kingdom. These words sent a chill up the spines of those who had just sighed with relief. That had been Daniel's intention, to show that the fury he felt was in no way lessened by the rational decision he had had to take. Lanthana had just too many things to take care of right now. Calming down, the slight smile came back on Daniel's face. For now, I have 3 main directives which I want to see carried out in the best way possible. You might have seen that of the 20 ministers who used to be in attendance in court before I took the throne, only 8 remain. You must know that the rest have fled, or are waiting in prison for a sentence to be passed. But even in the 8 of you, there are only 2 who are completely clean. I have my eye on the rest, and I do not need to point out who I am speaking about. All of the ministers had gotten up from their chairs when they heard the king speak of them. Indeed, only 8 of them were left, with 4 on each side of the throne room. In these 8, just as Daniel said, 6 couldn't help but shake when they heard the king's words. They had indeed transgressed a few times, but it was nothing compared to the crimes of the others. Besides, they handled very important posts, and were also capable of filling in for those that were not present. As long-time politicians, they very well knew that the king was keeping them around both because of their usefulness and the fact that their infractions did not warrant them to be thrown in prison or directly executed. They knew that they had to prove their worth. No words were required in order to answer the king. The 8 just bowed low, while 2 among them looked into each other's eyes with a broad smile among their faces. One of these was the righteous hawk, while the other was the short man who had spoken in the previous court regarding Eldina's demands. All this time, they had been prevailing with the single hope that a king would come who would turn everything around and give them a chance to show their loyalty to the people they loved so much. That day has finally come. Good. Hear the directives, and decide among yourselves the distribution of responsibilities. First, gather all the talented blacksmiths and enchanters in the Lanthana kingdom. I will be setting up a new research division which I shall personally oversee. Lanthana depends too much on the outside for essential trinkets, and now the time has come to put an end to this. Second, form a proposal regarding how we can better monitor the people coming in and out of the capital and the kingdom. I know we have a record about all the citizens from birth, but we have no way to identify each unless they speak out their name and place of origin. Even then, the system is not good enough to handle imposters. If we had a good identification system, maybe the 2 infiltrators would have found it harder to sneak into such an important event. Third, give me a reason why all the top enchanters in the kingdom choose to move to other kingdoms, making it so that the R&D division in the palace has accomplished almost nothing in the recent years. I want a thorough report regarding this. You are all dismissed. With these words, Daniel kick-started his plan to make Lanthana self-sufficient. It was a broad ambition, but he had the power of knowledge and the wondrous system, making it so that it would be a crime to dream small. Yet, all these matters weren't the reason for the smile on his face that had been there since he had walked out of his room. In an energized training chamber located underneath the king's chamber, a figure could be seen seated comfortably with legs folded and eyes closed, breathing in the white mist that permeated the room steadily. Upstairs, the king had just entered the royal chambers. If anyone were present in the room, they would be amazed to see his body disperse into nothingness, almost as if the body were just made of ash which was blown away by the wind. The clothes fell to the ground, leaving the room empty. The figure in the training chamber got up with a wide smile on his face, using the secret passageway present beside him to directly enter the royal chambers. Picking up the clothes from the ground, he proceeded to throw them in the basket to the side of the room before being unable to hold the laugh that came to his lips. In the empty room, the king of Lanthana chuckled to himself, while hearing the notification in his mind which indicated that his dream of growing in power and handling the kingdom had finally been achieved. Time limit, 1 hour reached. Fighter replica dissipated. New clone ready to be deployed. Deploy the clone. With Daniel's words, a naked figure started forming in front of him. He had been quite fascinated with this process the first time too, opting to spectate while the system deployed the spell and formed the clone. It started with a humanoid figure which slightly shone with a silver light. In fact, the figure looked like it was made up of clouds. With time, the clouds solidified more and more to match his body. The skin then started to form, with layer after layer coming into existence as each second passed. To Daniel, it was almost as if someone were weaving the figure into existence in front of him, using the gossamer motes of light in the room as the yarn to give life to his replica. Facial features and the contours of his muscles came last, leaving him staring into the vacant eyes of his clone. At this point, no one would be able to tell the difference between the two, at least by just using their vision. Keep the standing position and shift consciousness to the clone. After he spoke in his mind, a flash of light appeared in his vision, blinding him completely. Something seemed to shift, as if he had changed locations but had not moved physically in order to do so. While he blinked his eyes in order to regain his vision, Daniel felt very cold. Looking down after a few moments with his restored sight, he saw that he was naked. Unlike the last time when he jumped with surprise and almost fell down, Daniel simply looked up to see his original body standing with vacant eyes. It stood rigidly, and the only movements that Daniel could discern were that of the chest moving up and the down due to the activity of breathing. As for the expression, it was frozen into the one of interest he had had when seeing the clone come into existence. This was how the spell worked. The system created a replica of him which he could take control of, provided the replica stayed in the area of a 10-kilometer circle with him as the center. If the clone crossed this circle, it would dissipate and Daniel would regain consciousness in his original body. If the clone suffered an attack from even an amateur human mage or fighter, it would dissipate, and of course, if the time limit ended, it would dissipate. Thus, the clone was simply a puppet controlled by Daniel. The original fighter replication technique allowed a fighter to make a replica of themselves which they could use to distract their opponent. The minimum level required to use the technique was the peak warrior level, while the fighter also had to have decent grasp over the secret method of controlling elementary particles without being in possession of a mage root like mages. According to Felix, this technique had been lost due to certain circumstances, making it so that the value of the remaining techniques dropped by a lot. Apparently, without this secret technique, it was also impossible to reach the champion level as a fighter. Thus, although the training hall had such valuable techniques, only a few of them could even be trained with by the members. It was only because of the system's existence that Daniel had been able to develop a spell which removed this limitation while also allowing him to cast the spell while only being an eminent human mage. In contrast to the mage clone technique which needed control of a huge number of elementary particles which was beyond his level, this technique focused more on the complexity rather than the volume, which allowed him to develop the spell in the first case. Of course, the trade-off had been that the replica would be very weak, while also only existing for a short while in a small distance around him. Yet, these were all parameters that would increase with his own level. Right now, this was perfectly what he wanted. With the clone, he would be able to address anything that was required in the palace while also being able to venture into the capital if he needed to get any information. With the disguise and surveillance tool available in the system, the clone would make a perfect, untraceable spy, albeit being limited in the area that it could operate. But Daniel's wish of letting his body train and doing whatever he wanted all day was shattered when he heard the final limitation of the spell. In a day, he could only use the spell twice. This was the hard limit imposed by the system, stating that it was for the safety of his Majrut. Although the system was the one deploying the spell, it was still only using Daniel's Majrut in order to control the elementary particles. The original spell's complexity was just too high, while Daniel's level was also too low. Thus, the strain placed on the Majrut was too high. It was akin to a man lifting a load well beyond his body's limit. He would be able to do so once or twice, but doing it a third time without taking rest might result in his back breaking. If he deployed one clone, 12 hours of rest was recommended. But like now, if two were deployed back to back, Daniel would have to rest till the next day in order to make a clone again. Thankfully, this did not impact his regular spellcasting abilities. Only the maximum load was burdened, making it so that regular usage wasn't affected. Regardless, he decided to be frugal about how he used the clone. Suddenly, through the system, Daniel detected that Keller and Faxial were making their way to his chambers. Quickly dressing himself, he shifted consciousness to his original body before going back to the energized training chamber and ordering the system to deploy the development techniques. After lying down comfortably the last time, he had felt an intense burning sensation in his legs after shifting back consciousness due to his folly in ordering the system to maintain a sitting pose. According to the description of the original spell, if an individual did reach the level to train in it, he would be able to control both bodies simultaneously by splitting his mind. Alas, this was still far away from Daniel. Thus, he could only resort to ordering the system to do some simple tasks such as sitting and standing, which was apparently all it was capable of. Just as the vacant eyes of the clone became clear again, a knock sounded on the door. Opening the door through the system, Daniel took a seat in one of the sofas he had ordered to be brought over. Before, the chambers had been bare except for the bed, the dragon heart in the middle and a few cabinets. Now, 5 sofas were arranged neatly facing the dragon heart, while one luxurious chair was in front of them, with its back against the root of the formation. Taking a seat in this plush chair, Daniel waited for the others to speak while observing if they would be able to notice any change in him. Although they hadn't said anything before on the way to the royal court, he wondered if they saw something which might let them suspect that he was actually a clone. "My lord, the Black Raven Kingdom have sent over a message in the official communication trinket." Saying so, Keller took out the raven-shaped bronze trinket that the envoy, Beavis, had left behind in the kingdom. Daniel had bound it before leaving it in the room which held all such trinkets. The raven actually reminded him of the one which Faxial had thrown at him. Yet, it seemed somehow primitive when compared to the exquisite craftsmanship of the one which had shockingly turned out to be a display trinket. Generally, parchments were used for short-range communication while trinkets like these were used for long to very long-range transmissions. Daniel had noticed that his friend had been very stiff in his movements when he entered the room. Now, he realized that it was probably because of the mention of the people who had killed his family. His eyes transfixed on the glowing raven, Faxial watched on with a stoic expression while Daniel took it into his hands and heard the message. After a few moments, he looked up with a grin on his face before saying, "They are asking for the meeting again. I guess it's high time we found out just what is so important. Coordinate with their officials and set up a meeting tomorrow at noon at the North Gate. Oh, and make sure that a reserve camp is set up 5 kilometers from the gate. We will be making a stop there before going to the meeting. If they were laying a trap, the Black Raven Kingdom would definitely be sorely disappointed when the King of Lantherna simply disappeared from the location, as if he had just been a mere figment of their imagination." With the rest of his day free, Daniel calmly trained in the energized training chamber. Early the next morning, a message came to his chambers which said that his first directive had already been fulfilled. All of the talented blacksmiths and enchanters in the kingdom had already been gathered, and were now waiting in the same clearing in which he had spoken to the Domination Corporation. This time, it was his original body which attended the meeting. The clone had no root, making it so that even the simplest spell could not be cast by it. Thus, Daniel had no other option but to use his original body if he intended to do something which involved fighting or casting spells. Keller was still coordinating with the ministers in order to fulfill his other directives, while Felix had gone back to the training hall to take care of some matters. Thus, it was just Daniel, Faxial and the two commanders who reached the clearing along with the retinue of soldiers who were now being called as the Royal Guard. Realizing his folly before, Daniel had already decided to have the commanders accompany him as much as possible. What he liked most about them were their unyielding ideals which had stood against the barrage from the previous king for a very long time without being shattered. Also, he believed that their experience would definitely be invaluable no matter what situation he found himself in. Both Theran and Cassandra found themselves also liking the king more and more. All these years, they had already gotten used to hiding their thoughts in order to not bring trouble on themselves. Finally, they had a chance to use their knowledge about the kingdom to hopefully do some good to the people whom they had entered the army to protect. Yet, even the experienced commanders couldn't help but stare when they arrived at the clearing. What greeted them was a ragtag group of individuals, comprised of men and women of all ages and backgrounds. Beggars, merchants, bureaucrats, slum dwellers, each and every spectrum of the kingdom were clearly represented in this group. In fact, Daniel found himself wondering whether he had even come to the right clearing. When the group saw the royal retinue making its way towards them from the palace, all of them either stood up or straightened themselves. After bowing to the king, they couldn't help but notice the shock in the commanders and the king's eyes. Indeed, when they looked around them, they themselves doubted whether they had followed their instructions correctly. "Greetings, my lord. I am Sullivan, the new head of the R&D division of Lanthina. I only took this post this morning after an inquiry into the division showed that the former head and vice head are now imprisoned for laundering money. I was previously the one slated to replace the vice head, thus I now represent the whole division." The one who spoke was a man in blue robes with the symbol of a strange hammer with a single star floating above it emblazoned on his chest. He seemed to be middle-aged, with graying hair and skin that had begun to wrinkle. Yet, his eyes were some of the sharpest that Daniel had ever seen. Having studied enchanting himself, he knew that this was the mark of an enchanter. Enchanters were required to have very strong senses in order to achieve the fine-tuned skill in engraving formations that was required. Thus, those who crossed a threshold on their journey as enchanters could easily be distinguished from the masses, unless they chose to conceal the fact for some reason. Around Sullivan were 15 other people in similar blue robes, yet their symbols did not have the star floating above the hammer like Sullivan's did. Finally recalling where he had seen this symbol before, Daniel was startled as he realized just who this man was. "You attended the Eldina School of Enchanting and obtained the certification as a Grade 1 enchanter?" "Yes, my lord. I passed the test for a Grade 1 enchanter, while my 15 colleagues also attended the school." Hearing the answer, Daniel couldn't help but ask the system to tell him all the information it had recorded regarding this school. The Eldina School of Enchanting was the most famous academy known throughout the 6 kingdoms, which boasted of producing the best enchanters. Yet, the way the school worked was quite peculiar. Instead of focusing on talent, the only thing the school required was money. Any individual who could pay a certain amount of gold or energy materials were eligible to enter the classes meant for those below the level of a Grade 1 enchanter. Even the price wasn't fixed, as the seats were limited, which made it so that many times, a seat would go to the highest bidder. Thus, no matter the nationality, anyone could enter as long as they had enough gold in their pockets. In this way, the kingdom of the elves earned a huge sum of money each year. Grade 1 enchanters could only make trinkets for those in the amateur human level, but this was already a very lucrative job when one considered the huge demand that an enchanter would have no matter where he went. If someone showed enough promise and wanted to be a grade 2 enchanter, the kingdom required them to swear an oath to only serve Eldina if they wished to obtain the knowledge required to train further. Thus, they assured that their core knowledge only served themselves. This reminded Daniel of the institutions back on Earth which charged enormous amounts of money for the services they gave. With his curiosity regarding the background of these 16 people satiated, Daniel turned towards the others. There were at least 1,000 individuals in the group, with many even looking like they had come in from the countryside. All blacksmiths, raise your hands. With Daniel's command, over 3/4 of the group put their hands in the air, making the king sigh as he saw that his suspicion had come true. Treading on the path of enchanting required one to be a mage first and foremost, which meant that the possible demographic was already cut down by a large amount. Along with that, only 2 types of people chose to go down the path of enchanting: highly talented mages who had the confidence to train in both effectively, or those of very low talent who turned to enchanting in the hopes of earning a quick buck. Except for the ones in blue robes, the rest in front of him were the latter. Yet, Daniel's sigh hadn't been one of sadness, it had been the exact opposite. These were exactly the people he wanted. For many days and even years, Daniel had been thinking about just what concepts he would carry over to Angaria from Earth when he became king. As someone who had been quite talented in academics, Daniel remembered for the most part all he had learned up until the time when he entered college, which was when the disaster which led to his death happened. The problem with most obvious options was that there was no way to ensure that the design would stay with him. Replication was all too easy, and if he wasn't careful, it was very real possibility that he would end up making strong opponents even stronger by equipping them with advanced weapons. Thus, he could only resort to things which couldn't be copied, like the honey trap solution. Although everyone knew the general concept, it was almost impossible for them to develop a spell similar to the one made by the system, at least in a short time. Hence, what he needed were concepts that he could carry over from Earth which could be applied in a non-replicable manner using the system to add a uniqueness that would baffle anyone who even tried. After thinking long and hard, he had chanced upon one concept which revolutionized the 19th century and was instrumental in directing the way the Earth developed. In fact, almost every product sold on Earth had to have gone through this process at some point in its development. It was the assembly line. All of you are invited to join the new research division of Lanthina. A special individual has been appointed as your head. Your salary will be decided based on your skill, and if you wish to join, you must immediately move into the palace tomorrow with your family and swear an oath of secrecy. In the kingdom of Lanthina, a job in the palace which didn't require interaction with the king was the most sought-after dream. With free lodging, food and a handsome salary on top of that, any family could live a comfortable life and even build up a healthy amount of savings if they somehow managed to enter the palace. Of course, the first condition existed when the previous king was in place. Now, with Daniel on the throne, there was nothing sweeter that he could have said in order to entice those in front of him. The only ones who hesitated were the merchants and bureaucrats who were already well off. Yet, Daniel's next sentence made them open their eyes wide and nod with glee, signaling their willingness to join the division. I promise that each and every one who joins will have an increase in their ability. The minimum work tenure is 5 years, after which you can choose to leave if you swear the oath to never divulge the secrets you will be privy to in this time period. You have until tomorrow to make your choice. In this world, power and skill were everything. With Daniel hanging the bait of improving their skills while being paid for it, there was almost no one in the crowd who even thought of rejecting the offer. As for the tenure, it was quite common, especially when it came to jobs like these. Dispersing the crowd, Daniel walked back to the palace with his retinue with an expression which looked like he was lost in thought. Among those in the clearing, there was one man with his hair tied into a bun who was looking at the rear of the retinue with a pensive expression. He was wearing faded clothes, and he had taken care to not draw attention to himself no matter what. Making sure to stand near those who had similar garments, he blended in while keeping his eyes fixed on the king of Lanthina. Even when everyone got expressions of excitement and joy hearing the king's words, he emulated the same. Now, with the meeting done, he made his way out of the palace before idly walking towards a nondescript house in the west of the outer city. The highest building in Lanthander was the palace, with towering spires that could be visible from far away. As for the outer city, 3 floors was the limit that any residential building could have. This rule had been passed by a long-dead king, and even the reason had faded from people's minds. After carefully looking around in order to ensure that no one had followed him, the man entered the building and got to his room on the ground floor. Closing the door behind him, the man made a meticulous search of the room, ensuring that no one had entered when he was gone. The hair he had placed were all in place, and none of the secret alarm trinkets had been activated. Finally, sighing with relief, the man opened his mouth wide and put his hand inside, grasping something and pulling with force. With a grunt, his hand came out of his mouth holding a small white cuboidal object. It had been placed with his molars, making it indistinguishable from teeth during normal speech. Cutting his finger and making a drop of blood fall on the object, the man patiently waited until a soft glow could be seen emanating from his hand. A small panel measuring 5 inches diagonally appeared on his palm from the object. If Daniel was standing in the room, he would surely be shocked to see the elf whom he had sent scurrying from the throne room in the panel. Bonlo Himeshater. Code confirmed. Make your report. Hearing Eldra's cold voice in his ears, the man shuddered as if he were remembering some memory of pain. The king has called all the blacksmiths and enchanters in the kingdom to make a new research division. A special individual will lead the division, and he has ordered everyone interested to shift to the palace by tomorrow. What are my orders? Stand by. The panel went out of focus, while a curtain of sweat appeared on the man's face. It seemed that talking to the elf took a lot out of him, which was evident from the way his lips quivered as the memories of torment and agony played in his mind. After a few moments, Eldra reappeared on the panel. A specialist will be sent to infiltrate and take over your post. Sadly, your identity has been compromised. Your family will be taken care of. No. I was careful. I got rid of their. A bright, silver fire suddenly appeared on his forehead, at the exact position that a person's majroot was located. Seeming to have originated from inside the skin, it spread all over his face, which had morphed into an expression of frustration and pain, before proceeding to engulf his whole body. Beyond the first scream, nothing else could be heard, as the vocal cords of the man had already been completely devoured by the demonic flame. In a matter of seconds, only ash remained, which was blown away by the wind, leaving no trace of the man who had been standing inside the room just a few moments ago. As for the small tooth-sized panel trinket, it also exploded into a cloud of silver fire which dissipated just like the one which had eaten up the man. Boom! Haran burst into the door, eyes flitting around the room only to find nothing. Although some of the best soldiers had been assigned to track each person who left the palace, this particular one had just been a little too crafty. Thankfully, the tail had been able to follow the man to the general area. Due to him immediately reporting the situation, Haran and the other soldiers were able to quickly track down his house by asking the citizens on the way that he had passed. Alas, they had been too late. On searching the room, all they found were standard alarm trinkets. No trace of the man's identity or nationality could be found, no matter how much they went over each inch of the small flat with a fine-toothed comb. Gritting his teeth with frustration, Haran could only use the communication trinket to report the result to the waiting king. Hearing the news, Daniel shook his head. He had hoped to capture out some of the spies using this technique, but it seemed that he had been too naive. Of the 1,000 individuals who had come to the palace, 6 had moved surreptitiously, trying to make sure that no one followed. The other individual's address had already been stored, as there was nothing to say that they wouldn't simply report later. Later, Daniel had planned to conduct another round of searching on those who rejected the offer. He actually hadn't been expecting anyone to immediately report, thus he had been quite surprised to hear that there were actually 6 leads. A kingdom's strength could easily be assessed by the length and breadth of its spy network. If a force ordered a spy to right away deliver a report knowing that there were risks involved, then it definitely meant that the force valued the advantage of getting to know about something immediately over the life of a spy. This could either mean that the spy was disposable, or that the news was simply too valuable, making the Force disregard the loss of the spy. Of course, the former presented a terrifying possibility. The Force might have so many spies in place that losing one might mean nothing to it. Keller had already told Daniel about the spy problem that every kingdom faced. Thus, this had been his first attempt at capturing one in order to extract some information, or prevent the news of the meeting from leaking out so soon. Alas, 4 of the 6 had self-destructed by the time the soldiers got to their locations. The other 2 were in custody, but it seemed that they might be under oath to not divulge any secrets. But of the 4, only one had been able to completely leave no trace behind, unlike the others whose bodies were at least still available. Daniel, which was threatening to consume him with each passing day. Ordering for pots with fertile soil to be brought over, Daniel spoke in his mind. System, how do I analyze these seeds? I want to find out everything about them. Please stay in the vicinity of the seeds after planting them. Phenomena analysis module will be engaged to observe and analyze. Indeed, the phenomena analysis module worked by collecting data about things around him. Thus, it did not mean that he had to consciously sit and stare at the flower pot while waiting for the seeds to germinate. The only drawback of this tool was that prolonged exposure to the phenomenon was needed. Thankfully, this wasn't a problem with the seed. After the pots arrived, Daniel chose one with red soil. Apparently, it had been dug out from the most fertile location in the whole palace, the palace garden. Placing the seed inside the soil and pouring a little water on top as per the instructions stated in the parchment, Daniel proceeded towards the private energized training chamber using the hidden door in his room. Setting it beside him, he entered into a lying position again after ordering the system to deploy the development techniques. Because his eyes were closed and his full focus was on studying the movement of energy inside his body, he did not notice that a very minuscule amount of the white mist in the room had been pulled into and absorbed by the seed inside the soil. In fact, the amount was so small that no human would have been able to discern anything. Alas, the seed was up against the system, which simply recorded this event while continuing to analyze and find out just what these eco-seeds were. Meanwhile, in a hidden room inside the kingdom of the elves, one side of this room was covered with panels from floor to ceiling, showing different scenes around the continent of Angaria. Yet, the eyes of the 2 women who were standing inside the room were fixed on a particular panel which showed the place from where Daniel had just departed. It was the north gate of the Lanthaner kingdom, and from the angle and position of the image, it could be deduced that the observer was looking down from above while constantly circling over the location. One of the women gasped as they saw the 2 bodies fly from the gate towards the retinue of the Black Raven Kingdom. As she saw the image of the King of Lanthaner appear on the wall, a slight panic appeared on her face, as if she was remembering some traumatic experience which had scarred her. Elra, control yourself. Since coming back from Lanthaner, you seem to be affected by something. Do you wish to go to the Well of Focus? Hearing these words, the woman shook slightly before answering. No, my queen. Apologies for my conduct. I will definitely overcome it by myself. Very well, but I expect you to do so soon. I can't have my daughter traumatized by such a small incident. Contact the spies we have inside Lanthaner. No matter what, we must find out the agenda of their meeting. Before the next election, I wish to have Lanthaner under my feet, and I do not want this wish of mine to fail because of the bastard Raven Kingdom. Get it done. Saying these words, the woman who had been referred to as my queen by Eldra disappeared from the room. Seeing her mother leave, Eldra shivered as sweat appeared on her forehead. Hastening to take out the communication trinket from her pocket, she started sending out orders to follow the queen's wishes. No matter how many spies died, she would definitely make sure that the queen got what she wanted, as just the thought of the other option made her shake with fear, remembering the torture she had had to endure the last time she did something unsatisfactory. The Queen of the Elves was a very hard woman to please. The capital of the Kingdom of the Elves was said to be the most beautiful city in all of Angaria. Built with the theme of nature interlaced with architecture, it was the top tourist destination for almost each and every citizen in the other 5 kingdoms. Of course, this was only true when one didn't count the mysterious Big Four, which weren't accessible to all. Even its name, Elfhaven, was said to mean perfect city in the ancient elf tongue which had been long lost. Constructed on a mountain which looked like its top had been cut off by a gigantic sword, just the entrance itself made sure to display the elves' superiority in magic and enchanting. In equal intervals around the foot of the 30 kilometers diameter mountain, there stood round mirrors with guards stationed in front of them. Any and all travelers who made their way over would be asked for their purpose for coming to the city, before their identities were recorded. After this process was done, they would be asked to step into the mirror. This was the point where one could assess whether someone was coming to Elfhaven for the first time. After all, these were mirrors. Why would someone step into them? Yet, after stepping forward while gritting their teeth and being sure that they would definitely step back due to the impact, expressions of shock would appear on their faces after realizing that it was actually a teleportation formation. Indeed, the kingdom of the elves had spared no cost in order to set up multiple short-range teleportation formations around the mountain to facilitate entry. There was no other way into the city unless one could teleport directly inside, in which case squads of soldiers would be waiting to receive them. In the case of an attack, the formations could simply be closed off. While it was rumored that the city had one of the only large-scale space lock formations in all of Angaria to prevent enemy infiltration, all the formations led to a single, broad walkway paved in yellow stones. Trees with multiple colors of leaves lined this 100-foot-wide walkway, resulting in a heavenly scene that made almost each and every first-time visitor's jaws drop. Further inside the city, buildings would start to dot the two sides of the roads. The buildings themselves were also a sight to see. With flowing designs and beautifully decorated structures, there was one feeling which sprung up in each and every passerby's heart: perfection. Vote for Queen Eldora. Peace and happiness to all. Queen Eldora's blessing allowed me to turn my life around and set up a business after my husband was killed in the army. Bless her heart. We must vote so that she can help many more like me. A resident of East Elfhaven. A man wearing a grey fur coat shivered in the cold wind as he hurried along on a side road. All over Elfhaven, small bird-like constructs the size of a palm could be seen flying near those walking on the roads and reciting statements like these. After they were done, they would fly away to find their next hapless victim. Indeed, Eldina was a democratic country. The elves of Angaria had one common trait which could be seen in almost each and every member of their species: individuality. Having strong personalities and unyielding mindsets, this was a trait which was said to be both a boon and bane to the race. It was a boon because it allowed them to pursue anything they wished with a single-minded determination, making it so that the best researchers and enchanters were all said to come from Eldina. It was a bane because this trait meant that they would never follow someone's command or rule easily. Thus, unity had always been the goal of each and every ruler, yet none had achieved it so far. Democracy was an in-between option that made it so that they could at least grudgingly follow a ruler who had been elected by the majority. If they had any problem, they could always try and stand in the elections themselves. Of course, only elves were eligible to cast votes. As for the people of other races who had settled in the kingdom, they had no such right even though they were treated warmly. Grumbling to himself while having no other choice but to listen to all the slogans, the man hastened his footsteps to reach an inn. Inside, a petite elf with single-bladed earlobes smiled as she saw him enter. "Devon, your rent is 6 months overdue. If you didn't make the best beer in all of West Elfhaven, I would surely have thrown you out by now. Get the money, dear, or I will have no choice too soon." In a sweet voice, the elf said these words while polishing a few bottles of wine arranged carefully in cupboards lining the walls. Nodding and giving a smile, the man ran up the stairs to reach his room. With a single bed and bathroom, there was no clue to indicate that the man had been living here for the past 5 years. Closing the door, he hurriedly sat on the bed and took out a small coin. It was a gold lion, and if others looked at it, they would simply ask him to take out different currency. Yet, plucking his finger, he made a drop of blood fall on the coin. Seeing the red glow that blinked twice before disappearing, a smile came on the man's face, as his blood boiled after what felt like ages. For the past 2 years, he had had to do odd jobs. While waiting for this call, Brought up in a secret location in Lanthana, the value of loyalty and patriotism had been drilled into him since childhood, along with skills like stealth, assassination and subterfuge. Sent as a sleeper agent to Elfhaven, he had been shocked when a message came 2 years ago that the king had changed the budget and was disavowing all but some sleeper agents in Angaria. Since then, there had been no resources to support him. Having no other choice but to live by sweeping floors and brewing beer, the man had still been waiting for some message that would give meaning to his existence again. Finally, the call had come. 2 blinks. One meant to awake, the other meant serve. Awake from your sleep, serve your kingdom. In all the 5 kingdoms in Angaria, this same sight could be seen. The man's eyes burned with passion, as he realized that the time had come to do his duty. In the throne room of the Black Raven Kingdom, the king was pacing to and fro in front of the enormous Black Raven, while the old man stood to the side with his eyes closed. "Any word yet?" He asked again for the 10th time since coming back to the kingdom. Frowning as he heard this, the old man first glanced at the raven behind the throne with reverence before saying, "You gave him a week. Don't be so impatient." "We heard what he said to the elf. The one behind him will definitely be able to find out what we need." "But what if he doesn't?" After waiting for the scream to stop echoing in the room, the old man replied, "If so, then it just means that he was bluffing to the elves." That information could be leaked. As a nefarious smile appeared on the old man's face, the king sighed before sitting back down on the throne. Calling for an attendant, he ordered, "Activate all sleepers in Lanthana. I want all of his movements, no matter who we need to sacrifice." Meanwhile, in an underground room in the palace of Lanthana, around 800 men stood in a circle, watching in awe at a peculiar setup in the middle of the room. A 30-feet-long table could be seen, with enchanting tables holding needles like the one Daniel had seen in Ripley's room all those years ago placed at regular intervals. The king of Lanthana stood at one end of the table, holding one such coin in his hands. A simple short-range communication trinket. "Watch." Saying so, the king first went to the first table and activated it, making the needles fly out and start engraving on the coin. A typical trinket like this took 2 hours to be enchanted by a first-grade enchanter. Yet, the king only spent 20 minutes at an engraving table before moving to the rest. Those in the crowd who had studied enchanting gasped as they saw this. How is he doing this? Shouldn't it explode, or at least be ruined? What's the point? Many such questions floated through their head as they watched the king flit from one table to the next, spending 20 minutes at each. Finally, 3 hours later, he stood in front of the trinket and prepared to finish the final step, activating the engraving. As the coin became red-hot while Daniel concentrated on it, many couldn't help but duck and move back, anticipating an explosion. After all, at this step, if there was anything wrong with the engraving, this would definitely happen. Yet, the jaws of the crowd collectively dropped as the coin glowed for a bit before going back to normal, indicating that the enchanting had been completed successfully. "But, my king, it took 3 hours to complete. Isn't that more than the time required usually?" It was the head of the previous R&D department who asked this. The king's answer shocked him, making him shake his head as he wondered if he had heard right. Imagine a different person at each table, doing the same engraving over and over again until they became so adept at it that it will only take 5 minutes to finish it instead of 20. Wouldn't the total engraving time drop down to 45 minutes? And wouldn't each team of you equal a peak first-grade enchanter? If someone viewed the capital city of the elves, Elfhaven, from above, they would see a single clear, yellow line stretching from one end of the almost flat mountain top to the other. Only, the center of this line would be visible as a large multicolored circle enveloped by a transparent dome. This was the palace where the ruler of the kingdom resided, along with all the officials who took care of all the tasks involved in running Eldina. Unlike the palace of Lanthana, which had a large single-storied complex with towering spires at certain locations, the palace of the elves had multiple towers of varying heights, all designed to flow seamlessly, with each tower smoothly transitioning into another. In one large bedroom located inside the palace, Eldra was sitting by the window and gazing out at the beautiful capital city. She had a wooden hairbrush in her hand, which she gently ran through her hair almost unconsciously. Suddenly, a knock sounded on the door, breaking her out of her reverie and making her rush to answer. A male elf greeted her with a small bow and handed over a sealed envelope. As was the case with most elves, his figure was lithe, as if it were built for speed and elegance rather than strength. Opening the envelope, a parchment fell out. Both message trinkets and communication trinkets came in the form of parchments, and this was clearly the former. Today, I had excellent luck. Imagine my surprise when I found out that. Cutting off the message playing in her mind, Eldra cast a special spell which made a small ball of silver fire appear. Instead of the one which had devoured the spy in the Lanthina kingdom, this one seemed docile, hovering over her fingertips. While waiting for her command, igniting the parchment, she watched as it burned away, leaving behind a small square metal coin the size of her fingernail. This was a special parchment which had this secondary trinket inlaid cleverly along with the engraving. If a regular fire was used, the coin would be destroyed, leaving no trace behind. Listening to the message inside the coin, her expression turned into one of consternation as she hurried out of her door, walking towards the assembly room with quick strides. Unlike traditional kingdoms which had throne rooms, as a democratic nation, Eldina had an assembly room in which the ruler would discuss with the elected representatives to reach a consensus regarding matters related to its well-being. Of course, there were different types of assemblies. Right now, Eldra had called for an assembly with the queen and the top strategists and enchanters of the kingdom in order to address the information that had been delivered by the spy. As she entered, she found that the rest of the representatives had already been dismissed in the few seconds in which she had sent the message. After waiting for them all to leave, Eldra entered and bowed by bending her upper body to an angle of 45 degrees with the floor. This was the standard official greeting in Eldina, mainly due to the individuality and dignity of the elves which made them scoff at the notion of bending on one knee, like those in Lanthina did. "Speak," said the queen, after closing the doors with a wave of her hand. The assembly was an enormous room with 100 seats on either side of the path from the doors which lead to the ruler's chair, which looked like a simple high wooden chair. Yet, if someone looked closer, they would be able to see that there were many fine patterns etched into the wood. All in all, if one stared long enough, they would find themselves being lost and trapped in the maze of delicate lines and drawings which could steal one's soul with their beauty and sophistication. Eldra stood in front of the chair, while 6 elves stood in front with their gazes fixed on her. "My queen, our source tells us that the king ordered a long table to be made on which multiple engraving benches were fixed at regular intervals. Then, he had a meeting with the enchanters and blacksmiths he recruited, after which they all exited the room with shock on their faces. Although what happened inside exactly has not been determined, I brought this to your attention because you asked me to prioritize any and all information regarding this matter." Eldra had been expecting a regular report, thus she had been shocked when she received news that the king of Lanthina had met again with the new research division which the kingdom of the elves considered a major threat. Although she couldn't figure out anything else and was puzzled regarding the use of such a peculiar setup, she simply did her duty and reported to the queen. Yet, when she saw the expressions of surprise on the faces of the 6 elves and the queen in front of her, she knew that they must have already gotten some clue regarding the matter. "Master Zenba, please bring out the prototype," said the queen after a few moments, prompting one of the elves to nod and disappear from the room. The palace of the elves did not have the same absolute space lock as Lanthina. Instead, certain individuals had the authority to bypass the space lock and teleport. To this date, this was one of the proudest achievements of the enchanters of Eldina. A few seconds later, the elf reappeared behind Eldra. As she turned around, she saw that he had brought a round wooden table. All around this table, there were 6 chairs with 6 engraving benches at regular intervals, reminding her of the report given by the spy. Seeing her being startled, the queen said, "This was made 20 years ago due to the theory of a 3rd-grade enchanter." He said that if the process of engraving the symbols on a trinket can be broken down into multiple steps, Individuals could take over each such step and become adept at it with repeated practice. Eventually, it would allow them to reach such a high level of efficiency that each unit of low-grade enchanters could reach a level which would let them enchant a trinket at a speed akin to that of enchanters well beyond their level. It is common knowledge that it has been our dream to mass-produce trinkets. This would enable us to do so, paving the way for the elves to take control of the center of Angaria and aim to become part of the Big Four. Remember, Eldra, this is the ultimate goal of Eldina. Seeing Eldra nod, listening to the statement that had been told by her many times, the queen continued. Sadly, it failed. Master, if you please. With a stoic expression, the elf who had brought the table took out a piece of parchment from the pocket of the robes he was wearing. Starting from one of the engraving tables, he spent a little bit of time at each before reaching the final one. If Daniel had been here, he would have been shocked to see the same demo done in 30 minutes instead of the 3 hours he had taken. This would mean that the man was actually a third-grade enchanter. Third-grade enchanters were marked as the strategic resources of any country because of their ability to create trinkets for exalted human fighters and mages. In most cases, an individual equipped with a combat trinket matching their level would easily be able to defeat one who didn't. With bated breath, the queen watched as the elf pointed his hand at the parchment and cast the spell to activate the engravings, turning it red-hot in the process. Yet, this expectant gaze turned into frustration like many times before when she saw the parchment catch fire and turn into dust. The enchanting had failed. My queen, it is impossible. The only way is to modify the schematic. It is definitely the work of the man behind him who also has the capability to analyze the mosquitoes and obtain proof regarding their source. The elf spoke with an expression of resignation on his face. All this while, they had been hoping that the young king of Lanthana had been bluffing. This was bolstered by the fact that even with their exhaustive spy networks, they had found not even a trace of this mysterious man. Yet now, from the reality that the king was somehow in possession of a modified schematic which was something only an expert at that level could create, they had no choice but to accept that they were in a very dangerous situation. Sighing, the queen looked into the air, cursing her predecessors that had taken the decisions which had resulted in this position today. Remain cautious. Keep an eye on him. Obtaining the modified schematic will enable us to make our dreams come true, but then what? If he releases that proof, all of Angaria will devour us whole. From the products that he will soon sell, we will be able to know just which schematics he has. No matter what, I bet it is only a very simple one which, by themselves, take lifetimes to produce. Remember, none of the spies must be tied to us. Dismissed. Elra, who had just barely managed to control her emotions this time even though she had been reminded of that event, jolted to attention and left the room on the queen's command, vowing to redouble her efforts to find the king of Lanthana's every move. Meanwhile, in an old sewer underneath the palace of the elves, the man with the golden land was crawling through a pipe with feces and waste covering his body. As he ignored the nauseating stench and focused on getting to his destination, he kept reminding himself what Commander Luther used to say during his training. As spies, it is your duty to do what no one else can do in service of your kingdom. If you do your job well, millions will go to sleep peacefully in our kingdom. Even if you are on your deathbed, remember this fact, as it will allow you to go into the great beyond with a smile of pride on your face. With these words resounding in his head, he became oblivious to his surroundings as he trudged on, alone in the dark, with the only light available being the fire in his eyes which urged him to do whatever was required in order to serve. In the throne room of the Lanthana kingdom, taking a parchment from Cassandra and going through it, Daniel smiled as the information about the elves' decision sounded in his mind. Although not the best equipped spy network in all of Angaria, Lanthana had once boasted of one of the most robust and efficient spies in almost all the kingdoms. This was mainly because of the man in charge of training spies, Commander Luther. The man's past was shrouded in mystery, but one thing that could never be disputed was his loyalty to Lanthana. According to Cassandra, he had stumbled to the border of Lanthana with his body covered in blood at the tender age of 10. Although he had been questioned repeatedly regarding his past, he had only had one answer: that he didn't remember. Showing remarkable talent in almost all aspects of warfare, he quickly rose through the ranks until he was one step below a commander. In fact, the only reason why he wasn't promoted was that King Richard had had misgivings regarding the fact that he wasn't born in Lanthana. Yet, this all changed when during an ambush by Axler, he risked his life and almost died while saving the king. That was also the incident which gave him the scars on his face. Mauled by a nefarious magic spell, it was a wonder he even survived. Since then, the king had had no qualms in trusting him to follow orders. Also taking over the duty of training spies, Luther had produced and sent some of the most talented espionage agents to the corners of Angaria. Above all, he was skilled in this matter the most. Thus, many suspected that it was somehow linked to his forgotten childhood. Regardless, there was one problem with maintaining such an extensive network: resources, expensive trinkets, money for bribes, daily expenses, etc. To handle all such miscellaneous costs, the kingdom always sent an amount of money to all spies stationed all over the continent. Of course, this was a huge drain on resources. Because of the King Richard's mad lust for power, he had made the decision of cutting off these resources to a bare minimum. This had been the reason why Axler had managed to move their army to attack without alerting Lanthana during the struggle for the throne. Many spies, who had established themselves as merchants needing a steady flow of money from Lanthana, were left out to dry. Luther had seen these men and women as his own children, and it had broken his heart to see them in such a condition. With time, the network dwindled until it became a mere skeleton of its former glory. That all changed when Daniel took the throne. Although he had no idea why Luther didn't approach him with this matter himself, the order to re-establish the spy network had been given out by him along with the one to set up the justice centers. Such a major reinstatement took time, thus the signal to awake had reached the man in Eldina after the meeting with the Black Raven Kingdom. The report went as follows: old sewer network used to gain access to specific sewer line from the palace. A recording device was sent to the room of an individual named Elra. To evade detection, a short-range transmitting device was used. I will be coming to the sewer every day to collect information. So far, the individual has given orders to keep an eye on King Daniel's movements while being cautious so that no spy is caught alive. She also sent a request to a strategist to secretly assess the effects of mass-producing certain simple trinkets on the economy of Lanthana, on behalf of the Queen. First and foremost, Daniel admired the tenacity of the man to crawl through piles of sewerage to carry out this mission. Indeed, Commander Luther's training was something else. Secondly, he was not very surprised that the news about the assembly line had been leaked. There were many spies in the palace, and it would be impossible to keep something like this which was known to many people hidden. As the elves suspected, he had used the system to modify a schematic of a simple communication trinket in order to make it possible to be mass-produced on the assembly line. Each individual only knew the part of the process they were supposed to do, so even if Eldina somehow came into possession of the knowledge of a single individual belonging to a unit, it would do no good. The most important part was the full schematic, which only two individuals knew, Daniel and Ripley. Indeed, the special individual who was in charge of the division was Ripley. He had jumped to the offer when being told that he would be given the best of resources to do whatever he wanted. For now, Ripley headed the production of communication trinkets. In the near future, Daniel planned to have a talk with him regarding the future direction of Lanthana. With news about the decision of Eldina, Daniel felt rest assured knowing that they wouldn't be moving on him. Time was all he needed, and he seemed to have some breathing space now. Dismissing the court, Daniel walked back to his chambers, happy that this issue was settled. On the way, he couldn't help but think back to the report of the system regarding the Echa seeds that had put him in a dilemma which had been tormenting him ever since. Phenomena Analysis Module has analyzed Echa seeds. Echa seeds, these are a modified variety of a common plant known for its tenacity to live by sapping away the nutrients of other plants around it. This variety can absorb the energy present in the ground, resulting in plants that can be processed to obtain an energy material similar to ether. The earth that the seeds are buried loses all vitality in a period of 1 year. This has an effect on the nutrients present in the earth which enable regular plants to grow. In a period of 2 years after planting echo seeds, the earth they were planted becomes completely barren. No plant will be able to grow in this soil. According to estimates, the time required to reverse this effect is 10 years. Daniel had been quite shocked when he heard this analysis from the system. The echo plants were actually a man-made alternative to ether. This had been the dream of many kingdoms for as long as they could remember. Although ether mines were still in operation, there would be a time when they are completely depleted. At that point, many wondered what the state of Angaria would be. Would mages and fighters have to give up training? This was simply a horrific thing to think about. Thus, May had been conducting research to tackle this problem, but there hadn't been any success, at least in all 6 kingdoms. It only made sense that with their superior resources, the Big Four would be the first to succeed. Yet, this plant was simply too nefarious. In 1 year, it would eat away the Earth's energy, but it would take another year for this to be detected by humans. Effectively, someone could plant these in an area and show that there were no ill effects. After scamming the farmers, they could leave with the echo plants. Another year later, all the crops planted in the area would start dying, eventually resulting in the whole area becoming a desert. For many in Lanthana, their land was their livelihood. If Daniel agreed to the Black Raven King's plan and allowed the echo seeds to be planted in his kingdom due to being tempted by the spot in the Big Four and the profits, he would be sending numerous farmers to their deaths. In fact, he would be dooming his whole kingdom to ruin. Yet, what he didn't understand was how the Black Raven King's plan could be so dumb. If this did come about, Lanthana would definitely launch a justified do-or-die assault on the Black Raven Kingdom, following which both kingdoms would be devastated, allowing others to enter the fray and reap benefits. This was something they definitely didn't desire. Now, as he walked to his chambers, another possibility which he hadn't thought about before came into Daniel's mind. He had the system which could analyze the seeds in order to give this analysis. As far as he knew, no one else in the 6 kingdoms would have been able to make such an analysis. If this was so, then what if the Black Raven Kingdom had no idea about these ill effects, and had already been schemed upon and duped by the Big Four who had given the seeds? This realization caused Daniel to stop in his tracks. Indeed, all these days he had been thinking about the problem after disregarding the fact that he was in possession of something unique in all of Angaria, the world domination system. He knew for a fact that to most of the Big Four, the smaller kingdoms were just ants. This disregard even went so far as to ignore their existence unless they had a use for them. Placing himself in the shoes of one of the Big Four who managed to develop such a seed, Daniel started thinking of his options. First, there was no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Thus, someone with the expertise to develop something like this either must surely have known of the side effects, or must have found out about them after thorough testing. After all, if there were none, the developer could simply grow them in his own land and profit. After finding out about the side effects, if it were Daniel, he would have started targeting one of the smaller kingdoms due to 2 main reasons. 1, he had something with him which could be given out without incurring cost, the chance to learn the spell technique. 2, he wouldn't have to handle anything. The kingdom would take all of the responsibility, and he could simply reap the profits. As for the plight of the kingdom, as one of the Big Four, he couldn't care less. Realizing this, Daniel became more and more sure that the Black Raven Kingdom must have already been cheated by those who gave the seeds. After all, the king had said it himself. If he could, he would have sent both individuals from his own kingdom to learn the spell techniques. At this point, Daniel shifted to the shoes of the Black Raven King. If all this was true, then the Black Raven King wasn't dumb at all. On the contrary, he was quite clever. With cautiousness, he must have planted the seeds and investigated the side effects himself. After 1 year, he must have seen that there were none, resulting in him planting more and more. Another year later, the first test soil would have become barren, resulting in the Black Raven King realizing that the rest of the soil was doomed too. At this point, if it were Daniel, his focus would be to find a way to reverse this effect. No kingdom would want to depend on another for something so basic such as food. After all, the Black Raven Kingdom even had much less fertile lands than Lanthana, meaning that they would be hit very hard due to these seeds. The more he thought about these matters, the more Daniel became assured that he was right. The most important thing was that his instincts told him that he was on the right track. This was the best confirmation he could get, as they had yet to let him down. With all this new information in hand, Daniel started planning his next step. His policy was simple: if someone meant him and his kingdom harm, he would repay them tenfold. But if they were desperate, he wouldn't mind helping them out. Henceforth, it would all depend on the Black Raven King. 1 week after, at the North Border Gate. It's been a week. Should I send a reminder? The Black Raven King could be seen pacing inside the throne room again, while the gigantic head of their god beast looked on from above, as if condescending this loss of composure that should not be part of one who called himself king. Have patience. He did not seem the type to be tardy, replied the old man, already exasperated by the king's actions. This past week had been a major test on his nerves, making him consider again and again whether it was time for another coup by someone with a better temper. Yet, he controlled his emotions. Suddenly, the king stopped in his tracks, taking out the raven-shaped trinket from his pocket, which was the counterpart of the one given to the king of Lanthana. The communication he had been waiting for had finally come. Taking a deep breath, he first relaxed his expression before sitting on the throne. Seeing this, the old man gave a small smile. Although this kid has a short temper, his intelligence and presence of mind can still be admired, he thought, while putting away the plans he had been considering before. After taking another breath, the Black Raven King activated the trinket, making a panel appear in front of him. Although it was the same size as the one Faxial had, there was a big difference in clarity. In the panel emanated from Faxial's trinket, even the individual hairs of the figure on the screen could be discerned. Yet with this, it was only a flat image that also slightly blurred at times. Of course, comparing to the present trinkets all over the 6 kingdoms, this was already very impressive. Impressive trinket. I thought it was simply for voice communication. Smiling at King Daniel's words, the Black Raven King replied, "Yes, it is a secret schematic handed down since generations. I trust that you have come to a decision." Unable to control his impatience, the Black Raven King couldn't help but ask directly. After a few moments, the King of Lanthana replied, "I first have a question to ask of you. Are there really no side effects of planting eka plants in soil? Have you tested this yourself?" Seeing the other party come straight to the point, the Black Raven King was first overjoyed. Exactly like Daniel had thought, he had already been duped by the Big Four. Half of the fertile land in his kingdom would be barren in a year. This was simply a disaster which could result in the destruction of the whole kingdom. Thus, after hearing from Beavis about the man behind the King of Lanthana who could analyze a mosquito in order to find out proof regarding its origin, he had hatched a plan. A man of such expertise would definitely be able to analyze the seeds. After analysis, it was likely that he would find a way to resolve the problem. Thus, his plan had been simple: arouse suspicion in the King of Lanthana so that he would have the seeds analyzed by the man behind him. After that man found out a way to rejuvenate the soil, simply copy this method later to apply in his own kingdom. Of course, there was a different possibility: maybe the King of Lanthana had been bluffing, and there was no such man. In this case, he would have no way to find out the side effects. In that case, if the King of Lanthana still agreed because of foolishly trusting himself after being enamored by the rewards, Lanthana would be doomed just like the Black Raven Kingdom. This was a possibility. But as a man who had climbed a pile of bodies to ascend to the throne, did the Black Raven King care? Of course, he didn't. In the worst case, he would simply pull them down with him. Why should others be well when his kingdom rotted? Such was his nature, and such was the tenacity that made the old man recruit him in the first place. "Why do you ask, King Daniel? Have you found any?" "No, which is why I am considering to accept the deal. As you must know, my kingdom is sorely in need of a powerhouse." "I was only asking because if there are any side effects, It is best that you tell me now so that I might be able to help you to counteract them in any way I can." With these words, Daniel gave the Black Raven King the last chance to come out clean. Even he knew about the two possibilities if he accepted the deal. If the Black Raven King still denied everything, then it could be clearly deduced that he did mean harm to Lanthina, which would let Daniel decide his future course. "I assure you, there are none. As an ally, if I did find any, I would never conceal them. I only brought this offer to you because I want us to prosper together. I hope you have this same goodwill if I require anything from you in the future." Hearing this, Daniel had to try hard to control his face so that the disgust he was feeling didn't appear on it. Obviously, he was saying this so that if Daniel did have a way to counter the side effects, he would share it in the future. The disgust was because of the fact that if he didn't, he would be dooming his kingdom to ruin. The Black Raven King clearly knew this, but didn't care. Thus, he had settled his fate. If he had asked, maybe Daniel would have considered a true alliance in which they could solve the problem together. But now, it was simply too late. "All right, I accept the deal. Send the seeds over." The Black Raven King smiled wide, delighted at the first step of success in his plan. Of course, he did not know that the fate of his kingdom had already been sealed by his reluctance to not ask directly due to the fear of showing vulnerability. By discarding this option and going with his plan, he had already discarded a brighter future under his rule for the Black Raven Kingdom. The next day, the north border gate was opened completely due to the influx of a large number of ether-driven carts carrying wooden boxes. The king had already sent orders to allow them in after cataloguing each and every box. After entering, they were ordered to be set to the side instead of traversing further into the kingdom. Hearing this report from the men whom the Black Raven King had sent to deliver the seeds, he immediately contacted King Daniel to find out the reason behind the strange directions. This time, when they initiated the trinkets, the Black Raven King saw that the King of Lanthina had a small smile on his face unlike before when he had accepted the deal. Although a slight ominous feeling swept over him on seeing this, he dismissed it as simply a figment of his imagination. After all, the deal was done. There was no chance of anything happening that could be worse than the worst-case scenario he had already thought of. What is the reason for the carts to be stopped near the border? The seeds are delicate, and it is best if they are planted as soon as possible. The deadline given by the Big Four is approaching, and there can't be any more delays. No need to worry, Black Raven King. As you must know, farms can be found near the border too. I have decided that the echo seeds will be planted in these border farms. The infrastructure is already in place, and I will be sending over more manpower and resources. I had been meaning to invest in the border regions anyway. Oh, then there is no problem. The advance payment will be sent soon. My officials will be on call to assist in the initial planting. In the king's chambers in Lanthina, Daniel cut off the communication while an expression of ridicule appeared on his face. For the first time, Daniel was up against a truly ruthless figure who did not care about the deaths of tens of thousands of people in order to further his agenda. If the case about him not having a remedy for the barren soil turned out to be true, this was the least amount of people that would die due to having their livelihoods destroyed. Of course, a war would result in even more loss of life. Right now, he had a tough decision to make. The best plan put forward by the system needed him to be ruthless in turn. Yet, Daniel felt something inside him pushing him away from this decision. The consolation was that he did not need to make this decision now. Thus, putting it aside, Daniel decided to list the pressing matters on his plate right now. 1. Eldina. Although the kingdom of the elves was currently only keeping an eye on him, he knew that it was a major threat. He could not guarantee that his bluff would keep them away for an extended period of time. Thus, he had to find a way to defuse this looming threat. 2. EXP. Daniel had been regularly checking the kingdom statistics, as he looked forward to earning EXP to buy more tools. There were quite a few tools he had his eye on which would definitely help him a lot. Sadly, the system had completely stopped giving him missions. Thus, he either had to achieve momentous things or increase the satisfaction level. 3. The Empire Spirit. The matter of the Empire Spirit was also on his mind. Increasing satisfaction level would actually kill two birds with one stone, enabling him to access the wealth of knowledge present in the spirit. Knowing the importance of knowledge, Daniel looked forward to finding out what exactly was stored inside the spirit. 4. The escaped nobles. His blood still boiled whenever Daniel remembered the instant the two nobles had gotten away. Although he had been looking for clues regarding the two for a long time, there had been nothing substantial yet. 5. Personal power. This was the most pressing matter. Although he had been finding more time to train recently, Daniel was still an eminent human mage and fighter. If he wanted to depend on himself for his protection while fulfilling his goal to become Lanthana's bastion, he needed to find a way to increase his level quickly. Again, EXP was required for this matter as there were some tools that could act as the solution. After pondering over the list, Daniel realized that resolving just one matter would have a chain effect of solving multiple issues. Satisfaction level. Just as he was about to ask the system for ways to handle this, an urgent knock sounded on his door. Opening it with the system, he saw a white-faced Keller stagger into the room. Jonah is at the gate of the palace. A few minutes later, inside the throne room of the Lanthana kingdom, Daniel sat on the throne with a perplexed expression on his face. His former master had suddenly appeared at the gate, saying that he wanted a meeting with the king. He knew that his former master was clearly aware of the fact that entering the palace was suicide. Unless he had suddenly grown into a champion-level powerhouse, there was no way that he could pose a threat to Daniel. This was, of course, impossible, so Daniel had ordered for Jonah to be brought to the throne room. Escorted by Iran, Cassandra and 50 elite soldiers, Jonah entered through the doors with an easy smile on his face. As Daniel lay his eyes on him, he realized that something was different. Indeed, when Jonah opened his mouth, everything became clear. Daniel, this is simply a clone. My true body is hundreds of kilometers away. I mean no harm, and I simply came to tell you something out of goodwill. This clone has no power and is carrying nothing. If you wish, you can have Keller check. Nodding at Keller, Daniel watched as the Grand Court mage did a thorough search of Jonah's robes. As for the matter of the body being a clone, it didn't matter because even if it wasn't, he wouldn't be able to resist against the might of the Dragon Claw. I wish to speak with you privately regarding a matter which involves the future of Angaria. You already know that I can do no harm to you. Again simply nodding at Keller, Daniel gave the order to dismiss. Since the moment he had heard Keller's message in the king's chamber, Daniel had felt a rage boiling inside him. The man in front of him had once been someone he admired. Daniel had often thanked him in his heart and vowed to pay him back for everything he had done. Yet, all that had changed at the moment he broke the barrier and took away the noble. No matter his motive, he had gone against the authority of the king. Thus, he was a traitor. After everyone left the room, Jonah first looked at Daniel for a few seconds. Noticing the smoldering fury in his eyes, he sighed before opening his mouth. Daniel, I know you are furious with me because of what I did. Although I cannot give you a reason for my actions right now, all I can say is that I had no other choice. Hearing these words, all Daniel could do was try to control his emotions. After all, lashing out at a clone would achieve nothing. Why are you here? He asked through gritted teeth, making Jonah smile helplessly seeing his former student's anger. Daniel, first and foremost, I am a citizen of Lanthana. This kingdom is my birthplace, and I love it as much as you do. Still, I chose to go over to the church's side. Have you never wondered why? Of course, this question had run through Daniel's mind many times. In fact, even Keller had brought up this matter, and they had both decided that the most obvious explanation must be the one most likely to be true. Because your family was killed by King Richard, and you wanted revenge. Hearing this answer, a sad expression came on Jonah's face. No, Daniel. I have come because I managed to escape my handler's gaze in order to show you the reason for my decision to swear an oath to the Church of Rectitude. If you care about the people you now rule, follow me to my old cabin. Although his former master's words made Daniel raise his eyebrows, he had already decided that he would take everything the man said with a grain of salt. Still, he couldn't help but agree that this question had been on his mind for a long time. From everything Keller had told him about Jonah's character, he knew that he was a man who valued favors highly. Keller and the academy had helped him grow, and Jonah had apparently always talked about serving Lanthana to repay everything. Yet, he had chosen to ally with the church in order to obtain revenge. In fact, Keller had even asked him to wait for someone like Daniel. Like with Felix, he tried to make Jonah an observer who could pick out potential seeds. But for some reason, he had still chosen the church. Getting up from the throne, Daniel motioned for Jonah to lead the way. With the space locked, they had no choice but to traverse the palace on foot. Daniel had already given the order to empty the corridors. Thus, only the sound of two people walking could be heard in the empty hallways of the Palace of Lanthana. Halfway along the route to the secret passageway which led to the academy, Jonah started talking. "I guess that from your perspective, it makes sense that I allied with the church in order to take revenge on that bastard Richard. Indeed, when the church approached me, I had half a mind to accept their offer due to this exact reason. The other half stopped me." A wistful expression appeared on Jonah's face as he thought back to that time. His parents, grandparents and his sister had all been taken away from him in a short span of time. Due to heartbreak, his legendary comprehension had slipped down to red. From all angles, it looked like he would have no chance of obtaining revenge on the king who was the reason for it all. "I rejected them. No matter how much I yearned for what they offered, I knew that I still owed a debt to the kingdom which raised me. I wanted to join Keller and find someone like you who could do good for Lanthana. In that way, I would be able to both get my revenge and fulfill my dream to serve my nation." As Daniel heard him speak, he felt the passion in his voice whenever he spoke of Lanthana. Indeed, just as Keller had said, Jonah was a deeply patriotic man. Yet, this realization only served to make him more puzzled about the reason for him swearing the oath in the end. They had already gotten to the academy through the secret passageway, so Daniel caught Jonah's shoulder and teleported to the cottage directly. Seeing the place he had called home for so long, a sad smile appeared on Jonah's face. Entering, he first waited for Daniel to make his way inside before carefully closing the door. The cottage was completely empty, as all of the items had been taken to the palace and checked for clues on Daniel's orders. He had wanted to find some information regarding Jonah's whereabouts, but he hadn't had any luck. Inside the empty cottage, Jonah first looked around and took everything in, as if reminiscing about all the time spent here. With Daniel watching on, he walked to a specific corner of the cottage and pricked his finger, drawing a pattern that looked like a shield on the wall. A secret compartment opened, in which lay a hand-sized cylinder-shaped object that looked like it was made of bone. Taking it in his hands, Jonah walked to Daniel and said, "If you want answers, use your blood to bind it." By this point, the rage that Daniel had felt before had already subsided. Although he was puzzled at Jonah's words, he still took the cylinder. It felt cold to the touch, and no matter how much he tried, Daniel couldn't understand just what material it was made out of. One thing he knew for sure was that it wasn't any metal that he had ever seen since coming to this world. After dripping some blood on it, the cylinder glowed slightly before absorbing it and turning spotless again in an instant. Memory interface detected. Would host like to enter the memory? Hearing this kind of notification for the first time in his life, Daniel was initially a bit startled. Yes. Beginning memory sync. After a few moments, Daniel felt as if someone had used a hammer to hit his head. His vision blurring, he swung from side to side before finally collapsing to the ground with the cylinder still in his hand. As the blackness completely covered his vision, the last thing he saw was Jonah walking to another side of the cottage and using his blood to draw a different symbol, which opened another compartment whose contents seemed hazy due to Daniel already giving in to the pull which yanked his consciousness away. Pain. As he roused from his stupor, Daniel felt excruciating pain rack his body, making him wonder whether he had fallen into his former master's trap and had somehow been beaten up. Yet, as he opened his eyes, he saw a sky filled with smoke. As the rest of the senses returned to him one by one, Daniel realized that he was clad in some sort of armor. It had numerous holes, and each of these holes were the locations from which the pain was coming from. Apart from that, horror appeared on his face as it dawned upon him that he could only feel one leg. Screams of terror resounded in his ears, making him get up to look around. As he set one arm on the ground as support, it slipped, making him fall back down with a groan. His hands were covered in some sort of gloves, yet as Daniel brought them to his face, he saw that a red sticky substance coated them completely. With realization dawning upon him that it was actually blood, he hastily used his other hand to bring his upper body up. Looking around, he saw that the area was filled with mangled bodies. Pools of blood were already congregating on the hard soil, and Daniel had slipped on one such pool when he had tried to get up. Looking down, he almost fainted when he saw that his leg was cut off from the knee down. It was a clean cut, and the wound had already been cauterized, as if whoever had done the deed had also taken care to close the wound so that he wouldn't die of blood loss. Regardless, Daniel was already bleeding from the holes in his body. Finding a stick beside him, he somehow propped himself up and ambled forward. He did not know why he wanted to move. Yet, his instincts told him that he would really regret staying at that location. Thus, looking around at all the bodies lying around him and hearing the distant screams, Daniel slowly made his way through the blood while taking care not to slip. He was on a plain, and as he turned his head round, he estimated in his mind that there were at least 10,000 bodies in just his vicinity alone. With this horrific fact glaring at him, Daniel finally started wondering just what the heck was going on. The situation and his blaring instincts which had been screaming at him to run hadn't allowed his mind even a moment of idle thought, but even now, those questions halted in his mind as he had just seen something a little ahead which made him use his free hand to rub his eyes. There was a pile of 3 bodies on top of one another, with the 2 on top having their heads angled downwards, making it so that he couldn't see their faces. Yet, the body at the bottom lay on its back on the ground, with the eyes still open, staring into the sky. Stumbling forwards, Daniel fell on the ground beside the bodies and stretched his hand forward to wipe away the soot covering its face. He had to make sure. With dread, he saw that he had indeed been right. It was his mother, Maria Ann of Ron. Overlay detected. Would host like it to be removed? The voice which sounded in his mind pulled him back from the madness which had almost devoured him whole. Seeing this sight, although he had no idea what the system meant, he still answered yes instinctively. Suddenly, his vision blurred as a different face appeared over his mother's. Puzzled, he used his hand to turn over the 2 bodies, realizing that they were actually his father and Faxial. Yet, just like with his mother, their faces were blurring with different faces appearing on top of them. After a few moments, Daniel breathed a sigh of relief seeing that the 3 faces now belonged to individuals he had never seen before. "System, what is happening?" he asked, looking forward to finally finding out just what was happening. Host has entered a memory fragment. This memory belongs to an individual who saw his loved ones at this location. An overlay had been added to the memory so that the one experiencing the memory would see their own loved ones. So all this happened to someone? Affirmative. Memory fragments work by taking the real memory of a location with its surroundings from an organism's brain. Using special techniques, a trinket can be made which allows one to enter the memory and experience it for themselves. Such overlays can also be added in the process. Present information has been gathered from the secret library. Please collect more information for a better assessment. Daniel had never heard of such a trinket. In fact, he had never even imagined that something like this could be possible. The feeling from before had been getting stronger, so Daniel used the stick to get back and start to move forward again. As he did so, he pondered over what the system had said. Someone had definitely been in this situation, so this incredible amount of bloodshed had happened somewhere. Who had caused it? And where was this location? Having only questions he couldn't answer, Daniel continued limping while trying not to look at the bodies on the ground. Each and every grim image of someone mauled, beaten or burned to death branded into his memory, making him more and more nauseated. He had thought that he had seen bloodshed in the king's chambers when the meteor killed the nobles, but that was nothing compared to this. Finally, seeing the body of a little girl cut in half with the intestines spilling to the ground, Daniel could take it no longer. Bending to the side, he puked his stomach out. After a few minutes of heaving, Daniel finally felt better. Looking in a different direction, he somehow managed to cross the body without throwing up again. His mind started becoming numb from all the gore in front of him, while the occasional distant scream startled him. There was no concept of time in this endless battlefield. Yet, he realized that he was getting more and more deranged by the second. Step after step, it was all he could do to keep moving. To distract himself, he started analyzing everything he had done since becoming king. After seeing his mother's body, Daniel had realized that he had neglected to spend time with his parents. He had been following up on the procedure to cure his father's condition, and it would take place in a few days. Time. He had been scrambling to handle issues left and right, yet he had been foolishly ignoring the most important things. With deeper analysis, Daniel realized that even his personality had been changing bit by bit. It had only been a few days, but he had already started to get used to being in power. He knew that Faxial was suffering from his past, yet he hadn't taken the care to follow up and ask him about how he was doing. He knew that his parents were probably bewildered due to everything happening in the palace, yet he hadn't bothered to go spend some time with them in order to reassure them that their son, Daniel, still had them in his heart. He knew that Jonah had been pining for revenge for many years and must have had his reasons for doing what he did, but he had still allowed himself to get so furious back in the throne room when he had laid his eyes on him. He had heard back on Earth that power was dangerous, that being in power changed people. He now realized that it was true. The plane he had been walking on had been angling up for quite some time. Walking with his head bent, Daniel hadn't realized that he had reached a cliff. Looking up, his jaw dropped as he took in the scene in front of him. The capital city of Lanthina was besieged by an enormous army from all sides. The outer city had already fallen, with the walls containing numerous holes at least 3 meters in diameter. The attacking army, which was mostly comprised of figures wearing shining white uniforms. Among them, Daniel could see many contraptions which reminded him of the war machines from Earth, although their form was different. He could tell that their function was the same. For example, there was a large 10-meter cube with an opening on the top, into which mages stationed nearby levitated boulders which were shot out with explosive force, bringing ruin to the city in front of them. He could see blood flowing in the streets, with men, women, and children being killed mercilessly while the army comprising of at least 5 million soldiers trudged towards the inner city gates. A figure wearing fluttering white robes was flying in the air, repeatedly ramming into the formation barrier that had protected the previous king for so long during the struggle for the throne. Yet, as Daniel watched, the barrier broke with just 2 more punches, making the waiting soldiers scream with glee as they rushed inside and massacring the people who had been hiding inside the palace. This sight would forever remain in Daniel's memory. The system had already notified in his mind that this was another overlay, but he hadn't been able to even reply due to the sheer shock and terror he felt. They were his people. This was his kingdom. Yet, he was powerless to stop anything. Finally, a live one. Now the Archbishop can't scold us. Hearing a voice behind him, Daniel was pulled away from his reverie. Yet, even before he managed to turn around, he felt something slicing through his neck. A strange feeling of flight overtook him, making him look down to see his own armored body still standing at the edge of the cliff, with a clean cauterized cut on the neck exactly like the one he had seen before on his leg. All of his senses going out of focus, the last thing he heard was the same voice speak again before he found his consciousness being swept away, responding to a call which seemed to be coming from deep inside him. One witness of the purge, captured. Let's get back to join the party. Feeling the hard floor of the cottage under him, Daniel woke up to a pounding in his head. The cylinder was still in his hand, while Jonah still stood to the side, waiting for Daniel to come back to his senses. Seeing him open his eyes, Jonah strode forward and helped him rise to his feet, saying, "First of all, those aren't your parents. And that isn't Lanthina. This drink, it enables you to experience the memory of someone, and it only makes your consciousness superimpose personal things such as your parents or your city onto what you are seeing." Of course, Daniel already knew this from the system. Shaking his head and trying to get rid of the pain in his head, he asked, "Where did that happen?" "I do not know. But what I do know is that this is the fate that will befall Lanthina if Angaria doesn't unite to repel the church." The chilling words made Daniel stand up straight and look at Jonah with wide open eyes. What he saw could become reality. The image of the streets of Lanthana with rivers of blood running through them came back into his mind, making panic and horror appear on his face. Yes, the church thought that I had enough anguish to wish for the destruction of the kingdom I grew up in. They tried to use this image to entice me in order to join their cause. Taking a deep breath, Jonah continued talking with an expression of absolute seriousness on his face. So far, all I have uncovered is that they come from the sea which surrounds Angaria. The only thing I know about their motive is that they wish to purge each and every location on this continent. As colonists, they always try the method of using minimal resources and pent-up grievances in the population to take control of a kingdom first, like they tried to with Lanthana. Using this as a base, they begin operations to destabilize all surrounding kingdoms and forces to result in a war. Daniel, I joined them because I knew there was a need for someone to be on their side, who could relay information like this to try to fight for the survival of Angaria as a whole. I cannot explain how I was able to tell you this much without dying from the backlash from the oaths. If you want to find answers to questions like these, do what I told you in the letter. Go to the place in Angaria where the rock pierces the basilisk's eye, and call for the white-robed augur when you think you are strong enough. Although what I said about oaths in the letter was true, it does not apply in this case. I made my oath with the full intention to serve my kingdom. This is too important, thus I had no choice but to lie in the letter. As for the augur, it is an open secret. Reeling from the flood of information, it was all Daniel could do to look into his former master's eyes and see the passion and love for his homeland that was quite apparent in them. Finally, I apologize for breaking in and abducting the noble like that. I had to do so to prove that I have no connection with you. Even this visit was so that I could give you the offer again. I know your answer, so I will not be asking. My time is up. I will contact you through this trinket whenever I can. For now, all I can ask is that you keep this truth in your mind when making decisions. Although I know that the next 5 years are definitely safe, I can say nothing about the time after that. Daniel, I know this all sounds far-fetched. I can only beg you to trust me. If you want proof, again, grow stronger and go to that location. This is all your master can do, young king. Know that you and Kelly are forever in my thoughts, and I will keep working to gather information that can save us from the calamity. Farewell. With the last word, Jonah's body disintegrated into motes of light that glowed for a bit before dissipating. Along with the disc-shaped trinket that he had been holding in his hand, his clothes crumpled to the ground where they lay in a heap, with his eyes fixed on the cube which spun for a bit before coming to rest. Daniel tried to take in everything he had just heard. The past few minutes had been some of the most surreal that Daniel had ever experienced in both of his lives. Staggering back and taking the support of the wall of the cottage, he slid to the ground while holding his head in hands. The images still floated in front of his eyes, vivid and striking. Hundreds of thousands of dead bodies. Lanthana, broken and besieged. His family, dead. His friends, dead. His people, dead. Although there was still a voice in the corner of his mind which urged him to consider that everything he had seen might be fake, he only answered back with one horrific question. What if it wasn't? At the end of the day, that was what it all boiled down to. If there was even a 1% chance that what he saw might come to be, then it was folly to disregard or ignore it. Yes, his master had betrayed him. But the reasoning behind his actions and the gaping question about why he even allied with the church had finally been answered. Although Daniel had many more questions, he knew that he could only hold them inside now and look for answers later. For instance, did no one else on the continent know about this looming threat? How did his master overcome the limitation of the oath to do everything he had done? Why did the church want to invade and purge Angaria? What did they get out of it? What was so special about Jonah that the church went to such lengths to recruit him? They had given him an offer before too, but they hadn't shown him the same memory in order to entice him like they had done with Jonah. And finally, where the hell did this church originate from? What lay beyond Angaria? So many questions, yet all Daniel had were suspicions and theories. Collecting his thoughts, Daniel realized that he had been foolish to get so angry because of Jonah's actions. This realization was only possible because the truth had completely dispelled his rage, making it so that he could reflect calmly on his emotions before Although he was a traitor by law, there was simply no reason for Daniel to feel such fury against the man who had protected him from the shadows for such a long time. Power had indeed changed him, but he had been lucky to realize this at an early juncture. For any problem, admittance was the most important step. By admitting that he had changed, Daniel set himself on the path to remediation. In the eyes of a king, Jonah was a traitor who had to be punished accordingly. But in the eyes of someone who had known the man for so long, Jonah had only done those things because he had no other option. The key point was to differentiate the two, instead of mixing them up like he had been doing so far. Deciding upon this, Daniel got to his feet. As his master had asked, he would keep the truth about the looming threat in his mind when making any decisions. And if he wanted more answers, he would have to go to the place his master had mentioned. Indeed, as a result of all his realizations, Daniel had started to refer to Jonah as master instead of previous master. As if to encourage him, the system sounded in his mind at this moment, bringing him some good news. Achievement, Self-Realization 1 obtained. Self-Realization 1. By identifying your weaknesses using your own capability, you have embarked on a path to become a better person, and in turn, a more suited candidate to become a world dominator. Congratulations. 2000 EXP awarded. Walking to the pile left behind by his master, Daniel first folded the clothes carefully and set them to the side. Picking up the trinket, he proceeded to use his blood to bind it to him. Yet, as he did so, the voice of the man who had awoken him with the stench from his body all those years ago in his dorm room sounded in his mind, making him smile slightly as he realized that he could finally strike one item off the list of the things that he had made before this whole incident had happened. Here is one final gift to you, my disciple. The eldest prince is located inside the Withering Leaf sect headquarters, which is in an unnamed valley east of Lanthina. If one traveled east of Lanthina, they would first come upon a region which was covered with barren mountains and plains, with many ferocious beasts living in the area. It was known as a death trap for any unsuspecting traveler who dared to venture here without ample preparation or confidence in his own strength. In fact, in central Angaria, the region in which the 6 kingdoms were located, there were quite a few species of animals which could grow in power. Unlike fighters, some even had the capability of directly ingesting energy materials in order to train their bodies. Even though they were a threat to weak travelers, they could do nothing to harm individuals living in established areas. It was said that Angaria was once home to fantastical beasts which trained all the way to the champion level and even beyond. Yet, to the common folk, these were only myths, mainly because of the fact that the strongest beast found in any area around Lanthina was only at the eminent human level. People did lose their lives, but they could only blame themselves for their carelessness, as the information about the habitats of such beasts was clearly recorded and available within every kingdom. Although one could make a profit by selling beast pelts and claws, it wasn't a very booming occupation, at least in Lanthina, due to the non-abundance of strong beasts in the areas near it. Also, there were certain no trespassing zones which were marked with a red color on maps. No one knew the reason behind this marking, but the fact that all those who entered these areas never came out alive was enough to make everyone keep a wide berth from all such zones. Gazing at the huge map in front of him, Daniel saw that there were 3 such red zones in the area where his master had said that the Withering Leaf sect headquarters was located. After completely calming himself, Daniel had gone back to the palace after deciding on his next steps in his mind. When asked about the reason behind Jonah's visit, he simply recited the one that his master had supposedly come for, to extend an offer to join the Church of Rectitude. Seeing the sad look on Keller's face, Daniel realized that he had probably been hoping for something that could ease the pain in his heart. After all, he had been the one who groomed Jonah, only to later take part in apprehending him when he defied the king. Although many such incidents had scarred the Grand Court Mage's heart, this was one that stood out the most. Alas, Daniel had no choice. The information about his master's double role was too important, and he had to take every precaution in order to safeguard it. He himself had seen the strict oaths one would have to swear if one chose to enter the Church of Rectitude, thus he had been quite shocked to see that his master had somehow found a way to circumvent them to relay information to him. This taught him that even oaths weren't completely foolproof. Resolving to privately tell Keller the truth later, Daniel asked for a map of Angaria to be brought to him. His story had been that Jonah had bargained the information about the location of the eldest prince in order to have Daniel listen to the offer in the first place. A fire had lit up in the eyes of the inhabitants of the throne room when they heard this news. The eldest prince was the demon who could be designated as the main root for many of the incidents which led to tens of thousands of people having their lives destroyed. There was no way Daniel could say that he had fulfilled his promise if he didn't bring this fiend to justice. Thus, he decided to prioritize this operation. After all, the first step for any such mission was scouting. According to the records present in the archives of the Lanthana Kingdom, almost all the no trespassing zones had already been investigated at least once. This had been an ambitious project by a king of Lanthana who was paranoid that these locations were hiding secret bases of other kingdoms. After massive loss of life, he had had no choice but to give up all intentions about a deeper investigation. It was these records that now helped Daniel. Of the three zones, one was a canyon and the other two were valleys. Rumors stated that they were the locations of ancient kingdoms who were far advanced in the art of formations and enchanting when compared to the kingdoms present in Angaria today. Although they had faded away into the eddies of time for reasons unknown, it was said their formations still remained, guarding their home ground and killing all who dared to venture in. All three needed to be scouted again. But Daniel also had to make sure that there would be no ties in case someone did get caught. With this thought, he was reminded of the one known as the Grand Master of Espionage, Luther. Ordering a ran to take Luther's place at the border, Daniel waited while sitting on the throne and pondering about the future of Lanthana and Angaria. After a few minutes, the scarred man walked into the room with a peculiar expression on his face. Along with Daniel, Cassandra, Faxule, and Keller were also in attendance. Luther's face was filled with an extreme expression of discomfort. He winced with each step, almost as if he were stepping on needles instead of the floor. Before Daniel could ask, Cassandra opened her mouth and spoke to answer the query which was clear in the king's face. Your Majesty, for some reason, Luther always acts like this when he is summoned to the kingdom. Even though we asked him many times, he has never told us the reason. The only thing he did say was that being in the palace always made him feel like he was going to be devoured by something. Hearing the reason, a bemused expression came on Daniel's face. Let's walk out then. I was meaning to leave to check on our research division anyway. If Daniel hadn't gone through the experiences in the memory fragment, he would not have chosen to give this order right now. After all, he was the king. Thus, he would have simply kept this to the side, given his orders and dismissed Luther. Yet, his words now made the two commanders present in the room look at him with a different light in their eyes. Never before had the king taken a decision in order to accommodate a particular subject's preferences. This was a very small thing, and it cost Daniel nothing. Yet, it showed that he was someone who cared instead of simply being someone who ruled. Again, he thanked the providence that enabled him to realize that he had started on the path to turning into a copy of the previous king, albeit without the tendency to murder everyone in order to gain power. Reaching outside the palace with quick strides, he noticed Luther's whole body relax. In an instant, he was again the stoic man who had impressed Daniel before with his decisive and efficient actions. Luther, I know the reason why you stopped training spies. I promise that what happened before will never happen again. A certain sum shall be set aside which will be used solely for sending resources to all assets located outside the kingdom. Right now, I require you to train a new batch whose main focus will be scouting. I need to scout the no trespassing zones to the east of the kingdom, as I have reliable information that the eldest prince is present there. Although an expression of reluctance came on Luther's face, the last sentence made an expression come onto his face which made Daniel step back. In his life in Lanthana, There had only been a few instances where he felt hopeless in front of such an overwhelming power that threatened to devour him whole. This was one of those instances. Yet, the feeling left as abruptly as it came. It seemed that he was the only one who had noticed this, as the rest were only looking on with puzzled expressions on their faces. Thankfully, the moment had been so sudden that Daniel hadn't even had the time to get a fearful expression on his face. Pretending as if nothing had happened, he looked to Luther to see him staring into the sky with his eyes unfocused. Feeling Daniel's gaze on him, he turned around and said, "The eldest prince must be brought to justice." "Your Majesty, let me embark on this mission myself along with some individuals that I will train. I promise that I will come back alive with the head of that beast." Of course, the operation will only take place after a period of time. Although Daniel felt a bit apprehensive at first, he nodded after seeing the determination in the man's face. It was decided that a scouting expedition would first be trained and sent out. As he discussed the details, Daniel found himself hoping that the main mission could take place at a time when he could also participate, at least if only to find out for himself just what was in this man which had made him become secretly drenched in sweat due to the overwhelming fear he had felt. Inside a valley to the east of Lanthina, a man wearing green robes stood on the balcony of an ancient building while looking at the setting sun. This was a location hidden deep inside a plush forest which was filled with many deadly traps which could take the lives of even exalted human fighters or mages. Thus, this had long been classified as a no trespassing zone, with almost all travelers taking a longer route in order to bypass the whole valley altogether. If Daniel were here, he would have been surprised to see that there were multiple towers similar to pagodas from back on Earth in this location. Although there were a few changes such as there being less curves in the design, the concept was the same. One large base decreased in area with each floor until the top floor was less than half the area of the ground floor. This man was standing on the top floor of one such tower. The buildings themselves were constructed out of a peculiar material which didn't crack no matter how many years passed. Even if creepers grew along its walls, it simply stood its ground while letting nature decorate it in any way it wanted. The lush forest all around the buildings gave a unique atmosphere of peace to the whole area, making it so that anyone who had the chance to visit would be able to relax and forget all their tensions easily. The sunset was especially lauded as one of the most beautiful sights in all of Angaria when experienced from here. The rays of the sun bathed the trees in a yellow hue, while the surroundings took on an ephemeral shade, bidding goodbye to the rejuvenating sunlight which would sorely be missed until the next day. The green-robed man had been trying to figure out the secret behind this incredible feeling that one got when looking at all the plants and trees while the sun was setting. If he had to choose a way to explain, he would say that nature here seemed to be more alive. Yet, try as he may, he just couldn't pinpoint clearly that one thing which made the location so special. Sighing, he discarded the topic in his head. This was simply a pastime that he had adopted in order to not go crazy from all the tension he had been feeling since the past few days. Just as he was about to turn around, he noticed a frog in the corner of his eye jumping from branch to branch while trying to catch a butterfly which was fleeing with all its might. Intrigued, he kept watching. The butterfly seemed to have been flying at its top speed for quite a long time, as it was now gradually slowing down, allowing the frog to close the distance between them. With each leap, its flight grew more and more erratic until it finally rested on a particular branch as if resigned to its death. Not wanting to waste any more time, the frog simply shot its long tongue, ready to swallow its prey. Yet, to its horror, it realized that it had unwittingly entered the domain of a serpent which called these branches its home. As it shot toward the frog from the side with its mouth wide open, the butterfly suddenly perked up again and started flying away at the speed with which it had been fleeing before it had supposedly become tired. Realizing that this was all a trap laid by the butterfly, the frog was unresigned to its fate. It shot out its tongue one last time before the snake devoured it, in order to take the butterfly down with it no matter what. Watching till here, the green-robed man turned around with a small smile on his face. He neither needed or wanted to know how the incident ended, as it had already helped him to make a decision he had been pondering on for the last few days. Entering inside the room, he collected himself before walking towards the stairs to go to the largest tower which was located in the center of the area. Telling the sect scribe that he had made his decision, he waited for the sect master to grant him an audience. The call came soon enough, and he was escorted into a large wooden room. A humble wooden chair was located on one end of the room, while the floor was covered with mats meant for people to sit on. A man whose age couldn't be determined seemed to have just risen from the chair, as he was bent in front of a gold incense stick holder. Lighting incense whose smell made the green-robed man think of lavender, he sat back down on the chair. After striding towards the end of the room with a measured pace, the green-robed man stood in front of the one in the chair and said, "I have made the decision. Give me the forbidden technique." With a pleasant smile, the man on the chair replied, "Eldest Prince of Lanthana, are you sure? I have already assured you that I would be able to protect you no matter what if you choose to stay within the sect. Leave alone enforcing the oath, that Daniel will not even be able to find you, and you can spend your days training with the goal to reach the champion level, where it is rumored that one can cleanse their soul of all oaths. After all, you have crimson level potential, which makes this a viable option. The forbidden techniques burns your potential to give you a quick rise in power. Depending on your willpower, I would say that you can at most get to the eminent warrior mage level before having no choice but to be stuck at this level for your whole life. Even though there is a possibility that you can get rid of oaths with this technique, is it worth it? Can't you just wait and train?" Indeed, the green-robed man was the eldest prince of Lanthana who had been teleported out by a member of a subordinate sect of the Withering Leaf sect at a great cost. When asked for their reason, the sect master had told him that his value was high because of his crimson potential. He had been presented with these two options, and the past few days had been spent pondering over which option to take. He had sworn the oath to follow King Daniel's orders, so with a single word from the man, the oath thread would tighten around his soul and end his life. He could either choose a life of fear, with decades and decades spent hoping that he could somehow get through the next day until eventually growing to the champion level, which didn't have a 100% probability itself, or he could take matters into his own hands. What he had witnessed had already let him make a decision, so he did not hesitate anymore. "Sect Master, I choose the latter. Please provide me with the cure gems and the technique on credit. I will definitely repay it all when I am able to." Hearing the decision, the man on the chair sighed before waving his arm, making a cloth sack and an ancient scroll appear in front of the eldest prince. Seeing him pick them up and leave the room after thanking him, the man gazed out of the window through which the last vestiges of the sunset could be seen. While the shadow of darkness slowly consumed the room he was in, the man smiled faintly before taking out something from his pocket and bringing it to his mouth, saying, "The plan is proceeding as expected. Start the preparations." The Withering Leaf sect collects all of its debts, and the time shall soon come for Lanthana to pay. Meanwhile, in the secret energized training chamber underneath the Dragon Heart, Daniel held a red gem in his hands while debating whether to finally cultivate with a cure gem in order to find out just what benefits they gave, which made the previous king covet them with such intense desperation. Out of habit, he asked the system whether there were any new spells to develop. This had been something he had taken to regularly doing, as he was sometimes prone to missing notifications from the system in times of intense battle or training. As he heard the system's response, Daniel couldn't help but drop the cure gem in his hands in shock. As the gem rolled away on the floor, the king of Lanthana couldn't help but open his mouth in glee. With a single line of drool dripping down the left side of his chin, he looked like a kid who had gotten a toy that he had been asking for a very long time. After asking the system to repeat the message at least 10 times, Daniel finally lay down on the ground and laughed to himself, repeating the notification again and again in his head while he let his emotions take control. Advanced clone technique ready for development. After analyzing the clone of the individual who the host came into contact with, Phenomena Analysis Module can now develop a technique to make a clone which can absorb energy with low efficiency. The energy absorbed by the clone can, in turn, be absorbed by the host, although this will result in an even higher drop of efficiency. Alternatively, the energy can also be released as an attack. After a few minutes, Daniel calmed down from his outburst of happiness. After all, the recent few hours and days had been some of the most stressful in both of his lives. Thus, when good news came this abruptly, he couldn't help but let go and rejoice. Yet, now that he thought about it, he noticed something strange. This technique crossed all the bounds of complexity of everything he had managed to analyze so far. Even counting the fighter replication technique, the system had so far been limited to a certain extent in the aspect of the value of the techniques it could develop. In other words, this technique seemed too good to be true. Thus, Daniel chose to ask the system why this was so. Replying to host, this technique is an amalgamation of the fighter replication and advanced magic clone techniques that the system has analyzed. The system has identified a link between these two techniques, and it is possible that there is one grand technique which has been split into parts to make these two techniques. As it is simply an amalgamation, system's current complexity of warrior level was enough to combine them. If host can find more pieces of this technique, it is possible that the grand technique can be developed. With the present data, it is impossible to predict the level of the grand technique, but their system can posit that it is at least above the champion level. Hearing the long response, Daniel was simply dumbstruck. A grand technique split into parts? What the hell? The abruptness of information like this which changed his whole perception of techniques was so large that his brain couldn't even function for a few seconds. Although the fact that techniques could be split into parts was new information, Daniel had thought that this was only in the case of fighter techniques, such as the hidden kill technique which he had won in the Fists of Justice training hall, which had different levels. Regardless, the main thing which kept resounding in his mind over and over again was the phrase, at least above the champion level. At his present level, he was already an ant to those at the exalted warrior level. Besides, he had seen the sheer amount of power a single attack from a champion-level powerhouse had during the execution. With that image appearing in his head, he couldn't even imagine just how powerful one above this level could be. Indeed, he simply felt like an ant. This feeling served to bring him back to reality, making him realize that this was all something too far away from him right now. System, is there any way to actively search for such techniques? And is the grand technique only related to cloning? So will it work if I gather all manuals of cloning techniques that I can find? Negative. Although there is a higher probability of finding pieces in cloning techniques, the grand technique can be comprised of other pieces too. There is no way the host can search for a technique. It can only be revealed as a piece after the system analyzes it. Just as he thought, although all this sounded fantastical, there was nothing he could do with this information right now. Power was what he needed. And now, he had finally found a way to run faster on that race to obtaining power. Develop the technique. Affirmative. Time required, 12 hours. Although he still didn't understand what exactly affected these time periods that the system needed, he was relieved when he saw that it wasn't an abnormally long time. Controlling the excitement in his heart, Daniel stayed still and ordered the system to deploy the development techniques. The Kergem still lay in front of him, but he had decided to hold off on experimenting with it until he could see just what kind of improvement in speed this technique could give. Meanwhile, in the throne room of the Black Raven King. Although the king was in the room, he did not dare to sit down on his own throne due to the status of the man whom he was meeting with right now. Thus, he stood below the head of the Black Raven, politely waiting for the man to arrive. Although the old man was present in the room, he had a reluctant expression on his face as if he had no choice but to be here. Standing in a corner, he seemed to be trying his best to slink into the shadows. At precisely the appointed time, a bald man wearing light orange robes walked through the doors and smiled slightly on seeing the waiting Black Raven King. Yet, this smile seemed to carry a coldness with it that made the king himself shudder unconsciously. King, old fool, I trust you have been well. Now, is the report correct? You have managed to convince a neighboring kingdom to plant the Eka seeds? Yes. The plants will be delivered as per the agreed schedule. I've also taken care not to divulge any information that was deemed secret. The Black Raven King winced as he said these words. Seeing this, the orange-robed man's smile only became wider. "Let's go see." Saying these words, the man pointed at the king and the old man standing in the corner. Suddenly, a cracking sound could be heard in the room, as all three disappeared from their places in an instant. In the farms near the border of the Lanthana kingdom, numerous farmers were carefully tending to the earth which seemed to have been recently tilled. Almost all of them had smiles on their faces, mainly due to the fact that they would soon be earning a substantial income from just one yield of this plant. Compared to usual crops, they had been told that they would be paid at least triple the rate. The trio from the Black Raven Kingdom appeared in the air above this scene. Both the Black Raven King and the old man had expressions of shock and, to a certain extent, fear on their faces. After all, their palace had been equipped with a space lock that could only be broken by a champion-level powerhouse. Did this mean that this man was As the realization came upon them, the shock was completely replaced by fear. They seemed to be doing a good job. Remember, in 1 year, the plants must be delivered. Along with the plants, you can send the 2 individuals who will train in my sect's secret spell technique. Although it is not the best in the Big Four, it will at least double the effectiveness of a mage who is practicing the pathetic spell technique present in the 6 villages. Seeing the 2 nod, the man teleported them back to the throne room before leaving. Unknown to anyone in Lanthana, a figure had calmly invaded their border and left after doing whatever he wanted to do. If the king of Lanthana knew of this incident, he definitely wouldn't be smiling foolishly like he was right now. In the energized training chamber, a figure which looked exactly like him was lying on the ground and breathing in the energy inside the room. Seeing the white mist go inside the clone's nostrils, Daniel finally believed that he wasn't dreaming. The clone made by the advanced clone technique had been absorbing energy for the past 1 hour. Seeing that the time he had set in the clock had been reached, Daniel said in his mind, "Absorb the clone and tell me how much I gain from it." Affirmative. Host must touch the clone in order for absorption to occur. This was a limitation that Daniel had just been told about. In the case of absorbing energy, physical contact with the clone was necessary. After bending and touching the clone's arm, Daniel watched on with awe as the body he was touching suddenly dissipated into something that looked identical to the swirling mists in the room. The clothes fell to the floor, while this cloud of white mist was absorbed by Daniel by the paws in his hand. Stepping back, the king of Lanthana put his hand to his mouth due to the sudden gag reflex that he had felt after the mist was absorbed. It was as if he had swallowed a full meal in an instant, resulting in a full feeling. What was strange was that although Daniel likened this feeling to eating by instinct, it was actually coming from all over his body instead of just his stomach. Luckily, with each second, the feeling subsided until it completely disappeared, making Daniel remove his hand and smile wide. Right now, he felt as if he had spent a whole night calmly meditating, absorbing the magical energy while traveling further on the path to power. After a few moments, the system spoke again in his head, giving him the answer he had been looking forward to for what felt like a very long time. Efficiency analyzed. With host's current strength, 1 clone can be deployed which can train alongside host. If the clone is destroyed in this time period, there is a 1-day recharge time in which another clone cannot be deployed. This does not apply if the clone is absorbed. Energy consumption, 2 times of what the host consumes. Energy efficiency when absorbed, 1/2 of what the clone has consumed. Conclusion: the clone can consume 4 times the energy the host consumes in a certain period of time to double host's training speed. Due to the higher complexity of active absorption of energy, clone must be within a radius of 5 meters of host. If a larger distance exists, the clone cannot absorb energy. If no absorption takes place, the other parameters are the same. Getting all the information about the new clone technique, Daniel first breathed a large sigh of relief. Although there were limitations, the benefits far outweighed all of them. For instance, when he heard only the first part, he had been dreaming about training with his clone while his main body could go out and battle. Alas, this couldn't be done. Due to the radius limitation, he could at most be inside the king's chambers when the clone absorbed energy. Of course, The best thing was that he could train along with his clone. Essentially, by absorbing 4 times the energy that Daniel did, his clone could double his training speed. So, if he were consuming an ether block to progress by a certain amount before, he could now consume 5 ether blocks in total and progress by double that amount in the same time frame. Indeed, this was simply a godsend technique. Since many days, Daniel had been quite worried about his power level even though he had been finding more time to train recently. His rate of growth was too slow, and events were moving too fast. Power was the most important thing. With the additional information about the plans of the church, Daniel had been feeling an urgency. Now, with this technique, power was within his grasp. Of course, all he needed was resources, which was at least not a problem right now. He was still at the eminent human level, and thus the amount of energy he absorbed was still minimal. Even when this number was increased due to the clone's absorption, it was still something he could bear easily. After all, he was the king of Lanthina. Yet, the matter of resources would become a larger and larger problem as he progressed in levels. Of course, although he realized this, there was nothing he could do about it right now. System, let the clone absorb energy for 1 hour. After giving this order, Daniel walked to the chamber above. Next up was the test for the energy attack. Initially, when he had heard about this feature of the clone, he had been imagining something like the incredible attack of the crane during the execution. Although he was currently in possession of a few one-time use trinkets, they were a limited commodity that he wanted to save for as long as possible. This was also because he hoped to someday analyze them with the system. It had already tried, but there was no result because the complexity had apparently been too high. This was to be expected from trinkets supposedly made by champion-level figures, thus Daniel hadn't been too surprised. Thus, his idea was to possibly absorb enough energy into a clone to use it like a one-time trinket if the need arose. The only way to test this supposition was to have another clone absorb energy for an hour like before. Even though he wouldn't be able to do accelerated training for a day, it was still worth it to collect data. After entering his chambers, Daniel first thought for a bit before calling over the head of the research division, Ripley. While waiting for him to arrive, Daniel glanced at the pot in the corner of the room where he had planted an echo seed. This sight made him sigh, as he was reminded of the plan he had made regarding these plants. They had already been planted at the border. As per his plan, thus he could only harden his heart and carry on. Since the first meeting after his master had left, an overall plan had been forming in Daniel's mind. In fact, it was so ambitious that he had never voiced it to himself completely. Yet, the first part of this plan was quite clear: handle the 2 prominent threats, Eldina and the Black Raven Kingdom. Of course, by handle, Daniel did not simply mean to resolve the problems he had with them. Hearing the knock on the door, he was pulled out of his thoughts. As he opened it with the system, the man who had enabled him to begin on the path of enchanting walked in through the door. Unlike before when he had a morose or stoic expression usually, Ripley now smiled ear to ear. Noticing this, Daniel asked, "Enjoying your new job?" Taking a seat in front of the dragon heart, Ripley first chuckled for a bit before saying, "In a way, yes. Actually, I think I've found my calling. Every time I see those wimps wince when I scold and direct them, it fills my heart with happiness. But it seems that what I truly enjoy is seeing them improve. Makes me wish I had someone like me when I was at their level." Hearing the response, Daniel sighed as he remembered this man's lonely past. In fact, he had already sent out orders to track the woman who had given the condition that she would only be with someone who reached a certain level as an enchanter first. Regrettably, there was no news yet. Changing the subject, he asked, "How is the production of the communication trinkets coming along?" "Grandly. The first batch of 500 trinkets will be ready soon." "Will you now tell me why you need so many?" Indeed, Daniel had ordered the entire research division to completely focus on communication trinkets for now. Initially, it had been his idea to use this simple modified schematic to have the research division get used to the assembly line. Yet, after hearing about the church's threat, a different plan had started to form in his mind. "Yes, but before I do that, tell me more about how Eldina chooses its leader." Although Ripley was a bit puzzled when he saw Daniel ask this question, He simply shrugged before launching into an explanation about Eldina's democratic system. Daniel had already read about it before, but he had still wanted to confirm everything from someone who had actually lived in the place, and for this purpose, there was no better person than Ripley. After listening for a while, he understood that he had been right. It was quite similar to the one back on Earth. All elves registered with the government were eligible to a vote. Anyone could stand in the election, and the person with the highest majority would win. Of course, one small change was that the winner was required to take an oath to work for the welfare of Eldina. This was to keep away those who might have plans to bring harm to the nation by winning the election. How do the candidates reach out to others? He asked next after Ripley was done with his explanation. Using their own expenses or expertise, elves build trinkets which spread information. In fact, the present queen was the inventor of the tweet trinket, which is a bird-like object that goes around a location broadcasting its message to all those on the streets. Although it is annoying, it gets the job done. This, along with some other methods she used, allowed her to win with a resounding majority. There is another election coming up soon, so it is still in the air whether her plans will work again. I studied the trinket myself, and it was quite ingenious. Oh? What's stopping others from copying her trinket and using it for themselves? You can only think of that possibility because you aren't an elf, Daniel. Due to their strong individual nature, they feel it is beneath them to take others' creations without their permission. Besides, there is also a method in Eldina to counteract this, a public debate. If someone believes their design has been stolen, they can challenge the other party to a public debate where the nuances of the schematic are discussed to find out who the owner is. Being the designer, the challenger would have the upper hand, resulting in the disgrace of the other party due to the fact that the elves abhor such practices. This last part came as a small surprise to Daniel, as it reminded him of the patent system which he wished existed in this world. Regardless, he continued and asked the main question he had on his mind since making the plan. Do you have any schematics for something which can send messages to numerous communication trinkets at the same time by being at a certain distance away from them? After sending Ripley with the details of all the schematics he needed, Daniel legally walked back into the secret energized training chamber. A schematic was almost always a trinket in itself, needing to be enchanted by someone who thoroughly understood the design enough. Thus, they could be sold without fear of them being copied easily. Although there were stores even in Lanthana, the variety was too low. Thus, Ripley had said that he would contact some old friends who would be able to supply everything he needed. As this was a matter of vital importance, Daniel had authorized him to use all resources necessary. Seeing the clone absorbing energy slowly, he first waited for the 1-hour time period to be up. Attack me using the clone. As these were just simple instructions, Daniel did not need to shift consciousness like before in order to control the clone. In an instant, the body which was identical to his turned into a stream of white light that bombarded him immediately. Even before the clothes of the clone fell to the ground, the attack had already dissipated into the air after scratching Daniel's hand. Indeed, he had not taken many precautions because the clone had been absorbing energy for merely an hour. Thus, he was quite surprised when he saw that the attack had managed to pierce his arm. Random attack. Energized wind blade was chosen. With this response, Daniel's mind started going into overdrive, imagining just how powerful an attack the clone would be able to produce if it were allowed to absorb energy for days or even weeks. Indeed, this had been his dream, to make his own one-time trinket which could output the attack of possibly a champion-level figure. Yet, at this point, a query arose in his head. What if it were allowed to absorb energy even beyond this point? Could he possibly stop being scared of champion-level powerhouses if he could perform an attack above their level? Sadly, all these dreamy thoughts came to an end when he asked the system regarding the maximum limit of the attack. As the system is bounded currently at the complexity of warrior level, only peak warrior level attacks can be made by the clone. If the absorbed energy of the clone exceeds this level, it shall dissipate as the system would no longer be able to control it. To remove this limitation, please upgrade the system. This damn system upgrade. Just when things started going even a little well for him, This notification would pop up to infuriate him. Of course, what was mainly infuriating was his lack of EXP. Deciding that he had to find ways to increase satisfaction quicker, Daniel sat down and resumed training. The clone would be offline for a day, and he did not intend to waste any time. In fact, now that he thought about it, making a clone which could act as a one-time trinket basically meant giving up the advantage of doubling his training speed. This was because if he kept absorbing the energy, there would be no way for it to build up enough to execute a sufficiently powerful attack. Therefore, it was a simple choice to make: increasing his own power slowly, or storing energy to make a consumable. Realizing this, he was reminded of the events that happened outside the palace when he took over the throne. The 3 members of those forces had actually had to take time to activate a one-time trinket, whereas a true champion level would have been able to pummel through, just like he had seen in the memory fragment. While the former had to depend on something external pitifully, the latter could destroy everything in his path with impunity. Thus, Daniel made his choice without any hesitation. 1 month later, in a certain district in the east of the Lanthina kingdom, the local marketplace, which was usually bustling with citizens at this time in the morning, was currently almost completely empty. Panicking at this sudden change, some shopkeepers even called over the constables, fearing that some tragedy might have befallen the inhabitants of this district. Alarmed, the constables also immediately reported to their superiors, only to find out that all the citizens had been called to a specific location regarding a matter pertaining to the royal palace. Indeed, in a large clearing which had been cordoned off from spying eyes using a cubic opaque barrier, numerous people milled around while waiting to see just what they had been summoned for. After a few minutes, a panel appeared on a small podium that had been erected in front of them. Seeing the image of the man who was currently adored by almost all the people of Lanthina, the crowd knelt on one knee with smiling faces. Their memories were still fresh with the events in which they had proclaimed their new king. Although there had been a mishap during the execution, the king's promise had ensured them that justice was only delayed, not denied. Thus, they still thought very highly of this young man. Rise, citizens of the Darpa district. You have been chosen to take part in a special experiment that the Kingdom of Lanthina is conducting to test the operation of a new type of trinket that we have developed. As you all know, we currently rely too much on importing trinkets, which costs a lot. If this amazing product succeeds, we will be able to attract many more enchanters and smiths who will be able to supply you all with everything you need at a much lower price. Thus, I ask you all to take part and strive to make this a grand success. Members of the newly conceived research division will soon be explaining all the details to you. Hearing these words, expressions of hope appeared on many of the citizens in attendance. Indeed, much of their budget went to buying important trinkets which they could not do their job without. Thus, if these costs could go down, they would be willing to do anything. A few moments later, some men wearing blue-robed clothes walked in carrying a large bag of what looked like parchments. To the knowledgeable ones in the group, this was simply a sight to behold. These were all trinkets. Even if they were the cheapest communication trinkets, the bag would simply cost a fortune. Each short-range communication trinket cost 10 gold lands. This was the reason that most of the citizens never had utility trinkets. After all, given a choice between buying something that would only be a luxury and buying food for years, most would definitely choose the latter. You don't need to pay anything. Just take them and bind them with your blood. Each of you. This district had been chosen mainly because of the diverse people it contained. From those who wouldn't blink at spending even 100 gold lands, to those who were still wondering about how to earn the next day's meal, almost all sections of the society were present here. Thus, many of them didn't even know what binding by blood meant. Thankfully, there were quite a few members of the research division present to help them in the process. After everyone had bound at least one communication trinket, Daniel, who was watching everything from the throne room, smiled before ordering the system to check whether everything was going on smoothly. Over the past month, Daniel had spent almost all of his time training at double speed. As expected, the results had been quite incredible. Host status updating. Please stand by. Host status. Host fighter level, human 481%. Host mage level, human 481%. Host body potential, A+. Host comprehension level, gold. Host condition, nominal, although it had taken him 3 years to get to the 4th grade human level from the first. That period had also included the time which he had spent to increase both his body potential and comprehension level. With both of them maxed out, it was only natural that his training speed would skyrocket now. With the current speed, he was confident that he could get to the peak of the human level in 4 years. A 20-year-old warrior. This was simply something unheard of in all the 6 kingdoms. Of course, someone like Daniel who had peak potential, double training speed and near unlimited resources was also an extreme rarity. Hence, it was only natural that he would be able to beat all records currently set in central Angaria. Smiling wide at his progress, Daniel walked back to the training chamber and laid down, before sending his clone to continue to handle matters regarding his ambitious plan using the communication trinkets. For the past few days, the liveliness in the bars of Lanthana had died down for the most part due to the disappearance of most of the bards in the kingdom. As many drunkards nursed bottles of wines in their hands while missing a song or a tale to regale them in their intoxication, an interview was going on in a secret room in the underground labyrinth of the Lanthana kingdom. One by one, men and women dressed in colorful clothes strode forward to take a parchment which held the lines they had to recite. Frequently, they would look to the side and sigh, seeing that the most influential man in all of Angaria was actually the one taking their interviews. A few days back, banners and posters had gone up all over the signboards of Lanthana, advertising a job in the palace for a bard. All interested candidates were supposed to report to the palace in 2 days. What made almost everyone seeing the poster go green with envy was the salary advertised, 50 gold lands per month. This was a figure which small-sized merchants earned after toiling away to obtain and sell as many goods as they could. If someone could earn this much in a month, they would be able to live a life of decent luxury without having to think about anything. Although this was what attracted the attention of common folk, the people who were actually the target of the advertisement were drawn to the statement after the one proclaiming the salary. Selected bards will have the opportunity to have their name etched in history. In Lanthana, and for the most part in the whole continent, being a bard wasn't an occupation which paid very handsomely. Many times, they would have to sleep on the streets due to not finding a bar which would pay them with food and shelter for telling their stories and singing their songs. The next best option was finding a household which would give them the chance to do the same in order to entertain their kids, but this was also not a very reliable option. Yet, even though they knew that they might mostly be penniless on their journey, many individuals still chose this path which was fraught with poverty. This was simply because of their love and passion in stories and songs. Some had become enthralled at a young age by a passing bard, with the passion only growing year after year until they finally decided to take the plunge. Others could have been influenced later in their lives, choosing to give up everything to take on this life of no commitments. Either way, the love for history, stories, and myths was the one thing that united them all. Seeing that it was possible that they themselves could be part of such stories, a fire lit up in their eyes, urging them to rush to the given location well ahead of the appointed time. Daniel had been quite pleased with the response. It had been his idea to add the last line, and Keller had even been unconvinced regarding its need. His stance had been that the handsome salary would draw them all in. Coming from a world which celebrated arts to a very high degree, Daniel knew the importance of passion in artists. Thus, he had asked Keller to just wait and see. Indeed, Keller had become quite ashen-faced when he saw that not even one asked about the salary. On entering the palace, most of their chatter and queries had all been about the latter statement. Thus, he was now simply standing to the side, wondering about how Daniel had managed to guess the motivations of these frivolous individuals. The king of Lanthana, on the other hand, was cursing at himself for not paying more attention to matters like these when he was back on Earth. After all, He had only been a regular student who only had minimal knowledge about anything not related to his studies. Most of the information he had about the news industry was gleaned from some articles that he had read on newspapers. It was one statement that he remembered from Earth which had kick-started this whole plan: if you wish to take over a country, take over its media first. Control the thoughts of a nation, and it will bow before you to do at your bidding. There was no proper news network in Angaria, mainly due to the high cost of communication trinkets and the prevalence of notice boards. All important news was posted on the latter, so the main need for a forum to spread information in was already addressed. However, not many people were even interested in the happenings in a kingdom. Unless something concerned them personally, they wouldn't care to bother. Of course, this was not the case in Eldina, where a few primitive alternatives existed. Yet, a void still existed which Daniel aimed to fill. He had high ambitions for this plan, which led him to decide to stage the demo in Lanthana, where everything could be controlled. Communication trinkets had been made, and even a broadcasting station had been made by Daniel and Ripley working together. Now, the last thing to tackle was the people who would act as the voice of the whole operation. In their first iteration, the communication trinkets could only transmit sound. Thus, what Daniel was making was actually the first radio channel in the continent of Angaria. For this purpose, he had decided to give a simple test. Elves are in debt to Lanthana, but they refuse to pay. So, the king personally led an expedition to threaten them, at which time they attacked. After killing them all, the money was taken back, which will be used to uplift the poor in Lanthana. Convey this message in a way that will interest people, in any style you choose. Only your voice can be heard by the people. What he needed were fluent and creative people who could tell the news and other things in a manner that could enthrall those who were listening. Yet, what he got was, hear one, hear all. A tale of evil elves and mighty kings. It all started on the day of singing cunning elves, so vile are they. Yet do not worry, Lanthana shall slay to take the debt they were loath to pay, and pave the way to a golden day. The sad truth was that almost all bards were quite used to being as verbose as possible in order to entertain for as long as possible. Of course, this was useless in this situation. News needed to be told both succinctly and creatively, as the usual sights and expressions of the bards would be absent. Typically, these served to hold the attention of the people. Still, Daniel had been holding a hope that he might be able to find someone who could fit his bill. Even after giving the instruction to be as short as possible, he was still treated to a bevy of animated statements and quirky songs. Finally, he got up with exasperation and called for a break. After 2 hours of effort, he had only managed to pick 2 women who hadn't been as verbose, but even they required quite a lot of polishing before they could go on the air. Walking back to his chamber, he kept thinking about how he could make this plan succeed. It was impossible for him to handle everything personally like he was now. Alas, there was no one he trusted who could take over the responsibility. Suddenly, his quick strides were halted as he heard a sweet voice drifting towards him from a turning in the passageway he was walking in. Did you know that in all of Angaria, Lanthana is the kingdom with the tallest walls? It is said that giants helped in their construction, and that we are even derived from giants. My mother even told me about a door in the palace which is the size of a 10-foot giant. 50 of you sweeties would have to stand on top of each other to reach that high. Wow, sister, please tell us more. Hearing the first voice, he was reminded of the woman who had almost removed her clothes in front of him simply to implore him to do the right thing. Indeed, turning the corner, he saw Eloise chuckling while she led a stream of young girls who had awe on their faces. Although she jumped back seeing him, startled, Daniel smiled wide knowing that he had probably found the perfect candidate to head his network of Angarian Noah plan. After all, who was more qualified than someone who had received official etiquette and people skills training since youth, but was also kind in her actions and cared for the general populace? All he needed was someone he could trust who also had experience with handling people. And now, that person was standing in front of him with a terrified expression on her face, making Daniel wonder whether he was that scary in person. My king, I was just showing these younglings around. Seeing the king smiling at her, Eloise first calmed herself down before curtsying and saying these words. Of the king, she had mixed impressions. First, she had thought that he was just someone power-hungry who took the opportunity to take the throne by using an opportune time. Yet, the more she found out about him, the more she realized that her impression had been very wrong. In fact, it was this initial impression which had led to her taking the decision to try and change his mind by offering up her body. Thankfully, she hadn't had to forsake her dignity in order to save the people she loved. Soon after, the lockdown on the concubine wing had been lifted, allowing her and many others to finally reunite with their mothers. Of course, except for the ones who had been executed, many were in prison for all the crimes that they had been committed. Still, they weren't treated very unfairly, allowed visits and decent food. The feeling in the nobles' hearts had already changed to thankfulness from scorn. In fact, there were only 4 or 5 other nobles like her who had done absolutely nothing to warrant punishment. Still living their lives in the palace, the only restriction placed on them was that they couldn't leave the premises of the palace. Indeed, Daniel had taken this decision regarding the Lanthanor family both due to Eloise's story and Laravel's sacrifice. The unlikely ally who had sacrificed his life in order to help him obtain the throne was not forgotten by Daniel. Even more than Eloise, he was the reason why he had chosen to show compassion. Of course, he had only done this after taking certain precautions. For instance, including the 5 individuals who had no stain on them, all the individuals who contained the blood of the Lanthanor family had already sworn an oath to follow his every command. They had had no option, as the alternative was immediate death. Additionally, these 5 had been placed on house arrest until Daniel decided what to do with them. Even though he had come a long way from the person who had frozen in his place when he saw the first death in his life, Daniel was still not someone who could cold-bloodedly slaughter an entire family line without just reason. The only risk that existed was a coup, yet with the support of the people and full control of the Dragonheart formation, there was no risk of this happening from the inside. Yet, when he saw the sight of Eloise interacting with the children of the research division who had been lodged in the palace, he wondered whether there was another risk that he had not thought about. Could the Lanthanor name return if he ever left this location? He already knew that some individuals carrying the royal blood were outside the kingdom when he ascended the throne. Although he made attempts to uncover their locations, they had all chosen to hide, fearing the wrath of the usurper. Thus, the risk of someone from the outside using the royal name to stage a rebellion was not a very moot possibility. There were only 2 ways to rectify this. 1. Remove all those containing the blood of Lanthanor from this land. 2. Find a way to bind the remnants to him, ensuring that future threats would be removed. The first had already been deemed impossible. Thus, the second option was the way to go. In fact, if he used the idea he had just gotten, he would be able to both set in motion a plan to do the latter while also finding someone who was perfectly qualified to take over the duties of running the first public news channel of Angaria. Realizing this, a wide grin came on his face which made even Eloise shrink back even more. As for the kids, they looked on with curiosity in their eyes, trying to remember where they had seen this man before. "Follow me to the meeting room." Saying this, the king of Lanthanor strode away in a particular direction without looking back to make sure that she was following. Sure enough, after hurriedly calling over a servant to lead the children back to their rooms, Eloise followed in the king's direction in a slow trot. With her face holding an adorable expression of slight panic, she hurried to the door of the meeting room which had been left ajar after Daniel had entered inside. Seeing the king sitting calmly in a chair, Eloise closed the door behind her and fidgeted on the spot, unsure of what to do. With an amused smile, Daniel watched on, noticing that the beauty that he had seen before in his chambers had already grown in this little amount of time. Her cheeks were fuller and her pallor was more similar to that of a healthy woman's. Realizing that this was probably due to him lifting the ban on the concubine wing, Daniel sighed, remembering the sad plight of all the mothers who had cried with joy when this order had been passed. Yet, just like with the 5 nobles, the concubines had also been confined to the palace till Daniel took a final decision regarding their fates. "Would you like some wine, my lord?" she finally asked after a few moments, breaking the silence which had felt like it had been strangling her. "That's not needed. Sit down." Motioning to a chair in front of him, Daniel waited while she walked forward and adjusted her dress before demurely lowering herself into it. Indeed, it seemed that she had been quite proficient at the etiquette lessons. Although she had been quite flustered till now, her lessons kicked in during moments like these. "By the oath you have sworn, I order you to never reveal the contents of our discussion to anyone or anything without my prior permission." This was the standard order given before discussing sensitive information. Although Daniel knew that oaths were not foolproof, he was pretty confident that they could only be circumvented by the means of those far above in power compared to the inhabitants of Central Angaria. Thus, it was still safe to use them unless he was discussing information which could directly result in him losing his life if it got out. After nodding, Eloise got a serious expression while listening to the plan of the young king of Lanthina. After a few minutes, it was all she could do to keep her mouth from falling open after listening to the ambition of this man who sat in front of her. On ensuring that she was in full cognizance of her duties, Daniel left the room, allowing her to ponder regarding how she could carry out the king's wishes. 1 week later, a nondescript man wearing grey robes could be seen walking through the Darpa district with a wide smile on his face. Although a few people stared, they couldn't affect the jovial atmosphere he exuded while strolling onward aimlessly. Of course, this man was Daniel. Using the camouflage tool, he had decided to check out how well his dream project was doing under Eloise's administration. The smile on his face was mainly due to the intoxication he felt from gaining power every day at an incredible speed, already quite close to the 5th grade human level as both a mage and fighter. Daniel felt like he had made the best decision when he chose to delegate tasks and focus on training rather than micromanaging like he had been before. On the way, he noticed that a small crowd had formed around two men who were discussing something on the side of the road. "What do you think about the latest news out of Arafel?" "Oh, you mean the report that giants are one of the most peaceful beings in all of Angaria? Unless you anger them, of course." "Yeah, I admire that giant who stood and let some rogues harass him to defend a helpless child who was being bullied. I heard he didn't even raise a fist." "That's so cool." Hearing this, someone who was visiting from another district couldn't control his curiosity. Walking forward, he asked a member of the crowd, "What are you all talking about? This isn't there on any of the notice boards, right? You must be someone from another district." "We got the news from this." Taking out a piece of parchment from his clothes, a member of the crowd shook it in front of the man who had asked while saying these words. "A trinket? But who's on the other end?" the man asked, being well informed about trinkets himself. As if answering the question for the 100th time, the other man rolled his eyes before saying, "Someone who knows about everything going on in our continent." "It's the network of Angaria." Hearing this conversation, the king of Lanthina couldn't help but smile, seeing that Eloise was carrying out his plan quite efficiently. Under her outer visage of an adorable princess who hadn't had much opportunity to pursue what she wanted in life, Daniel had seen a dogged determination and staunch focus that was immeasurably valuable, especially in situations like these. Because these were only the beginning stages of the network, Daniel's only instructions had been to make people addicted to the service. Any product could be successful if it managed to first ingratiate itself into the hearts and minds of consumers. It had to become essential in their lives, so much so that the consumer would feel incomplete without satisfying this new need that would have been generated by the product. Of course, back on Earth, such a phenomenon was visible with product areas rather than a single product. For instance, the smartphone, which was a relatively new invention, had exploded in popularity soon after its introduction, leading to most of the world adopting it as an essential in their lives. This had only been possible because the need to have the product, in this case, the smartphone, had been born in many people both by seeing the product's usefulness and the hype surrounding it. Because of the fierce spirit of innovation and competition on Earth, there were multiple brands which vied to fulfill this need in their own unique way. Although some succeeded way more than others, it was still an open market ripe with opportunity for new contenders to enter and try their luck. Here in Angaria, Daniel had a different plan. He had two unique things right now: the ability to mass-produce trinkets at a low cost, and the broadcasting station which he and Ripley had built together. In fact, the latter was simply a modification of a military trinket used to transmit information to multiple soldiers at once. Although they had managed to simplify it and make it so that it could be made and deployed much more easily, it was still something that could be copied once understood the concept behind it. This left only the former, mass production. Daniel knew that although the other kingdoms were only keeping an eye on him, even though they probably knew he had something this valuable up his sleeve, he was safe because they assumed that the schematic for the communication trinket was the only one which could be mass-produced in this way. Although it was still quite important, it was clearly not valuable enough to start a war over. Besides, being someone who had lived in the 21st century of Earth, only he knew about the importance and potential the network had. Thus, his goal was to utilize this knowledge. He had to take dominance over this market before anyone else realized the sheer significance that such a network represented. Seeing that everything was going well, Daniel decided to go back to the palace to resume his training after making sure that the bigger plan which depended on the success of the Noah was going well. Meanwhile, at a location near the palace of Eldina, two elves stood at guard in front of a large, circular shaft which seemed to lead into darkness. Although both of the elves had something to cover their faces with, their expressions were still morphed into those of disgust due to the rancid smell which still made its way in. Hearing a gasping echoing inside the shaft, both of them turned around to see a man covered in feces and waste walking towards the entrance, who was looking down to make sure that he wouldn't slip and fall due to all the slimy stuff accumulated on the surface of the shaft from decades of use. "Olfax, you're out early today," said one of the elves who was looking at the man with a strange expression on his face. "Yes, luckily, the blockage wasn't very large." Nodding, the elf waited till the man exited before taking out a stick-shaped metal object from his clothes. Gingerly running it over his clothes while making sure to not touch the filth, the elf nodded, taking out a yellow bag from his pocket and handing it over. Grinning widely, the man who had just been called Olfax took the bag and opened it in front of them, not caring about the dirt that spread onto the shining golden coins inside. After counting them out, he nodded at the elves before walking towards the exit. This was the spy who had been activated when Daniel sent out the order to have the sleeping agents awake. Once a week, he would come to this location to volunteer for a job that had to be manually done. Due to a small problem which occurred during the reconstruction of the Eldina Palace, this opportunity had occurred, using which Olfax entered the sewer system of the palace to collect information. At a certain point where the old and new systems accumulated, there was a spot where sewage accumulated which, if left unchecked, could make both systems stop. To this day, he thanked that architect who had made such a blunder which allowed him to do his duty for his home country. Although there were plans to fix this problem, it would take extensive reconstruction which cost far more than paying someone like him to clear it once in a while. Going to a nearby bathroom, he started to scrub himself fiercely until his skin became red due to the pressure. This pain and disgust that he felt was nothing compared to the satisfaction which came from knowing that he was someone who was one of the reasons why millions of people could sleep calmly in their homes. After scrubbing until he almost bled, Olfax took a bath and put on his regular clothes before heading to his home. From multiple times of going through this, it already felt that the smell had latched onto him permanently. After reaching, he did the same routine as always, ensuring that no one had entered. He took out the coin to make the report as usual. To his surprise, there was a message waiting for him which made him smile again. Initiate contact with the agencies which deliver news to the people in Eldina. Find information on all of their crucial personnel, and look for vulnerabilities that can be exploited to take control of them. Good job, soldier. As the king, I speak on behalf of the nation when I say that Lanthina thanks you for your work. Towards the end of the message, Olfax's eyes opened wide, hearing that the king himself was the one speaking to him. Elation spread across his face, realizing that his efforts had been noticed by the king himself. Of course, Along with the elation came a determination to carry out everything perfectly as per the king's orders. All spies were trained with the important skill of worming their way into organizations in order to find hidden information about them which could be used for whatever purpose the government wished. In fact, Olfax had been someone who had topped his class in this particular aspect. It was time to put all those skills to use. In the energized training chamber underneath the king's chambers in Lanthina, Daniel was sitting again holding a red gem in his hands. Although he had put it away after seeing his training speed double, it had still been calling to him with the temptation to increase his training speed even further. 4 years wasn't a long time. It wasn't short either. What if, just like with the case with the ex-king of Lanthina, things moved much faster than expected? It would be foolish to not utilize everything in his grasp to gain power as fast as possible. Thus, taking the decision, Daniel ordered the system to begin absorption and analysis. Daniel had been wondering about the special viscousness he had seen in the Kerr gems for a long time. Except for certain rare energy materials which could conceal their form, the grade of energy of a material could be decided based on the visible concentration of the energy inside it. For instance, ether blocks had a faint swirling mist which decreased with each usage, until the block became bare and shattered. As for the Kerr gems, it was like that mist had congealed into something thicker which almost looked like it was a liquid, but wasn't. With the deployment technique, Daniel first felt that everything was fine. It was only a few moments later that he had to resist the urge to get up and scream with pain. Typically, when absorbing energy from ether, Daniel always got a calm and comfortable feeling. Now, he felt as if hordes of animals were trampling him underneath them while they galloped over his body and under his skin. This was followed by an urge to scratch, as if millions of ants were crawling all over his body while biting him wherever they wished. Finally, all these feelings mashed into an intense pain that made him grit his teeth until blood almost flowed from them. System, why does this feel so different? Replying to host, because the grade of the energy is higher than what can be handled by host's present body. There is slight pain caused by the energy pathways being forcefully expanded. Would host like to halve the development techniques? No. Continue. To Daniel, it felt as if the system was mocking him by calling it slight pain. If he couldn't even handle this slight pain, then how was he worthy of being king? Thus, with staunch determination, Daniel closed his eyes and focused on the techniques again. After an unknown amount of time had passed, Daniel felt a saturated feeling inside which awoke him from the deep state of meditation he had gone into. Preliminary analysis concluded. Please wait for results. Although Daniel felt slightly frustrated that he had to wait for results, he knew that the system was probably handling calculations which were way beyond the complexity of those which it regularly tackled. Besides, energy analysis itself was one of the most resource-consuming processes of them all. Thus, Daniel had no option but to wait until the system finished analyzing everything in order to give him an answer which would decide his future course. Not wanting to waste time while waiting, Daniel decided to continue absorbing energy from the energized training chamber. Yet, when he tried to inhale the energy as usual, he felt as if there was something inside him which was threatening to break. All over his body, he felt as if there were some sort of shackles restricting him from absorbing any more energy. A wide smile appearing on his face, Daniel realized that he was about to break through. Even without the system's analysis, he realized that Kerr gems were truly magical. He had only been at a progression level of 81%, but from just a single session of meditation, he was already breaking through to the 5th grade human level. Knowing what to do, he concentrated on these ephemeral shackles while trying to force the mist he was inhaling along its usual route. It was as if the energy was a river which was blockaded by something invisible which wouldn't let it pass. Especially at his forehead, this feeling was very strong. Finally, after a few minutes of perseverance, Daniel thought he heard a slight crack in his head. With a flood, the energy that had stopped swept vibrantly throughout his energy passageways and midroute, reveling in the higher quality of existence that it now felt. Indeed, training in power was all about tempering the midroute or the body with constant bombardment of a magical energy. With each level, the entire existence of the body would elevate, allowing more and more energy inside. 5th grade human level. Breathing a huge sigh of relief, Daniel smiled triumphantly while gazing at his fist, which he had closed tightly ever since the moment he felt the blockage of energy inside him. Finally letting it go, he stood up and threw a punch, eager to test out his new power. At each level, there was a marked increase in all skills which came with the elevation. Getting lost in the feeling of discovering his newfound leap in strength and power, Daniel agilely moved around the room while starting to understand just why these gems had been so enticing to the previous king of Lanthana. Meanwhile, in Elfhaven, the capital of Eldina, in a remote alleyway which was at the farthest location from the Palace of the Elves, a lone office with a minimal signboard could be seen with its shutter closed down, looking as if it hadn't been opened in decades. Voice of Eldina was the name written boldly on the banner, with the grandeur that such a name carried absent on the peeling board which was threatening to fall, hanging by a single nail. A man with a bushy moustache and a weak chin walked along this road with firm strides while looking around as if he was searching for something. Although there were many people walking through the street, almost all of them consciously shied away from the office. Yet, it was exactly this place that the man walked to before going to the back through an alleyway and entering through the door which seemed to be open. Inside, he first passed through a large room which was filled to the brim with what looked like pamphlets. Queen Eldara charged for betraying the dignity of the elves by extorting large amounts from helpless nations. Queen Eldara has a daughter, but is she of her blood? Find out exactly why this man was sent away from the palace without a word when he requested a meeting with our dear queen. Almost nonsensical sounding headlines like these could be seen dotting the dusty pamphlets which looked like they would fall apart from a mere touch. The only reason that these 3 headlines were visible was that they were framed on the wall. Walking into the next room, the man saw an elf with blunt blades on his earlobes leafing through pieces of parchment sadly with one hand while nursing a glass of wine in the other. Once known as the most prominent news organization in all of Eldina, the voice of Eldina now wallows in self-pity, stuck in a repeating loop remembering its days of glory while wishing it could rise back to its former prominence. Picking up a piece of parchment from a table nearby, the man who entered read out this line, startling the elf who hadn't even noticed the sounds made when someone intruded into his private sanctum. Standing up woozily, the elf first clutched his head tight with an expression of pain on his face before gasping out the words, Who are you? This is private property. I can report you to the guards." His speech was slurred, giving evidence of the fact that he was quite inebriated even though it was not even the afternoon. "Oh, you want to throw me out and lose the last chance to make your name known throughout Eldin again? I understand that you went out of favor mainly because the cost of assembling information was too high. What do you think about this?" Taking out a parchment trinket from his coat pocket, the man held it out to the elf. Taking it with shaking hands, the elf sat down and first went through the trinket with increasingly wider eyes. After a few moments, he dropped the trinket with shock before saying, "How is this possible? Information from all over Angaria in one place? Is it real?" With a gleam in his eyes, the man who had been covered with waste just the day before smiled wide and spread his arms wide with the pride of someone who had achieved his goal. "You only need to check a few to find that out for yourself. Join with me, and we shall make your voice heard all over Eldina again." Meanwhile, the king of Lanthana was sitting with his jaw hanging wide open from the notification he had just heard. Preliminary analysis completed. Estimated approximate time to reach the warrior level as both a fighter and mage, 2 years. It really seemed like this chamber could be renamed into the Room of Surprises, especially due to the numerous shocks that Daniel had been sustaining in the confines of these round walls which used mists of energy. Although this news had shocked Daniel and made him drop his jaw, the next one served to make him fall on the ground with bewilderment on his face. According to preliminary analysis, approximately 200 gems are required for host to reach the peak of the human realm as both a fighter and a mage, if all methods are used. 200 gems. Hearing this exorbitant price, Daniel couldn't help but sit and shake his head with incredulity. With years of effort, the previous king of Lanthana had only managed to accumulate 10 Kerr gems, which he prized as his most valuable possessions. Apart from the fact that the exchange rate was so high, their rarity was something which pushed up the price even further. Thus, the regular price of 10,000 blocks of ether or 100,000 gold lands for a single Kerr gem could go up to 15,000 blocks and 150,000 gold lands easily. After all, cost was based on demand. If someone was looking for a high number of Kerr gems, they might find the rate rising even more because the seller would be able to guess the importance of the need. Thus, the final price for 100 Kerr gems could be anywhere between 20 to 25 million gold lands. This was truly an extravagant price, especially when one considered that the entire budget of a large kingdom like Lanthana was only around this range. Daniel now finally understood why the king had gone so crazy as to even cut essential funds to spies so that he could save more money in order to obtain Kerr gems. As someone who had the best body potential and comprehension in all of Central Langaria, Daniel knew that this was already the most minimal price possible. After all, the number of resources needed decreased with an increase in these two areas. Along with this, there was also the fact that Daniel had a system which could use energy in the most efficient manner possible. Even though he required more energy in order to train both his body and Majorut, it was still a very high number when taking into account all the other factors. After analyzing everything in his mind, Daniel realized that even with top comprehension, it was a very resource-burning process to gain power. One had to realize that this number was already obtained after taking into account the 5x multiplication in energy that came into effect due to using the clone to accelerate his training. Of course, if he wanted to use only 40 Kerr gems to reach the next realm, it would require 4 years. And if he didn't even use Kerr gems, then it would require 8 years by using only a fraction of the cost. Asking the system, Daniel found out that using ether instead of Kerr gems only required 1/10 the energy required. If one used the conversion rate of 1 Kerr gem equals 10,000 ether blocks. His head reeling from all the statistics, Daniel stood up and arranged everything in his head, realizing that he only needed to understand one thing. He needed to somehow obtain 200 Kerr gems to train to the warrior stage as a fighter and mage in 2 years. Of course, there were a few Kerr gems in the treasury that he could utilize. Subtracting them, he now needed 180 gems. At the base price, this came out to a whopping sum of 18 million gold lands. Considering his options, Daniel realized that he couldn't possibly obtain this much money from the kingdom, unless he took drastic measures just like the previous king. Unless things were truly desperate, this was definitely not an option. Thus, just like before during his academy life, it seemed that Daniel would have to obtain money by himself again. It seemed that it was time to restart production of the product which had revolutionized the economy in Lanthana and had almost resulted in Daniel's death. Meanwhile, in a remote area 300 kilometers west of Lanthana capital city, all over Central Langaria, there were multiple pockets of wilderness which hadn't yet been claimed by a kingdom as their own land. Often, these areas were devoid of human life. Yet, walking on ground that hadn't seen human footfall in decades, a lone adventurer with scraggly hair and a huge bag on his back trudged through the foliage and the bushes which prevented him from having a smooth path forward. Using a knife to cut through bushes, he preserved his strength of an exalted human fighter while holding a round trinket in his hands which looked to be flashing. Seeing the flashing becoming more frequent, an exhausted smile appeared on the adventurer's face, making him increase his pace forward while setting his eyes on a distant destination. A half hour later, he came upon a burrow in the ground which led into darkness. Without hesitation, the bag on his back was thrown to the ground, after which he leapt inside with a crazed expression on his face. Although the burrow was small, it was just enough to fit his lean body. After a few seconds of free fall, His instincts made him curl into a ball just before he impacted the ground with a loud grunt. Taking out a light trinket from his pocket, he activated it before turning around to examine the cavern he was in. As the red reflection shone in his eyes, an expression of extreme satisfaction and joy spread through his face, making him laugh out loud uncontrollably while still wincing from the pain he felt from landing on his back just a few seconds before. In the throne room of the Kingdom of Lanthina, Daniel sat on the throne while waiting for Keller to close the door. Saying that it was a matter of national importance, he had come running to Daniel's chambers before asking to convene an emergency meeting. Presently, Aran, Cassandra, Faxial and Keller were in attendance, wondering just what was so important which had caused the king to call for the first emergency since ascending the throne. Walking to the throne, Keller immediately got into the topic, saying, "Your Majesty, a Kergem deposit has been found approximately 300 kilometers west of our location." This news was leaked after someone bought the information at a high price from the adventurer who found it. Although Daniel was initially puzzled hearing these words, he got the answers he needed by asking the system. For the past few weeks, he had been making a point to go to the library and analyze as many books as possible whenever he had the time. Apparently, unlike ether blocks, Kergems were found in small deposits in remote locations. It was even an occupation in central Angaria to go out and search for these locations, as just one find could result in an adventurer being set for life. Each and every discovery like this always led to a storm in the surrounding area. Once, it was even told that a kingdom had been invaded just so that one could snatch away the deposit. After all, Kergems were classified as strategic assets by all of the forces in central Angaria. "My king, a decision must be made right now. The other forces are already on the move, and the one who paid for the information must already be close. It always takes time to extract the deposit, so if there is an intention to compete for it, we must set off right away." Hearing this, Daniel pondered for a few seconds before turning to Cassandra and saying, "Are we ready to deploy our troops?" With a stoic expression, Cassandra replied in the voice of a commander who was ready to go to war. "Yes, my lord. We have shock troops ready to march at a moment's notice." Nodding at the reply, determination shone in Daniel's eyes as he gave the order, which made Keller smile seeing the decisiveness of the King of Lanthina. "All right. Give the command." We leave immediately. In a room 2 chambers away from the king's chambers, one side of the wall had been cleared of paintings and other decorations to give place to the panels that had been newly set up at the location. Before Lanthina had undergone a change in leadership, this room had belonged to the eldest prince whenever he made a visit to the kingdom. In fact, many rooms near the king's chambers were now empty due to the inhabitants being lodged elsewhere currently. Daniel had simply asked for a big chamber nearby which could be designated as a situation room of sorts. Thus, the bed and all the furniture had been cleared and a round table had been placed in the center as per his orders. Presently, only Daniel, Keller and Faxial were in the room due to all 3 commanders being deployed. Daniel had given the commanders the same video broadcasting trinkets that he had used before in the throne room. Watching the images in the panels, the King of Lanthina was sitting with one hand on his chin trying to sort the myriad thoughts that were going through his head right now. For one thing, he was deeply disturbed regarding the timing of this discovery. He had only just found out about his need for Kergems the day before, and he hadn't even made any headway into figuring out a plan to obtain them. Was it truly just a coincidence that the situation occurred right after? No matter how much he thought about it, Daniel couldn't figure out any other possibility which made sense. In fact, regardless of whether he had found out about his own need or not, Daniel would have chosen to march anyway due to the sheer importance of the resource. After all, even the slightest chance that someone could be in full cognizance of his thoughts and activities apart from the system was too terrifying to even think about. He was already doing everything he could, from ensuring that he always stayed safe to frequently checking the surveillance tool. Daniel was taking every precaution possible. Thus, he decided to not go along that route because he knew that it would be of no use. Turning to the panels, Daniel started observing the actions of the army with interest. Back on Earth, He had heard that logistics was the biggest problem that needed to be handled when directing an army. Although this was still the case in Angaria with regards to large-scale deployment, the existence of magic and teleportation made it so that troops which specialized in quick movement could be made. The shock troops were one such type of squadron. Comprised entirely of elites, the troops only consisted of 50 eminent human-level mages and 50 red demons. Each mage was paired up with a red demon, making them a unit who moved together. Being at least at the 6th grade human-level fighter, these red demons were trained especially for quick in-and-out missions that focused on speed and the shortest time to kill possible. As for the mages, all of them were proficient enough in space magic that they could teleport continuously without too much exertion to get to any location. The west of Lanthina was covered mostly in evergreen forests along with scattered rivers and lakes which teemed with wildlife. The only force on the map in this direction was Eldina, but the location the army was headed to did not trespass in the lands the kingdom of the elves called their own. Being an exalted human-level mage, Cassandra could easily teleport both Aran and Luther. Leading the squadron, she was also in charge of giving orders regarding movements currently. They had planned it so that their last teleportation would land them 10 kilometers from the target location, from where they would proceed on foot. The 3 commanders were in the lead, and after reaching each location in between, they would first check for danger before signaling the troops to come over. This was how shock troops operated. There was no time to deploy scouts, hence the individuals most likely to survive an ambush were responsible for investigating the way forward. When they got to the final location, a frown crossed across Cassandra's face as she felt it tingle up her back. Her red hair was tied up into an immaculate braid while her leather pants and jacket had multiple pockets which seemed to be filled to the brim. As for the other 2 commanders, Luther was still dressed all in black while Aran had switched out his casual outfit with armor similar to a red demon's. Only, the red epaulets which signified their status had a gold trim to them which made him stand out as the commander of the strongest fighter troop in Lanthina. "We have company," she said, before removing her hands from the shoulders of the 2 men. A few moments later, a male elf and 2 humans appeared from 3 different directions with careful strides. Seeing their clothes, it was quite clear regarding which organizations they belonged to. The elf was obviously from Eldina, which was the closest kingdom to the location of the find. This gave them a first mover advantage. Of the 2 men, one had a black raven on his shoulder much like the one gifted to Daniel. After speaking into a trinket for a bit, he nodded at the 3 who had appeared in an amicable manner. The other was the most different from them all. Unlike the rest who were simply standing with no weapons drawn, this man held 2 scimitars in both of his hands while a wary expression covered his face. "The dogs who ran away dare to make an appearance here?" It was Aran who said these words, making the man grimace with anger before forcefully regaining control of his emotions. He knew that this was a ploy to destabilize his mind, and he had no intention of being tricked by the man who was known for his cunningness. Still, the memory of his great nation, Axlar's army retreating due to just a few words from a newly crowned king still brought him rage and fury. Seeing this sight, the elf smiled before saying, "Go at it here, we have no problem. But don't even think of making it further inside. The 3 kingdoms who arrived first have already reached an agreement, and you are just too late." Hearing this, Luther only smiled coldly before flicking his fingers. Thump. Suddenly, a rectangular box made of metal came into existence in the area between the 3 commanders and the 3 who had come to welcome them. The box was a 30-feet cube, and it seemed to have been somehow made without using any materials to attach metal sheets together. Small holes which glinted with a shine in the sunlight could be seen all around it, while a single cylindrical tube extended forward on one side. As if receiving orders, the whole box rose into the air slightly before rotating to make the cylinder face the man who was holding the scimitars. A blaze hit the man's face, as he looked into the cylinder to see a meteor covered with raging fire already conjured, ready to strike and reduce him to pieces. As for the other holes, they were all comprised of arrows which had already been knocked. With one order, the man could be blown into smithereens while the other 2 could also be peppered by arrows shot by 6th grade human-level fighters. Seeing this sight, The three looked at each other briefly before nodding and retreating inward. The man with the scimitars left last, after looking at the commanders with a nefarious expression on his face. After all three disappeared from sight, the metal sides of the box started to disintegrate into something that looked like ash. As more and more holes appeared, the soldiers who were standing inside became visible. 5 elite mages stood on each side of the box, collecting the ash that the metal was disintegrating into. The ash seemed to be controlled by them, as it flew into the gourds on their backs in a smooth motion. 5 more mages had their hands hovering over the meteor, holding some kind of trinkets in their hands. Their gazes were fixed on the meteor which was slowly shrinking. In the middle, 25 red demons minimized the bows back into their trinket form before doing the same with the arrows that had been knocked just moments ago. Set up the detection formation. Hearing these words from Luther, the 50 soldiers nodded before hastening to complete their tasks so that they could fulfill their new orders. Meanwhile, in the situation room in Lanthina, seeing everything that had just happened, Daniel was trying hard to stop a startled expression from coming onto his face. First of all, the box reminded him of tanks from Earth. In fact, even the base model was the same, except for the fact that this one could apparently fly. Secondly, he had no idea why the three had left after seeing the tank appear. Your Majesty, that is one of the most valuable group military formations in our kingdom. What just happened is a common protocol in situations like these. The forces which arrive first confront the ones who come after them, to get an idea about how much the arriving force was putting at stake to take over the Kurgem mine. After doing so, if there wasn't a large difference in the troops deployed, the forces would arrive at an unspoken agreement, a truce of sorts. Because we arrived fourth, we were greeted in this way. Hearing Keller begin the explanation, Daniel could only sigh as he realized that there was truly a lot he needed to learn which couldn't be taught simply by assembling the information in the library. After all, as a great scientist on Earth had said, the only source of knowledge is experience. After setting up the teleportation detection formations, the team of 50 soldiers and the 3 commanders proceeded inward towards the location where the mine had been found. The other 50 were in a remote location quite a distance away from the site, ready to teleport forward to give backup if things turned sour. Seeing the image in the panel, Daniel observed that it seemed untouched for the most part except for a few signs that indicated that people had passed through recently. As was characteristic of places like these which hadn't been claimed by any kingdom, the wildlife wasn't afraid of the humans. Choosing to look on from the treetops while the team trudged onwards, they tried to figure out just what this new species was. Daniel noticed that in fact, many animals were similar to the ones back on Earth. A small silver animal with a tuft of black hair on its head looked exactly like a squirrel, whereas a rabbit-like creature could also be seen munching away at the foliage on the ground. While he waited for the team to reach their location, Daniel continued on his line of thought before he had been interrupted by Keller to call the emergency meeting. He had been considering his options to obtain wealth so that he could accelerate his training to the godlike speed that had been mentioned by the system. With a jolt, he realized that he had forgotten about the asset that he had obtained soon after coming to this world. System, what about the natural energized training chamber? What would the effect be if I trained inside that? When Daniel had placed the chamber near the ultra-high-grade energy source that had been detected by the system underneath the palace, he had been told by the system that he needed to absorb a Kurgem if he wanted to know how effective the energy condensed by the immensely valuable treasure would be. Replying to host, with the current location of the chamber, energy equivalent to 1 Kurgem will be produced every 100 days. If the chamber moves closer to the signal of the ultra-high-grade energy source, 1 Kurgem can be produced every 10 days. Often, Daniel had wondered at the reason behind exactly why the system had called the natural energized training chamber a high-tier treasure. Along his journey, he had been exposed to multiple trinkets and items which could be called treasures, but the system hadn't called them so. Even the incredible one-time use trinkets which could change the course of a battle were merely that, trinkets. Now, hearing this, Daniel understood that he had definitely underestimated the importance of this asset that he had found by luck ou fate under his old home. again wondering just how that old man who had advised his father to make his home above the location of the chamber knew about this information. Daniel smiled to himself, knowing that he was already progressing on the plan to become maybe the youngest warrior mage or fighter ever in the continent of Angaria. 1 gem every 100 days was already a truly amazing profit without putting any investment. Of course, although he wished that he could move it closer, he had no idea how to. Yet, there was one possibility that he had thought of: the Empire Spirit. Could the Spirit be holding information regarding the formation which blocked him from reaching the source of energy of the mystical Dragon Heart formation? For some reason, Daniel's instincts told him that it was so. Satisfaction level. Right now, it was the one thing he had to tackle that would give him numerous benefits if done properly. While his thoughts dwelled again towards the major essential inventions and concepts on Earth which led to its rapid development, Daniel noticed that his soldiers had just come upon a spot where numerous people were gathered. In a large clearing where the trees looked like they had recently been cut down, there stood 3 groups all facing in a certain direction. Daniel recognized one of them, the shock troops of the Black Raven Kingdom, comprised entirely of men wearing black clothes with black ravens perched on their shoulders. They stood neatly arranged in lines of 5. Counting, he saw that there were 70 of them. The other human troops, which were surely from the Axler Kingdom, were the largest force here, with over 100 people arranged circularly in what appeared to be a formation. Yet, Daniel noticed that not all of them were elites, judging from the lower quality armor they were wearing. As for the ones from Eldina, 80 elves milled around in a group while idly chatting amongst themselves. Compared to the strict discipline of the other 3 forces, the elves seemed out of place. It was almost as if they had come to a picnic. All of them were also dressed in varying clothes, unlike the other soldiers who wore immaculate uniforms. After calling for a halt, the 3 commanders moved forward to join a small group of 7 people who stood in the front. As the voices from this group floated through the trinket, Daniel saw that 6 of them were actually arguing with an elf. So what if you bought the information? This is unclaimed land, and the resources will go to whoever is the strongest. This was the line uttered by the man from the Axlorian army who had burned with rage when a ran through a jibe regarding his country's previous actions. Yet, just as Aran opened his mouth to join in the discussion, all 10 individuals who had gathered became silent as they received a transmission from the soldiers who had been placed in charge of maintaining the teleportation detection formations. "My lord, it seems that another force has arrived at the location," said Keller, making Daniel nod while he wondered just who it was. Without a word, 4 people from this group, which was completely comprised of individuals at the commander level, detached themselves and teleported towards the location where the signal had gone off. Daniel had given the commanders 3 communication eyes, hence he could see both the location that the troops had gathered at and the area where Cassandra had just teleported to. It was a little distance away from where the detection formation had picked up intruders, making it so that the arriving commanders would not need to worry about stepping into an ambush. Indeed, just as it had been done to them, it was now their opportunity to scout out the strength of the force that had arrived. Walking quickly, Cassandra soon arrived at a spot where a group were standing and calmly waiting as if they had expected that this would happen. 20 giants standing at least 15 foot tall stood in 2 rows of 10, while 3 men and 2 women stood in front of them with arms folded. All of the giants were dressed in the same manner. They wore green armor which covered them from head to toe. In fact, they reminded Daniel of the steel suits of armors which knights used to wear back on Earth. In their hands, the giants held enormous maces which all had sharp thorns sticking out near the top. No matter how much he tried, Daniel couldn't match the image of the jolly envoy, those who had come to Lanthana, with these ferocious monstrosities that he saw in the panel. The 5 in front wore green casual clothes, and they had easy smiles on their faces while gazing at the ones who were arriving. Again, it was the elf who spoke first. "Araphelians, you are too late. Leave now, or we will have no choice but to chase you away." I think that I speak for everyone here when I say that 4 kingdoms will ally to fight if needed. Hearing these words, Daniel was momentarily startled. Ally to chase them away? Wasn't Araphel their ally? "My lord, It is your decision. Either we honor our ties as allies and risk having the other three ally against us to chase us away, or we put it aside and chase them away so that we will have a higher chance of obtaining the resources. In the Situation Room, the King of Lanthana found himself staring at Keller as he asked him to make a decision in an instant which could have far-reaching consequences that he couldn't even think about. In fact, it was all so sudden that Daniel had actually gone blank for a second. Honor the steadfast support of Arafel and risk being chased away, or focus on the benefits? As he scrambled to make a decision, the atmosphere at Cassandra's location turned more and more tense by the second. As the seconds ticked by, Daniel noticed that the 5 men and women in front of the giants seemed to be looking at Cassandra, and through that panel, at the King of Lanthana. So far, the Araphelians had been the most steadfast allies during his reign. Although Daniel wasn't gullible enough to completely trust them due to just this, he had enough reasons not to trust the other parties. Nothing needed to be said about both the Axelorians and the Black Raven Kingdom. As for the elves, from the information gathered so far, they definitely did not have an amicable relationship with his nation. All in all, it came down to the worst case. If he chose to side with the Araphelians, he might at most be chased away. If so, all he would lose was wealth which could be obtained through many more ways. Besides, he would also preserve his image of being a just king who did not turn his back on allies just because there were treasures to be won. As he made the decision, an easy smile came on Daniel's lips. Thump. Inside the clearing, a magic tank exactly like the one which had been used by Lanthana to force their way into the area appeared beside the giants. Lanthana stands with the kingdom of Arafel. Seeing Cassandra walk over to stand in front of the magic tank, a frown passed over the elf's face. As for the 2 from Axla and the Black Raven Kingdom, their hands were held near their mouths as they reported the situation and waited for orders. Indeed, Daniel had chosen to stand with his allies no matter what the consequences would be. With the decision made, the King of Lanthana could now relax and observe the situation. As he did so, he realized something quite crucial. Except for the elves, the other 2 forces seemed to need to speak into trinkets in order to report what was happening. Didn't they have visual communication trinkets like he did? Coming from Earth, Daniel was quite used to seeing technology like this used in warfare. Information relay was after all crucial. Thus, he had taken these trinkets for granted even though Ripley had once told him that they were only available from a certain force which specialized in producing them. Of course, the ones Daniel had developed with the help of the system had so far been used only for military purposes. Also, they were quite similar to design to the ones manufactured by that force, as in a way, his design was based on theirs. Seeing a business opportunity arise, Daniel immediately launched into planning while keeping an eye on what was happening in the clearing. Meanwhile, it seemed that the other 3 forces had gotten their orders. Lanthana, are you sure? If you stick with this decision, our 3 forces will have no choice but to boot you out. There is only place for 4. And 5 would make it too big of a crowd. Our king has made his decision. Either leave a path, or prepare to fight. Boom. All this while, the 5 from the kingdom of Arafel had been calmly looking at everything that was going on as if it doesn't concern them. Yet, it seemed that this statement from the elf had somehow crossed some threshold they had. The gigantic maces held by the 20 giants had been dropped to the ground point first at exactly the same moment, making a thunderous noise that made everyone present flinch with shock. As the cloud of dust that had risen into the air settled, those who were watching noticed that the impact had caused 1-foot-deep craters to appear on the ground. At this moment, it was quite clear that these weapons weren't for show. Of the 5, one man who wore a green robe with gold lapels stepped forward to stand in front of the 3 who had taken on defensive positions. Turning to the side, he first bowed slightly at Cassandra before saying, "The kingdom of Arafel appreciates Lanthana's support. Still, allow us to demonstrate how we fight our own battles." Amused, Daniel only told Cassandra to nod in response. Hearing this statement, all 3 kingdoms seemed to have decided that it was time to act on their threats. With 3 thuds, 3 groups exactly like the one standing in front of the site where the other 2 commanders were located appeared with trinkets drawn and spells cast. Yet, seeing the scene that appeared in the panel, all the individuals in the Situation Room couldn't help but stand up in shock. At the exact instant that the 3 groups of soldiers teleported to the location, spears made of material that looked like rock grew out of the ground at an angle in front of them. The spears seemed to have a mind of their own, as each of them even twisted in the air like snakes before coming to a rest in front of the necks of the elves and the humans who were now standing without moving a single inch. In fact, apparently relying on the force of numbers, none of them had taken on defensive formations like the magic tank of Lanthana before teleporting over according to their commander's wishes. The elves who had been seen milling around each had various spells such as huge thunderbolts or meteors above their heads, ready to strike at a moment's notice. With increasing alarm, Daniel noticed that these were all spells that required at least an exalted human mage to cast. Now, he finally understood why they hadn't had any discipline. Each and every one of the 20 elves who had appeared were in fact all exalted human mages, or in this case, exalted elvish mages. Considering the fact that all of Lanthana had less than 10 individuals at this level, it was quite shocking to see that Eldina was in possession of a complete troop filled with them. Indeed, at least in the matter of general magic talent, the elves beat all the other kingdoms easily. The Axlorians, on the other hand, were the other extreme. Out of 100 soldiers who had appeared, there were only 10 mages. Yet, again, there were shockingly more than 50 exalted human fighters. Although it was common knowledge that Axla was known as the Kingdom of Fighters, Daniel had never expected just the shock troops to contain these many powerful existences. Again, when counting the soldiers at this level in both this reserve troop and the ones still standing in the site of the discovery, Daniel realized that Lanthana again paled in comparison. The only consolation was that there were no exalted human mages or fighters in the troops from the Black Raven Kingdom. Similar to Lanthana, they seemed to be comprised of pairs of fighters and mages. Yet, taking into account the still unknown factor of the companion Black Raven beasts, they still outclassed Lanthana if comparing just the soldiers alone. My lord, the specialty of our shock troops are our formations. Each and every kingdom has a specialty which was handed down from ancient times. For us, it is formations like the magic tanks which enable us to output power which cannot be compared to bear troops. These formations are in fact the lifeblood of the kingdom, which is why even King Richard did not consider selling them to obtain more resources. Of course, it made sense now. This was quite similar to the countries on Earth where each nation had a certain specialty which made their military stand out. For instance, although the military of India wasn't equipped with the best of technology and advanced weapons when compared to other superpowers like the US, it could still be said to be on the same playing field due to its comparatively much larger army. All in all, in any war situation, it was the ability of a nation to use their advantages to trump over their disadvantages using strategy and tactics to obtain victory. Daniel felt a peculiar feeling of satisfaction inside him as he absorbed all this experience and knowledge like a sponge. Yet, he still wondered just how the Araphelians has managed to bring the matter to such a stalemate. If the soldiers of the other forces moved even an inch, they would be impaled by the zigzagging stone spears that were at their throats. Even teleportation was not an option, as Cassandra had just intimated Daniel that there were stone spears also sticking out from the ground, touching the shoes of the soldiers. Gritting her teeth with frustration, the elf lost his composure for the first time, yelling, "Araphelians, you go too far. Even if you manage to trap these reserve troops, we have many more waiting at the site of discovery." Hearing this, the man in the green robe only idly scratched his nose before replying, "Oh, then these ants are disposable? Either give way, or forget about these soldiers of yours." Meanwhile, in the sky above the area where the situation had devolved to one that might erupt into hostility at any moment, 2 individuals, a man and a woman, were sitting on chairs that looked like they were made out of clouds. While the man had his eyes fixed on the situation below, The woman conjured ice cubes out of the air before dropping them into the glass of wine she was holding. Taking a sip, a bored expression appeared on her youthful face which would make those watching think that she definitely wasn't a day over 25 years old. "Jerax, wake me up after it's done." The elder only said, "We have to run the test and then make the report about whether anyone is worth noticing in the villages that are inland." "Boring. You won't tell on me, right?" Seeing the cute puppy expression on the woman's face, the man sighed before nodding. As her snores soon resounded in the pocket of air they stood in, he continued to observe, record and report everything that was going on below him.